Hello, and welcome to my channel, Kersey Books. This audiobook is Witness, which is the first book in the Witness Duet. These are the two books, Witness and Retribution, and what they are about is a college student named Courtney who witnesses a murder. But the thing is, the murderer sees her, and he knows who she is, so she has some problems on her hands. This is a suspense story. I hope you enjoy it, and let's get started. Witness, Book 1 in the Witness Duet. Written and narrated by Kersey. Copyright 2015 by Kersey. Prologue. I finished wiping down the tables at the fast food restaurant where I worked, Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes, then turned to my manager, Stephen, and said, "All done with the tables. Anything else before I go home?"
"Thanks, Courtney. After you take out the trash, you can leave."
It wasn't my favorite task, but someone had to do it, and everyone else had already left for the night. Okay. Eager to finish up and go home, I gathered the trash, then headed out the back of our store. The early spring air was chilly, but I didn't mind. I loved this time of year, especially when it meant there was only about a month left in the semester. This was my second semester at college, and though I was enjoying it, I'd found it to be more demanding than high school. The dumpster was in the alley behind our store, and having done this chore countless times before, I walked with confidence. But this time, something was different. The sound of a scuffle came from the nearby alley. Tossing the trash into the dumpster, I wondered what was going on. From where I stood, I couldn't see anything. Then I heard a distinct cry for help. Fear rocketed up my spine and straight to my heart. The darkness seemed to close around me as my ears vibrated with the sounds of distress coming from the alley. Not about to face whatever was happening nearby alone, I ran back into Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes and yelled to Stephen that someone needed help and to call the police. I would have called them myself, but my phone was safely tucked away in my locker per company policy. I dashed back outside, then stopped, conflicted about my next move. Should I investigate? What if I got hurt? But what if there was something I could do to prevent someone else from getting hurt? Not able to sit by and do nothing, I had to at least see what was happening. Another cry for help broke the silence, and though my heart pounded a warning, I raced in the direction of the sound. Stephen was slow to follow, and I reached the end of the alley well before he did. I turned the corner, and in the dim light I saw two men fighting. That is, one man was on the ground, and the other man was pummeling him. I came to a halt at the corner of the building that led to the alley, about 20 feet from the fighting men. I wasn't sure what to do, so I looked in the direction of Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes to see where my manager was. Trotting toward me, he seemed to be moving as fast as he could, but he wasn't exactly in tip-top shape. Motioning frantically for him to hurry, I turned back to the fighting men. Wanting them to stop, but with no idea how to make that happen, I stood frozen to the spot. The man on top raised his hand. Something shiny was grasped in his fist. Then, to my utter horror, he plunged it straight into the man on the ground, who let out a blood-curdling scream. Shocked, I cried out. The man with a knife lifted his head and looked right at me, and in the light from the street lamp, I recognized him. Chapter 1. 6 days earlier. "Come on, Courtney," my friend Shelby said as we walked across the university campus enjoying the warm Los Angeles sunshine. "It'll be fun, I promise." I rolled my eyes. "That's what you said the last time you dragged me out on a blind date." "Are you saying you didn't have any fun?" My lips pursed, then I said, Shelby, if you'll recall, he threw up all over the table." She gave me a look that said, "There's a reasonable explanation for that. He was just coming down with the flu. It's not his fault it chose that very moment to manifest itself." Uh-huh. I didn't know why she continuously felt the need to set me up. Okay, maybe I did, but just because I'd struck out in the love department so often was no reason for her to become my personal matchmaker. Yet she persisted in digging up men for me to date. Where do you know this guy from again? He's a friend of Jack's, she said. Jack was her kind of boyfriend. Kind of, because she didn't date anyone but him, although it was rumored he wasn't so exclusive. She didn't care, though. She was crazy for Jack. I couldn't say that I blamed her. Quarterback of our football team, devastatingly hot. Yeah, pretty much all of the girls were crazy for Jack. What's his name? I asked. It was pointless to argue. Shelby would harass me until I agreed. Tyler. Tyler, I echoed, then frowned. Is he cute? Of course, Courtney. Do you think I'd set you up with an ugly guy? I laughed. You'd better not. I wouldn't do that. You're my best friend. That was true. Shelby and I had met in the middle of my sophomore year of high school. I just moved in, and she had immediately taken me under her wing. Ever since, we'd always had each other's backs. Now college freshmen, we'd remained close. Okay, I guess I could use a night out. With victory clear in her eyes, she smiled. Yes, you can. Later that evening, as I got ready for my date, Mom asked, Who is this guy? Though I was in college now, I still lived at home. What better way to afford tuition and still have money left for other things? My dad was out of the picture, and Mom did the best she could, but it was up to me to put myself through college. I was her only child, and although I was 19, she still saw me as her little girl. A friend of Shelby's boyfriend, I said. Then I smiled to show her all was right with the world. His name's Tyler. You're not going to be home too late, are you? She asked. Mom could be a worrier. Not that I blamed her, but it really put a crimp in my social life. Well, I hardly had a social life, but that was beside the point. Anyway, I was all she had, so I usually cut her some slack. No, Mom, I won't be too late. She smiled. You know that I can't go to sleep until you're home, and I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Okay, Mom, I'll keep that in mind. Mom worked as a surgical nurse at one of the hospitals, although she was in the process of changing jobs. She was tired of the hustle and bustle of Los Angeles and had recently interviewed for a surgical nursing position at a hospital in Denver, Colorado, a place she'd spent many years while growing up and where she still had family. Now that I was an adult, we'd agreed it was a good time to make a change, and I'd been socking away money like crazy in preparation to be on my own. I tilted my head. What are you going to do when you move away and can't keep tabs on me? She smiled. I think it'll be different when we're not under the same roof. For example, if we didn't live in the same house, I wouldn't even know you were going out, and I could delude myself with the thought that you were safe and sound at home. Yeah, I said. I guess that makes sense. She patted my arm, then left so I could finish getting ready. As I swept the eyeshadow across my lid, I smiled at my appearance. Not gorgeous by any stretch of the imagination. I thought I was pretty. My problem wasn't my looks, it was my lack of confidence when it came to men. I would never go up to someone I didn't know and strike up a conversation. Never. Luckily for me, Shelby had enough confidence for both of us, which is why she'd taken it upon herself to find me a boyfriend, or at least enough dates to push me in the right direction. Trouble was, I wasn't sure I wanted a boyfriend. After all the heartache I'd seen Mom go through, first divorcing my dad when I was 9, and then running through a string of jerk boyfriends, I wasn't eager to put my heart out there. With a sigh, I finished making up my face, then squirted some perfume onto my wrists, which I then dabbed onto my neck. That's as good as it gets, I said to my reflection, before turning away from the mirror, slinging my purse over my shoulder, and heading out of my room and down the stairs. You look beautiful, Courtney, Mom said when I found her in the kitchen. Thanks. When the doorbell rang, Mom gave me a look that said she wanted me to introduce her to this guy, but I hadn't even met him myself. Feeling slightly guilty, I said, You don't need to meet him. Mom's expression remained neutral, but I knew her well enough to know she was disappointed. To make up for it, I smiled and said, I won't be home too late, and then I'll tell you all about it. She pursed her lips like she knew I was only placating her. "All right, Courtney, have a good time." I nodded, then walked to the door, wondering what Tyler looked like. Only one way to find out, I thought. A sense of excitement swept over me as I reached for the doorknob. The evening held all kinds of possibilities, and I knew, despite my trepidation with avoiding a relationship, deep inside I wanted to find love as much as the next girl. Chapter 2. "Courtney," Shelby said with a grin as I opened the door. "Hi," I said, as my gaze slid right over her and Jack to the face of my date, Tyler. I silently cataloged his assets. Dark blonde hair, brown eyes, taller than me, although that wasn't saying much. I guessed he was about 6 feet. I could tell because Jack was just over 6 feet, and Tyler was an inch or two shorter than him. "This is Tyler," Shelby said, drawing my attention to her before my gaze boomeranged back to Tyler. "Hey," he said, and when he smiled, his straight white teeth seemed to gleam. "Hi." My innate shyness took over, and I couldn't think of anything else to say.
"Ready to get going?" Jack asked as he looked at each of us.
"Yeah," I said, finding at least one thing to say. "I'm ready." The 4 of us trooped down the walkway and out to Jack's car. Tyler sat in back with me, keeping a wedge of space between us. The plan was for us to go roller skating, and when we pulled into the parking lot of a popular roller skating rink, Jack looked in his rearview mirror and said,
"I hope you guys don't think this is lame."
"No," Tyler said, then he glanced at me. "I love to roller skate," I said with a smile. I hadn't been roller skating in a long time, but I really did like it. A short time later, the 4 of us had skates on our feet as we stood on the smooth floor. Jack and Shelby immediately raced off, their fingers intertwined. I peeked at Tyler out of the corner of my eye, wondering what to do next, but he didn't seem any more certain than me. After a pause, I decided to take the initiative. "Let's go!" Then I headed out to join the throng. A moment later, Tyler followed me. The floor was thick with other skaters, and I had to pay close attention to what I was doing to make sure I didn't run into anybody. We made several circuits around the floor, and I found myself gaining confidence. Evidently, I became overconfident, because when I looked around to see where my friends were, I crashed right into someone and we both fell to the floor. Skaters flew past us and I was mortified.
"Are you okay?"
the man asked, his gray eyes narrowed in appraisal. "Yeah, I think so." My funny bone vibrated from the impact with a hard floor, but other than that, I was all right.
"Here," he said as he stood.
Then he reached his hand out to me.
"Let me help you up."
"Thanks." I studied him as I let him pull me up. He had dark brown hair and a perfect layer of stubble. Multiple tattoos curled around his biceps, giving him a dangerous edge, and he looked like he was a few years older than me. Once I was on my feet, I glanced toward the soft seats on the perimeter of the rink. "I'm going to sit down for a minute." He nodded, and when I moved off of the floor into a seat, he followed me. Not sure why he was coming, but pleased that he was, I asked, "Are you okay?" He laughed. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Sorry I ran into you."
"It's all right." He smiled. "It's not like it hasn't happened before."
"So you come here often?" That sounded like a lame pickup line. A blush rose on my cheeks.
He laughed again. "Sometimes I help my mom out and babysit my little brother. He likes to come here."
"Oh." Sounded like a nice guy.
"What's your name?"
"Courtney." He nodded as his smile grew.
"I'm Dylan."
He paused.
"I haven't seen you here before."
Was he saying he would have noticed me if I had been here? The rosiness on my cheeks deepened. "I haven't come here in a long time."
"Do you go to the university?"
Pleased he didn't think I was still in high school, I nodded. "What about you?"
"Not right now."
He said it as if it was in his future plans.
"What's your number? Maybe we can meet up here sometime." He chuckled. "Or, go out sometime?"
Flattered and more than a little thrilled, I gave him my phone number, then he gave me his. "There you are, Courtney," Shelby said as she skated up beside me, with Jack and Tyler right behind her. "Oh, hey," I said, almost surprised to see her. Her focus went to Dylan, then came back to me. "We're getting pizza." Okay. I looked at Dylan with a half smile. Again, sorry for running into you. He chuckled but didn't say anything, and I skated off with my friends. While the guys ordered pizza, Shelby dragged me to the side. Who was that? The look on her face, one of disbelief and intense interest, made me laugh. Someone I ran into, literally. Then I told her what had happened. Clever move, Courtney. I didn't do it on purpose. One of her eyebrows arched. Still. I shook my head as I laughed. Then we rejoined the guys. Chapter 3. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about Dylan and wondered if I would ever see him again. Was he actually interested in going out with me, or was he just being nice? When he texted me 2 days later and asked if I wanted to go bowling with him that evening, I was excited to hear from him, and I accepted without a second thought. He asked if I wanted to meet him there, or if I wanted him to pick me up. Normally, I would have met him there, but Mom's car was in the shop, and she needed to borrow mine to go to work. I could have taken an Uber, but I was a poor college student and didn't want to spend the money. Besides, it wasn't like he was some random guy I'd met online. I'd met him in real life, so I felt fine about having him pick me up. Hey, he said, when I opened the door that evening. Hi! I stepped onto the porch and locked the door behind me, then turned to him. Thanks for picking me up. My mom's using my car. No problem. We walked out to his car, an older compact. When we arrived at the bowling alley, it wasn't too busy, and we were able to get a lane right away. I'm not very good at this, I said, as I laced up my bowling shoes. That's okay. We're just here to have a good time. No, I mean, I've only gone bowling once in my life, and that was a long time ago. Oh, so what you're really saying is you suck. Wearing a grin, I nodded. Most likely. Good, then maybe I'll win for a change. I went to the return to pick up a ball, then turned to him. For a change? How often do you go? I take my little brother bowling sometimes. You know. He glanced away before meeting my gaze. To keep him out of trouble. I took several steps toward the lane, then swung my arm back, then slightly forward, before releasing the ball. Almost immediately, it went into the gutter. I turned to Dylan with a frown. Obviously trying to keep from laughing, he said, You weren't joking. I lifted my shoulders in a shrug. My second attempt made it nearly to the pins, but the ball rolled into the gutter before it reached them. Dylan went to the return and scooped up a ball. Let me show you how it's done, my friend. Then he immediately bowled a strike. Oh, come on, I said with a mock scowl. This is so not fair. He walked toward me. Fairs are where you can ride ponies and eat cotton candy. Laughter burst from my lips. Okay. Let me try this again. On my next turn, I did marginally better. The ball made it all the way to the pins and even knocked one down. The second try took down a few more. Now you're getting somewhere, Dylan said with a smile that seemed to convey genuine pleasure at my slight improvement. A rush of warmth radiated inside me. I kind of liked this guy. So, I said, curious about him, you come here with your brother? How old is he? A look of pride filled his face. He's 11 and super smart. Do you have any other brothers or sisters? His forehead creased. I have another brother. He's 17. Clearly, this other brother wasn't such a source of delight. Does he bowl too? A snort of laughter filled the air, then Dylan shook his head. No. I wondered what the story was there, but decided not to probe. After all, I wanted to get to know Dylan, not his whole family. What about you? He asked, as he carried a bowling ball toward the lane. It's just me and my mom. He glanced at me, then nodded before bowling a spare. I'm glad to see you don't bowl strikes every time, I said with a smirk. I enjoyed the rest of our evening together, learning that he worked at the sudsy car wash but wanted to go back to school one day. When we got to my house, he walked me to the door. Thanks for taking me bowling, I said, then laughed, even though my loss was kind of humiliating. He grinned. You did okay, for someone who never bowls. Then he tilted his head to the side. Maybe we can go again sometime? Excitement rose within me. Yeah, that would be fun.
Awesome. Thanks for going with me.
Of course.
Well, good night.
Good night, Dylan. With a final smile, he sauntered to his car. Moments later, he was gone. Chapter 4. 2 days later, I saw Dylan again. But this time it wasn't for a date. No. This time when I saw Dylan, he was plunging a knife into a man in the alley behind my work. As the terrible scene unfolded in front of me, I gasped in shock to realize not only had I just witnessed a murder, but that I knew the murderer, had gone on a date with him, and I fell back a step. A split second after our eyes met, his widened in recognition, and he leapt to his feet.
Courtney?
His voice held a note of surprise. Then he pointed the knife directly at me, and his tone changed to one of menace.
You never saw me.
He dashed in the other direction. Stunned, I hardly noticed when Stephen, my manager, reached my side, huffing and puffing from exertion.
Courtney, what happened?
Trembling began in my hands and soon took over my whole body, and I barely managed to utter, "Someone's hurt." I pointed toward the man Dylan had stabbed, and Stephen went to his side. It took several beats before I managed to make my feet move in that direction, but when I reached Stephen, he had his fingers pressed to the man's neck. Dark red blood had pooled beside the man, but all I could see was the image of Dylan stabbing the man, then looking right at me. Fresh terror surged through me, and I thought, he knows where I live.
He's dead, Stephen stated.
Dead? I asked dully, as if I'd never heard the word before.
I already called the police.
Police? That idea frightened me even more. What would I say when they asked what I had seen? What would happen if I told them I knew who had done it? Would Dylan kill me? I hardly knew him. Sure, we'd gone on a date, and he'd seemed like a nice guy, but he'd just stabbed a man to death. I didn't know him at all. If he was capable of killing someone, who's to say he wouldn't kill me too? In for a penny, in for a pound, as they say.
Yes, Courtney, the police.
He stood and faced me.
Let's go back to the store and wait for them there.
On autopilot, I followed Stephen to Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes. Once there, I sank into a seat at a booth and thought, I want to go home. Desperate to be anywhere but there, I stared at the door, but I knew I couldn't leave. There was no hiding the fact that I was a witness. The police would want to talk to me, and there was no reasonable way for me to refuse. Not able to think clearly, I decided I would deal with their questions when the time came. Moments later, wailing sirens shattered the night air. Chapter 5.
That's all I know,
Stephen told the man who had been questioning him.
Courtney got there before me.
The moment I'd heard the sirens, I dashed into the bathroom and locked myself in a stall. But I'd known I couldn't stay there forever, and I'd come out in time to hear Stephen point the man in my direction. The man turned toward me, then gestured to an empty booth.
Let's sit over there.
Reluctantly, I followed him and slid into one side while he sat on the other. Trying to get the image of Dylan out of my head, I focused on the man sitting across from me.
I'm Detective Turner,
he said with a smile as he set his notepad on the table. He asked me my name and contact information, then said,
I'm sure this is upsetting, Courtney, but I need you to remember exactly what you saw.
As if I could forget. Frantically thinking about what to tell him, I nodded.
Now, he said with a warm smile, tell me exactly what happened.
I described what I'd heard as I'd taken out the trash, then how I'd told Stephen someone needed help.
What did you see when you got to the alley?
Turner's pen was poised over his notepad. I saw,
Take your time.
This was the moment of truth. Once I said something, I couldn't unsay it. I saw two men. They were fighting. Swallowing convulsively, I rubbed my face with my hands.
Then what?
Then I saw a knife. Careful, Courtney, I told myself. The detective's eyes narrowed.
Where was the knife?
He was holding it.
Who? Who was holding it?
Dylan, I thought. The man I went bowling with, he killed someone. He killed someone right in front of me, and he knows I saw. I don't know, I said. Detective Turner's eyebrows drew together. You don't know? What do you mean? Sweat pooled in my armpits, and I stared at the table. I mean, I don't know who it was. Courtney. I looked up and met his penetrating stare. Who was holding the knife? Trying to avoid a direct answer, I said, He left. Turner jotted a note, then met my eyes. So it was the perp who had the knife? Did you see if he took it with him? I hadn't noticed that. I'd been too stunned when I'd realized Dylan was a murderer. Tears filled my eyes at the enormity of what had happened, and I said, I don't know. It's okay, Turner said. Then he locked gazes with me again. Did you see his face, Courtney? The man who stabbed the victim. Did you get a look at his face? Dylan's handsome face filled my mind, and my eyes widened slightly before I dropped my gaze to my lap, where my hands twisted together. Not able to voice the lie, I shook my head. Turner's voice was soft, soothing. Are you sure? Without lifting my head, I nodded. Can you tell me anything about him? How tall he was, his build, what he was wearing? Forcing myself to look at the detective, I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. Turner's chin lowered. You don't have to be afraid, Courtney. No one's going to hurt you. But he knows where I live, I thought. He's been to my house. My mind screamed the reminder as if it wasn't already flashing inside me like a neon sign. An ache began in my left temple, and I tried to rub it away as I squeezed my eyes closed. Anything you can tell me would be helpful, Turner said. I don't know anything. The words came out as a whisper, but the lie pounded inside me, making me want to retch. Mercifully, Turner closed his notebook and stood. Thank you, Courtney. I'll be in touch if I have any other questions. He pulled out a card and set it on the table. If you remember anything at all, call me. Wanting to avoid meeting his eyes, I picked up his card and stared at it. Okay. Thank you. A few seconds later, he stepped away from the table, then went out the back door. I guess to go to the crime scene where others were gathered. Are you okay? Stephen asked as he slid into the booth across from me. I looked at my manager and wanted to sob, but held the tears at bay. No, I thought, definitely not. I guess. You can go home if you want. I didn't need any further prompting as I nearly leapt from the booth, grabbed my things, and raced out to my car. As I drove home, I replayed the horrifying scene in my head over and over and over. When I got home, I found Mom reading in her bed, and without a second thought, I burst into tears as I raced toward her. Her arms opened, and I went into them, sitting beside her on the bed. Courtney, she murmured against my ear. What is it? What's wrong? Not able to stop the sobbing, I shook my head against her shoulder. Finally, after several long moments, I pulled away, my face tear-streaked, and met her worried gaze. Take a deep breath, Courtney. Her voice was calm, which helped to settle me. Now, tell me what happened. As I told her the same thing I told the detective, her hand went to her chest. I didn't mention that I knew who the murderer was or what he'd said to me. Oh, Courtney, how awful! Tears filled her eyes as she pulled me into her arms. I relished the warmth of her embrace, and I wished I could tell her everything, but it felt unwise to reveal the critical piece of information. It was horrifying, I said, as I replayed the scene in my head, shuddering when I reached the moment Dylan had pointed at me and said, You never saw me. It wasn't just the words he'd said that had frightened me, but the tone he'd used. Menace and warning had wrapped around every syllable. He knows where you live, Courtney, I thought. Squeezing my eyes closed, I tried to push that thought away, but it refused to be ignored. I'm going to bed, I whispered as I pulled away. Mom smiled softly. Okay, sweetheart, but I'm here if you want to talk. I nodded, then stood and left her room. That night, as I lay in bed, my mind refusing to shut down, I ran through my options. Tell Turner who did it? Keep the information to myself? Talk to Dylan and get his side of the story? Or pretend like it was all a nightmare and try to forget about it. The last option was the most appealing, although I knew there was no way I could ever forget seeing the plunge of the knife, hearing the cry of pain, and then grasping the reality that I knew the person who had committed the crime, the murder. On top of that, I couldn't erase the image of the dead body lying in a pool of blood. Rolling over in my bed, I squeezed my eyes closed, desperate for it all to go away. But it wouldn't. It couldn't, and I would have to deal with it. Chapter 6. "I can't believe it," Shelby said when she saw me on campus the next day. "Someone was murdered at your work? That's insane." I purposely avoided telling her what had happened. I knew she would hear about it soon enough, and I didn't want to have her badgering me to tell her what I'd seen. "It wasn't at my work," I said, in a weak attempt to deflect her inevitable questions as we continued walking. She grabbed my arm, stopping me, and directed me to sit on a nearby bench under a tree. "Behind your work, whatever." I set my backpack on the ground, then forced myself to meet her gaze. "Courtney," she said, her eyes wide. "What happened? What did you see?" Panic shot through me as I tried to remember what I told the detective. It wouldn't do to tell him one thing and then tell Shelby another. I had to keep my story straight. I decided to take the easy way out and said, "I don't want to talk about it." Conflicting emotions swept over her face: curiosity, understanding, then resignation. "Okay." Then she smiled. "Have you heard from Dylan?" Fresh panic engulfed me. How did she know? Was it written all over my face? Did the detective know I was lying? "Has he asked you out again?" she asked, her voice calm. Oh, she was talking about my date. Relief, and the realization that I had to control my reactions when it came to Dylan, rolled over me. No." Wanting to close off that line of questioning from any future conversations, I added, "I don't think that's going to happen." "Why not?" she asked. I had told her about my bowling date right after I'd gotten home that night, but that was before I'd known Dylan was a cold-blooded killer. "You know, Shelby, there just wasn't a spark there." She gently shoved my arm. "You lie! You told me how much you like him and how sweet he is." "He's a freaking murderer!" I wanted to scream. "Come on, Courtney, you can't give up that easily." Her lips curved into a smug smile. "Unless you want me to set up more blind dates." Forcing a laugh, I said, "No, please, none of those." "Okay, then. You need to let him know you're still interested." "I'll think about it." With a shake of her head, she said, "Give me your phone." "What?" "Your phone. Let me see it." "Why?" She held out her hand. Not wanting to raise her suspicions, I warily handed it over. She punched in my security code, what was a security code between friends, then pulled up my contacts. "What are you doing?" I asked as I watched her scroll through the list. She grinned at me. "Nudging you in the right direction." Then I saw her select Dylan and press the button to compose a new text. I snatched my phone from her hand, startling her. Her gaze shot to my face. "What the?" "No, Shelby, no." "Okay, fine." Obviously, I had offended her, but that was the least of my worries. What if she texted Dylan on my behalf? That was not going to happen. "Don't blame me when you're sitting home alone this weekend," she said with a sniff. As long as I was still breathing, I would be fine with that. "I'm going to be late for class, Shell." "Okay," she said. "See you later." We headed in different directions, and the first thing I did after I left her was to change the security code on my phone. That night, as Mom prepared to head to work, I told her, "I'll be fine." Her shifts were sometimes at night, so I was used to her being gone. As we stood in the entry, she brushed my hair out of my face. "I hate to leave you alone, Courtney. You know, after what you saw last night." A smile lifted the corners of her mouth. "Maybe you can spend the night with Shelby or something." I hadn't spoken to Shelby since the phone incident earlier that day, and I had no desire to be with her or anyone else. Being alone didn't sound great either, but what could I do? "I have a paper I need to work on," I said. That was a lie. I was telling a lot of lies lately, but I wanted to reassure her. "Okay," she said, and a few minutes later she left. As soon as I heard the car start, I made sure all the doors were locked and all the blinds were drawn. Then I went into my room and closed the door, pushing my dresser in front of it for good measure. I grabbed one of my textbooks and began reading, although nothing seemed to penetrate the fog that had settled over my brain. 15 minutes later, my phone chimed a message. Glad for the distraction, I picked up my phone. But when I saw who had sent the message, I dropped my phone like it was a hot coal. Oh my gosh, I thought. It's Dylan. What does he want? Terrified to know, but terrified not to, I picked up my phone, unlocked it, and read the message. It said, "We need to talk." Chapter 7. "What?" I said out loud, my voice breathless. I reread the message, then another arrived. From Dylan. "I know you're home." My gaze shot around the room. Was he watching me? Had he seen Mom leave? Did he know I was alone? My heart kicked against my ribs as terror ripped through me. I thought, he's going to kill me. He's going to come into my house and stab me to death. The image of him doing exactly that to the man behind the alley blared into my head in full technicolor. Then my ears began to buzz as my vision narrowed to pinpoints. Over the swarm of bees in my ears, I heard my phone chime again, and after taking a deep breath, I picked it up with shaking hands. From Dylan. "I just want to talk." I gently set my phone on my comforter, as if that would keep him from knowing I'd read the message. Then I moved to the window where the blinds were shut. Standing to the side, I lifted a blind slat a few millimeters and peered into the yard. My scope of vision was small, and I couldn't see anyone or any movement. Where was he? I released the slat as my mind cataloged all the options and the repercussions to those options. I could call the police and tell them the murderer was here, but what if they didn't get here before he killed me? Or what if he got away and then he knew I'd told? Would he come after me when I least expected it? Or I could reply to his text and talk to him. But what if it was a trick to get to me so he could murder me? Or I could ignore his text and pretend like I wasn't home. Then I could hide somewhere so he wouldn't find me when he broke in. The last thought brought on a bout of shaking, and I froze with indecision. Finally, realizing I couldn't stand next to the window forever, I walked to my bed on stiff legs, picked up my phone, and looked around my room. While my gaze frantically probed every corner in a desperate search for a place to hide, my ears strained to hear the front or back door opening, and the creak of footsteps ascending the stairs. Think, Courtney, think! After only seconds, I knew my room would be the first place he would look, so I shoved my dresser out of the way, yanked my door open, and raced down the hall to Mom's room. Hiding in the closet was out of the question. It was too obvious, so I crouched on the floor on the far side of her bed, between her bed and the nightstand. I would have preferred to hide under her bed, but the space was just too small for me to squeeze into. Slowing my breathing, I struggled to hear Dylan's approach, but all was silent. Then I realized that if he came into the room, I wouldn't be able to track him unless I could see his feet. After only a brief hesitation, I stretched out on the floor, still hidden from view by anyone entering the room, but able to see under the bed and to the base of the doorway if someone, if Dylan, were to appear. The doorbell rang. My hand flew to my mouth and I stifled a scream. He's here, I thought. He's at the door. Holy crap! What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Paralyzed with fear, I didn't move. A few moments later, my phone chimed a message, drawing a startled cry from me. I snatched it out of my pocket, put it on silent mode, and saw a message from Shelby. From Shelby. "Are you home? I needed a break from homework and decided to stop by, but you're not answering your door." I pictured Shelby standing on my porch, completely unaware that a murderer was lurking somewhere in the yard, and I knew I had to get her in the house before Dylan snuck up on her and slashed her throat. For the sake of my best friend, I shoved my fear aside, then replied to her text. From Courtney. "I'm home. I'll be there in a minute." Then, Gathering all the courage I could muster, I pushed myself to a standing position and tiptoed to the bedroom doorway, on the alert for any noise or movement. When nothing happened, I ventured into the hallway and to the top of the stairs. Peering down and seeing nothing, I made my way down the stairs, and when I reached the front door, I stopped to plan my next move, my heart like a jackhammer in my chest. If I opened the door really fast and yanked Shelby inside, I could close and lock the door before Dylan had a chance to force his way in. I pressed my eye to the peephole to make sure Shelby was actually on the porch. She was. I took several deep breaths as I rallied my flagging courage. Then I twisted the doorknob and jerked the door open. My hand shot out as I reached for Shelby, but to my shock, she stepped out of my grasp. "Hey there, Courtney," she said with a bright smile. "Hurry and come in," I whisper-screamed. Her eyebrows bunched. "What's wrong?" My hand fluttered wildly as I motioned for her to come in, but she ignored me. "Hold on," she said. Then she looked to her left, and in a sing-song voice she added, "I have a little surprise for you." Dark foreboding swept over me, but before I could do anything about it, Shelby reached to her left and said, "Guess who I found skulking about out here?" Half a beat later, Dylan came into view. Chapter 8. "Hey, Courtney," Dylan said as he boldly stared at me. Swallowing over the nausea that rose in my throat, my focus ricocheted between him and Shelby. "Can we come in?" Shelby asked, completely oblivious to the emotions storming inside me. My face must have given some sort of clue that all was not right, because when I didn't respond, she peered more closely at me and asked, "Are you okay?" "No," I thought, "I'm not okay. There's a murderer standing on my porch staring at me, and you want to invite him in." My gaze shifted from Shelby to Dylan, then back to Shelby, and I managed to croak out, "I'm not feeling well." She frowned and took a step back. "Oh, maybe we should leave you alone then." I nodded, although I feared leaving her alone with Dylan. But why would he hurt her? She didn't know anything about what I'd seen in the alley behind Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes. "Okay," she said. Then she glanced at Dylan, evidently waiting for him to say what he was going to do. "I need to talk to you, Courtney," he said. Then he glanced at Shelby with a look of dismissal. "See you around." She said, "Okay." I reached toward her. "Wait!" They both looked at me in surprise. Well, Dylan didn't seem as surprised as Shelby, because he certainly knew I didn't want to be alone with him. "What's wrong?" Shelby asked. I want you to stay." She grimaced slightly. "I don't want to get sick." "I'm not sick," I said. My stomach was a little upset, but it's okay now, I think." I really sucked at lying. "Oh," she glanced at Dylan. "So we can come in?" I looked between them again, stopping on Shelby. "Just you." Worried about Dylan's reaction, my gaze skittered in his direction. His lips were pinched together as he stared at me. When our eyes met, he crossed his arms over his chest and clenched his jaw. My heart pounded harder, but I didn't back down. There was no way I would willingly let him in my house. "We need to talk, Courtney," he said. I shook my head, and to make myself perfectly clear, I added, "No." My voice shook slightly, but the meaning was plain enough. He released a huff of air from his nose, then he pointed at me, just like he had after I'd witnessed him stabbing that man in the alley, and then he said, "We'll talk, eventually." With a final glare, he stalked away. Shelby turned and stared after him, then looked at me. What was that all about? I shook my head as I opened the door wider for her to come in. The moment she cleared the entry, I closed and locked the door behind her, then followed her into the living room where we sat on opposite ends of the couch. I trembled with held-in fear, and I curled my feet beneath me, as if making my body smaller would make me a smaller target for Dylan's retribution. "What's going on with the two of you?" Shelby asked. Seeing as how lying really wasn't my forte, I decided to tell as much of the truth as possible. "He wants to talk to me, but I don't want to have anything to do with him." She tilted her head. "Why not? I thought you really liked him after you guys went out." "I changed my mind."
So you don't like him?
The sad truth was, I really had liked him. I'd liked the way he so obviously cared about his younger brothers, but I couldn't match that up with seeing him stab that man to death. Why would he have done something like that? I couldn't wrap my head around it.
No, I said in answer to Shelby's question. I don't.
How could I?
He was a murderer, for heaven's sake. A murderer who wanted to talk to me. But I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to hear what he had to say. I wanted to pretend I'd never met him, never seen him, never heard of him. I couldn't fathom what I'd seen, that I knew someone capable of plunging a knife into the body of another person. Things like that just didn't happen in my world.
Okay, Shelby said. Then, mercifully, she changed the topic. So, since you and Dylan didn't work out, do you want to go out with Tyler again? You know, as a double date with Jack and me? I didn't want to go out with anyone or go anywhere. I wanted to hunker down in my house, in my room, and stay there until my life got back to normal. Until I could unsee what I'd seen. Intellectually, I knew I couldn't unsee it, but I so desperately wanted to. Courtney? I don't know. Why not? You had fun with Tyler, didn't you? When I thought about our date, the main thing I remembered was running into Dylan, something which I now wished had never happened. Then I could have blithely described him to the police without any worry that he could find me and shut me up, permanently. A small shudder raced through me at the thought. It was all right, I said. Okay then, let's do something fun with them. Maybe a date would take my mind off of everything. A soft sigh escaped my lips. Okay. Great, Shelby said with a smile. Trying to get into the spirit of things, I pushed a smile onto my face. After Shelby left, I found a new text message from Dylan. I'd forgotten I'd put my phone on silent mode, and I hadn't heard it come in when he'd initially sent it, which had been right after he'd left. From Dylan. You can't avoid me forever. I shuddered at the implied threat, then deleted all of his messages and blocked his number from my phone. I wanted to pretend none of this had ever happened. Meeting Dylan, going out with him, the stabbing, especially the stabbing. Chapter 9. The next afternoon, I was scheduled to work. I'd had the night before off, so this would be the first time I'd been back since the murder. Though tempted to call in sick, I was determined not to let what had happened keep me from living my life, or at least trying to. "Hey, Courtney," Stephen said the moment I walked into the back. "How are you?" He'd seen the dead man too, although not the murder itself, so he was the only one who had a clue how I might be feeling. Okay. Good. He smiled as he wrapped a burger in its paper wrapping and stuffed it in a bag. I'm glad to see you made it in. Honestly, I wasn't sure if you would want to come back. I laughed as if I'd practically forgotten what I'd witnessed, but I barely pulled it off. It would take a lot more than a murder to keep me from coming here, I said. Then I thought, but since I needed the money from this job, I would keep coming back. A bark of laughter burst from his mouth. I didn't know you loved working here that much. I smiled and actually felt a little better than when I'd walked in. The dinner rush kept me busy, and I was able to forget what I'd seen 2 nights before. That is, until Detective Turner stopped by. I was busy, so he didn't approach me, but I noticed him talking to another employee, and a few moments later, Stephen came out and talked to him. After they spoke, Stephen motioned for me to join him and Turner. Can you take over for me? I asked one of the other workers after I'd finished with a customer I'd been helping. Then, with a sense of trepidation, I approached Stephen and Turner. Hello, Courtney, Turner said, his face open and friendly. Hi. I'd like to chat with you for a minute. Have you arrested the murderer? Have you arrested Dylan, was what I was really thinking. I'd seen him just the night before, so I knew he'd been free as of then. No, Turner said with a frown. We're still trying to determine who committed the crime. Guilt swept over me. I knew, and I hadn't told him. Did that make me an accessory? Fresh fear surged through me, and I was tempted to blurt out the truth. But then I pictured Dylan's face, his stare when he'd stood on my front porch only the night before. What would he do to me if I told? Turner glanced at Stephen.
Your manager said he's fine with me taking a little bit of your time. Why don't we sit in one of the booths?" My heart pounded as my mind raced with a reason he wanted to talk to me. Did he know I lied? Was he going to arrest me? What should I do? Should I have a lawyer? My mind in turmoil, I followed him to an empty booth away from the other diners and sat on the vinyl bench across from him. He rested his forearms on the fake wood tabletop. "How have you been, Courtney?" "I've been terrified that Dylan will come after me," I thought, "and I can't stop thinking about what I saw." Instead, I said, "Fine." "Good, good." He pulled out his notebook and set it on the table. "I want to review what you saw the other night and see if you remember anything new. Is that okay?" "No," I thought. "I don't want to talk to you about this." I forced my expression to remain calm. "Yeah, sure." A warm smile curved his mouth. "Wonderful." He picked up his notepad and flipped back a few pages to what I assumed were the notes he'd made during our conversation 2 nights earlier. "Tell me again what you saw." Panic pulsed through me. I couldn't remember exactly what I told him before. What if I said something wrong? He would know I was lying. Take your time, Courtney. Now that you've had a couple of days to reflect on what you saw, I want you to take me through what happened.
Okay. Frantically trying to recall what I told him before, I began speaking, walking him through everything that had happened up until I'd seen the knife flash in the dark. This was where things got a little sticky, and I had to be very careful that I didn't contradict myself. "The 2 men were on the ground fighting," I said, trying to keep my gaze steady on Turner.
"Which man was on top? Was it the man who you later saw stab Jeremy Owens?"
Jeremy Owens? Hearing the name of the man who'd been killed made it seem so much more tragic. He was a person with a name, a family. People were probably sad he had died, and Dylan had done it. My throat clogged with fear, sadness, and worry, but I managed to ask, "Jeremy Owens? That's the man who died?"
"Yes."
"How old was he?"
Detective Turner's lips pursed. "He was 22.
"Oh." My mouth had gone dry, and I desperately wanted something to drink. "I'm going to grab a soda," I said, as I nearly jumped to my feet. "Would you like anything?"
"No, I'm good."
I nodded, then went behind the counter and took my time putting just the right amount of ice in a cup before filling it with my favorite soda. When I got back to the booth where Detective Turner was waiting, I'd gotten my nerves under control.
"Let's take a walk," he said when I stopped beside the table.
"A walk?"
My nerves jangled in response. So much for trying to postpone this little chat.
He tucked his notepad into his pocket and stood, then smiled at me.
"Yes. I think revisiting the crime scene might help you remember more clearly." His forehead wrinkled. "Is that okay, Courtney? Are you up for that?"
I had zero desire to visit the crime scene, but I also didn't want to do anything to make him think I was holding back any information. "I guess."
"Good."
We walked out the back of Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes, past the dumpster where I'd first heard Jeremy Owens cry for help, and toward the place where Dylan had stabbed Jeremy. Rounding the corner of the building where I'd come upon the fighting, I slowed my pace, not eager to see the bloodstain on the pavement.
"When you got here," Turner began, as he stopped and looked at me, "what did you see? What did you hear?"
I glanced at him before looking toward the spot where the body had been. Evidently someone had cleaned the area, because in the dusky evening light, all I saw was a faint brown spot where the pool of blood had been. Relieved that I didn't have to see the vivid reminder of the murder, I stared at the place where I'd seen Dylan plunge the knife into his victim.
"What did you see, Courtney?" Turner asked again.
"I saw the 2 men fighting."
"And was Jeremy on the top or on the bottom?"
He was on the bottom."
"Okay, then what happened? When did you see the knife?"
I thought back to what I'd seen. I was standing there, trying to see what was happening, when I saw something shiny in his hand." My gaze flicked to Turner before returning to the pavement. "Then he stabbed him."
"What happened after that?"
I cried out, I thought. He recognized me, and he warned me not to tell anyone it was him. Instead, I said, "The man with the knife ran away." I pointed down the alley. "He went that way."
"Okay, good." He jotted something in his notepad, then said, "Now, Courtney, this is important." I stared at him, waiting to hear what he wanted to know, dreading it. His voice softened. "Picture the man with a knife and tell me whatever you see, anything." An image of Dylan filled my mind, and I looked down. It was so dark, I couldn't really see what he looked like. Shame lanced through me at the lie. "I know it was dark, but go back to that night and think about it. How tall was he? Did he have long or short hair? What was his race? Was he wearing a jacket?" He sighed. "We need to narrow down our list of suspects, Courtney, and you're the only witness." It was all on me, and I was failing big time. "I guess he was kind of tall, like around 6 feet. Turner smiled. "Good." His hair was short. What are you doing, Courtney? I thought. You can't tell him it was Dylan. But I had to tell him something, so I kept it vague but true. "I think he was white." "Okay, good. Any tattoos you could see?" I shook my head. That was way too specific. Besides, I only knew Dylan had tattoos because I'd seen them in broad daylight. I hadn't seen them that night. "It was too dark to tell," I said. My stomach roiled at the deception. "Was he wearing a jacket?" "I didn't notice. Something true. I was too shocked by what I saw." "That's understandable." He stared at me. "Anything else? Anything at all?" I didn't want to say anything else. I just wanted to get back to work. But I paused a moment as if I was thinking it over. "No," I said as I shook my head. "I can't think of anything else." He smiled. "You did well, Courtney. Thank you." Chapter 10. Back at the register, I tried not to think about my conversation with Detective Turner and prayed I wouldn't have to be grilled like that again. It had felt like I was the criminal. Then I realized I kind of was, for lying to a police officer. Nausea swelled up my throat, and I swallowed several times to push it down, then forced myself to focus on my job. A few minutes later, a teenage boy came in and walked up to the counter where I was working, and I asked him what he wanted to order. "Double cheeseburger with fries," he said in a low voice. "Would you like a drink with that?" I made my voice bright and cheerful, even though I felt the complete opposite. "No." Then he glanced behind him. No one was there, and leaned toward me. "I understand you saw something unpleasant the other night." How did he know that? A sense of unease swirled inside me, and I glanced around to see if Turner had come back, but he hadn't. "The cop left," the boy said, which brought my unease to a blaring alarm. Shocked that he knew that's who I was looking for, I asked, "What?" A sinister smile turned up the corners of his mouth. "I saw you talking to the cop." He gestured with his head toward the door. "Out there, where it happened." He stared at me. "What'd you tell him?" "Who are you?" I thought. "Did Dylan send you?" Panic tickled the back of my neck, making the tiny hairs stand up. "I didn't tell him anything," I whispered. His smile grew. "Good. Keep it that way." My mouth was bone dry and my hand shook, but I managed to press the button on the register for the total and told him what he owed. He laughed. "I changed my mind. I don't want your crappy food." Then he turned and sauntered out. My heart beat unsteady. I stared after him as tears pushed into my eyes. Not telling Detective Turner what I knew had been the right decision. "Courtney?" I jumped at the sound of my name and turned to see Stephen standing there. "Yeah?" He looked in the direction the boy had gone, then turned to me. "I heard him say he didn't want his order. What happened?" "Oh, he didn't have enough money." Stephen nodded. "Okay." Lie on top of lie on top of lie. At the end of my shift, I grabbed my stuff and walked toward my car, on alert for the sound of someone approaching me, my eyes shifting from side to side, but I made it to my car without anyone following me. The moment I was inside, I locked the doors. On the drive home, my mind went back to the boy who'd said he'd seen me talking to Turner. Who else was watching me? Chapter 11. The next day, I went to my classes but found it difficult to focus. My mind kept going in circles, thinking about the murder, Dylan, Turner, the boy who'd come in the night before, thinking about what other nasty surprises might be waiting for me. By the time my classes finished, I was on edge and ready to run screaming from the building at the slightest provocation. All I wanted was to go home, lock myself in my room, stuff my earbuds into my ears, and crank up my favorite songs. With that in mind, I hurried out of the building and toward the parking lot, but as I approached my car, I saw a man leaning against a nearby car. The man's back was to me, so I couldn't tell who it was, and even though the sight of him filled me with apprehension, I convinced myself that I was being paranoid and continued on. The moment I reached my car, he turned. It was Dylan. The blood drained from my face and my hand shot to my door handle. "Courtney, please," he said as he strode to my side and grabbed my arm. "I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. I just need to talk to you." "I don't want to talk to you," I said, my voice low and firm, my gaze glued to the door handle. His grip only tightened. "You have to, for your own safety." I lifted my head and stared at him. "You just said you're not going to hurt me." Sadness filled his eyes. "It's not me you need to be scared of." The image of the boy who'd come into my work the night before filled my mind, and I knew he was telling the truth. It wasn't just Dylan I had to be afraid of. My shoulders sagged, and my hand fell away from the door handle. Dylan released my arm and frowned. "Thank you for not giving me up to the cops." Fury spiked in my brain, and I wanted to scream in frustration, but I kept myself under control. "I didn't do it for you, Dylan." "It doesn't matter why you did it," he said, his voice calm. "It just matters that you kept the information to yourself." "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Why did you kill Jeremy Owens?" His eyes widened. "How do you know his name?" "Detective Turner told me." He shook his head. "Look, I can't get into everything right now, but I don't want you to get hurt." He chewed on his lip. "Or your mother." "My mother?" Tears sprang into my eyes. The thought of something happening to my mom, all because of me, terrified and sickened me. Why would something happen to my mom? "Courtney," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I don't want anything to happen to anyone, okay? But it's not up to me." "Not up to you?" I glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then spoke in a whisper. "You're the one who stabbed him to death. I didn't see anyone else, just you." "Courtney," I reminded myself, "you're talking to a cold-blooded killer." "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Don't make him mad, Court. Make him believe you understand him, that you don't blame him." "I'm sure you had a good reason," I said. He frowned. "It's complicated, okay? All I can tell you is that people, dangerous people, know that you know." He sighed and leaned closer to me. "I did have my reasons, but I can't explain them to you. The less you know, the better. Just—" He looked away, and when he faced me again, his eyes had hardened. "Don't tell anyone anything." He stared at me. "I need to hear you say it. I need to hear you promise." I thought about the lies I told Detective Turner and how sick that had made me feel, but the idea that someone would hurt me, would hurt my mom, was much, much worse. "I promise." "What? What do you promise? I need to hear the words, Courtney." "I promise not to tell anyone that you killed Jeremy Owens," I said. His jaw tightened, then he said, "Swear it on your mother's life." My mother's life? I thought. "Why?" I asked. His jaw set. "Because I have to know you mean it." The face of my mom, who I'd always been close to but had never appreciated like I did at that moment, flashed into my mind. I didn't want to make her part of this. She hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't done anything wrong. Not really. All I'd done was be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Why should that put my life and the life of my mom at risk? My voice shook as I spoke. "I do mean it." "Then you shouldn't have a problem swearing it on your mother's life." Though pleading shone from my eyes, my voice was strong. "My mom has nothing to do with this." "And I'd like to keep it that way." My eyes narrowed. "Then leave her out of it." Dylan sighed audibly. "Courtney, whether you swear it on your mother's life or not, if you tell anyone what you saw, you and your mother will suffer."
An icy chill shot up my spine straight into my skull, and an ache blossomed to life inside my head. "Just leave me alone, okay?" I grabbed the door handle and pulled. Dylan put his hand over mine, stopping me.
"I know where you live. They know where you live. Never forget that."
Though his words sent a piercing bolt of terror straight to my heart, I stared at him until he moved his hand from mine, and then I climbed into my car. By the time I put on my seatbelt and started the engine, Dylan was gone. Chapter 12. When I got home, I'd completely forgotten about my desire to disappear into my room and listen to my music. The only thing going through my head was the conversation I'd had with Dylan. Who was he involved with? Who was the boy who'd come into the restaurant the night before? Would they really hurt me or my mom? The last question had an obvious answer. Yes, they would hurt us. Dylan had already killed one person. What was one more, or two? With a shudder, I pulled out my textbooks and tried to focus on my assignments, and when Mom got home from work all in one piece, I breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you hungry, Courtney? I can make a chicken salad for us." Ever since I'd witnessed the murder, my appetite had been non-existent. "Sorry, Mom. I should have made something before you got home." "It's fine. You're doing homework." My phone chimed a message. Worried it would be Dylan, I glanced at my phone, but when I saw it was from Shelby, my shoulders sagged in relief. From Shelby. "So excited for this weekend." I remembered the double date we'd planned and wondered if I could get out of it. From Courtney. "I may not be able to go after all." From Shelby. "What? Why not? Don't flake on me now. Do I need to drag you out with us? You can't be a hermit your whole life." Right now, that's exactly what I wanted to be. I didn't want to go anywhere or see anyone. Lately, it seemed I kept running into people tied to the murder, and I wanted that to stop. The only way I knew how to make that happen was to never go anywhere again. A soft sigh escaped my lips. I knew that hiding in my house wasn't realistic. What would Mom say? How could I explain it? No, I would have to force myself to go about my life as if everything was normal. From Courtney. "Fine, I'll go." From Shelby. "Yay!" When Friday night rolled around, I went to Shelby's apartment before our double date so we could get ready together. I had to admit, it was nice to not be at home for a change. Besides school and work, where I'd been scared every time someone had approached the counter, I'd been at home. "That blouse looks cute on you," Shelby said with a smile. I looked at the turquoise blouse, paired with my favorite jeans, then smiled in return. With all the turmoil in my life, I'd forgotten what it felt like to be a regular college student going out on a date. It felt good to not think about Dylan and the murder and to just be. When the guys arrived, I smiled at Tyler. With my focus so much on Dylan, I'd forgotten how good-looking Tyler was. "Hey," he said as he met my gaze. "You look nice." "Thanks." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Shelby watching us. Ignoring her obvious interest, I focused on Tyler. "Shelby and I thought it would be fun to go miniature golfing. What do you think?"
"Yeah, that sounds like fun."
"It could be chilly," I said, "so you might want to bring a jacket." Then I felt blood rush to my face. I sounded just like my mother. He laughed.
"Don't worry, I brought a hoodie."
"You guys ready?" Shelby asked. Glad to take the attention off of myself, I turned to her. "Yeah." On the drive to the miniature golf place, I sat in the back seat with Tyler and tried to get the conversation started. "How's your semester going?"
"Good. Just another 4 weeks until finals, so that's awesome."
"I know. I can't believe how fast school's going."
"A year from now I'll be graduating," he said with obvious happiness. "How much longer do you have?"
"This is my first year, so 3 more years." For the most part, I was enjoying school, but I wished I was as far into it as he was. "It'll go by fast," he said, as if reading my mind. A short time later, Jack pulled into a parking space and the 4 of us got out. "I have to warn you," I said to Tyler. "I'm not that great at miniature golfing." The words reminded me of what I told Dylan when we'd gone bowling just over a week earlier. Had it only been a week since I'd witnessed the murder? Technically, it would be a week the next day, Saturday, but regardless, it seemed like a lifetime had passed since I'd seen Dylan stab Jeremy Owens to death.
That's okay, Tyler said. It'll still be fun. Trying to shove aside the image of Dylan thrusting the knife into Jeremy Owen's chest, I turned my attention back to Tyler. We should do teams, Shelby said with a glance in my direction. Me and Jack against Tyler and Courtney. That's not fair to Tyler, I said with a laugh. It's fine, he said. It's just for fun. So everyone's okay with it? Shelby asked. I shrugged. If Tyler was okay with losing, then I was too. Things started off fine, and to my surprise, I was doing better than Shelby. When we'd completed 4 of the 18 holes, our score was several points better than Jack and Shelby's. On hole number 5, which required hitting the ball over a bridge, Shelby hit her ball right into the water. You kind of suck at this, Jack muttered to Shelby. I was close enough to hear, and I saw Shelby bristle at his words. So sorry to mess up your score, she said to Jack. I didn't know it was so important for you to win. He laughed. I like to win at everything I do. Shelby shook her head, then reached into the water and pulled out her ball. The 4 of us continued playing, and I could tell Jack was getting more and more irritated that they were losing, and losing badly. You'd better up your game, bro, Tyler said with a laugh as he hit a hole-in-one. I had to admit, it felt good to be on the winning team, and I appreciated Tyler's skill all the more. Maybe we picked our teams wrong, Jack said loud enough for all of us to hear. My gaze slid to Shelby, and I saw her chin quiver just a bit. Hold it together, girl, I thought. He's just being a jerk. In case you hadn't noticed, Tyler said to Jack, you're not doing all that great yourself. A small smile of satisfaction curved Shelby's mouth at that, but Jack glowered. Shut up, he said. Then he proceeded to overshoot his target, and it took 4 strokes before his ball went into the hole. Tyler softly chuckled, and I held back a smile of my own. When we finally got to the end, Tyler and I were clear winners, and Jack and Shelby were hardly speaking to each other. Well, it was mostly Jack who was angry. Let's go into the arcade, Tyler suggested. Then he patted Jack on the shoulder. At least you're pretty good at that. Yeah, okay, Jack said. Shelby and I hung back as the guys turned in our equipment. I gave her a sympathetic smile. Everything okay? She frowned. You mean besides Jack being such a jerk? I laughed. Yeah, besides that. Yeah, it's fine. He gets like that sometimes, but he'll get over it. You girls ready? Tyler asked, but his gaze was on me. Pleased by his attention, I smiled. Yeah. He opened his palm to show us the handful of tokens he held. We bought some tokens, so let's get started. At first, we all played on machines near each other, but eventually we broke into 2 groups, with Tyler and me going off by ourselves. Do you like skee-ball? Tyler asked as we walked toward the row of machines where you rolled a small wooden ball up a ramp and tried to get it into one of the concentric circles. I've never played before. He laughed. Well, it's kind of like bowling, but a lot easier. My last bowling attempt hadn't gone well, but I was willing to try. Sure, why not? He dropped the required number of tokens into the slot, and several wooden balls rolled down the chute. You go first. Okay. I picked up a ball and rolled it up the ramp. The machine dinged, and I turned to Tyler with a smile. Look at that, I got points. You always get points, he said, but you want to aim for the smallest hole at the top. That's worth the most points. I see. I tried again and did a little better. My smile grew. This is pretty fun. He laughed. I know. It's one of my favorites. When I finished, it was Tyler's turn. Like with miniature golf, he was really good at skee-ball, and his points added up quickly. Paper tickets slid out of a slot, growing with every roll of the ball. He put more tokens in the slot, and we kept playing. When it was his turn again, I had a funny feeling that someone was watching me. I surveyed the area, and at first I didn't see anyone looking my way. Then I saw him, the same boy who had come into my work and told me that he'd seen me talking to Detective Turner. He was staring right at me. A chill wrapped around me, and I had the urge to flee. Your turn, Tyler said to me. I spun in his direction, and I was sure my face showed my alarm. You okay, Courtney? Tyler looked strong, but I didn't have confidence that he, or anyone else, could protect me against Dylan and whoever he was involved with. Though I wanted to leave, I battled with myself against allowing that boy to intimidate me. It was hard. I so wanted to run home and hide in my room, but a sense of determination to live my life washed over me. "Yeah," I said to Tyler, "I'm fine." Then I picked up a wooden ball and began my turn. Chapter 13. The boy never approached me, and Tyler and I had fun playing at the arcade until the four of us were ready to leave. When we got back to Shelby's apartment where I'd parked my car, we all went inside. Her roommates were still out, so we had the place to ourselves. "That was really fun," I said to the three of them. "Yeah," Shelby said. "We should do it again." Jack smirked. "Maybe not the golf part, though." We all laughed. Then Shelby suggested we watch a movie. While Jack and Shelby sat on the love seat, Tyler and I sat on the couch. He sat right beside me, and when he slid his fingers through mine, excitement raced through me. I was really starting to like him, and I was glad he seemed to feel the same. He held my hand during the entire movie, a movie which I hardly paid attention to. Between Tyler's closeness and my worries over Dylan and all that entailed, I had a hard time focusing on the movie, although I did notice that Jack and Shelby didn't seem as lovey-dovey as usual. When the movie was over, I decided to head home. "I'll walk you to your car," Tyler offered. With my hand still in his, we walked out the door. When we reached my car, we stopped beside it and faced each other. His brown eyes drew me in, and I wanted him to kiss me. "I'm glad you decided to go out with me again," he said as he studied my face. "I am too. I had a really good time." With a slow nod, he said, "Would you like to go out again?" Happiness bubbled up inside me. "Yes." He smiled. "Good. What about going dancing tomorrow night?" My shoulders slumped. "I have to work tomorrow until 8. He chuckled. "That's okay. We can go after that." I hoped my mom wouldn't object to me beginning a date so late, but then I remembered that I was an adult now and I could do what I wanted. Well, maybe. I still lived at home after all. "Okay," I said. "I think that will work." His smile grew. "Good. What time will you be ready?" I would want to shower after work. Smelling like greasy burgers wouldn't be cool. "By 9, I think." "All right. I'll pick you up at 9 then." Excited for our date, I beamed. Then he brushed his fingers against my jawbone, slowly curved his hand behind my neck, and leaned toward me. My excitement turned to anticipation, and my eyes slid closed. A moment later, his lips pressed against mine, and my arms went around his neck. The warmth of his mouth against mine filled me with longing, and I was grateful Shelby had insisted that I go out tonight. When he drew away, he smiled at me. "I'll see you tomorrow, Courtney." I nodded, then unlocked my car and climbed in. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw Tyler standing there, watching me drive away. When I got home, I found Mom reading in bed. "How was your date?" I sat on the edge of her bed and told her all about it, leaving out the part where I saw the boy staring at me, although I couldn't get him out of my mind. "Sounds as if you like Tyler," she said. I smiled broadly. "Yes." "I'll be working tomorrow night," she said, "but I hope you don't stay out too late." "I won't," I said. The next morning, after tossing and turning all night with thoughts of the murder, I decided to see what I could find out about Jeremy Owens. Maybe if I discovered more about him, I would be able to figure out why Dylan had done it. Not that knowing the reason would make it okay, but I hoped it would take away some of the guilt I constantly felt for not telling Detective Turner the truth. Maybe Jeremy had deserved it. While still in my jammies, I grabbed my laptop and climbed back under the covers, then did a search on Jeremy Owens. There were a lot of results, but none of them seemed to be my Jeremy Owens, so I searched again, this time putting the word death as part of my search. That's when I found some interesting results. An article about his murder came up. It said he was a known gang member. Did that mean Dylan and his friends were in a gang too? That idea made this all so much worse. I didn't know much about gangs, but from what I'd heard, they could be brutal. A shiver of dread coursed through me, and I rubbed my hands over my suddenly cold arms. I closed my laptop and stared at the cheerful yellow paint on my bedroom wall, as the warning Dylan had given me rang through my mind. He'd said dangerous people knew I'd seen him murder Jeremy Owens. Those dangerous people most certainly were gang members too. He'd also said they knew where I lived. "I think I'm going to be sick," I murmured as my stomach churned. I ran to the bathroom, but managed to keep the contents of my stomach down.
I sank to the cold tile on the bathroom floor and leaned my head against the bottom edge of the bath towel that hung from a peg. Squeezing my eyes closed, I debated about what to do. More than anything, I wanted to tell Detective Turner the truth and have everything go away. But when I pictured the serious concern in Dylan's eyes when he told me not to tell anyone, my fear of retribution overrode my desire to come clean with Turner. Maybe the police could keep Mom and me safe. I visualized an officer posted outside our house day and night and knew that wasn't realistic. And it wasn't like Dylan was my only threat, although he claimed he wouldn't hurt me. There were his gang buddies too. He'd made it clear they were the ones I had to be worried about, and I didn't even know what they looked like. The only person who had shown himself was the kid I'd seen at work and when I was on my date. Other than that, any random person could be in his gang and coming to hurt Mom or me, and I wouldn't know it until it was too late. A moan crawled up my throat at my helplessness, and I opened my eyes and stared at the oak cabinet across from me. Would Dylan admit he's in a gang if I asked him? Was there any way he could protect me? Would he even want to? I couldn't stay locked in the bathroom for the rest of my life, and as I pulled myself up, I decided I had to do something to protect myself and Mom. I would find Dylan and talk to him. Chapter 14. At first, I thought about texting Dylan, but then I remembered I deleted him from my contacts and I didn't have his number. Besides, I didn't think it was a good idea to have irrefutable proof that I was communicating with a murderer. When Dylan and I had been on our date, he'd mentioned that he worked at the Sudsy car wash. I decided to go there and see if he was working. After I got ready for the day, I told Mom I was going to run some errands, then headed out. Thanks to the LA traffic, the place was 30 minutes away, and as I approached it, I saw they were really busy. A line of cars were waiting to have the workers hand-dry their cars. Hoping I would have a chance to talk to Dylan, I drove in and got in line. I purchased the ticket to wash my car, then pulled behind the row of cars waiting to enter the car wash. I didn't see Dylan and hoped he was among the workers drying the cars. If he was, that would be my best chance to talk to him. Soap suds drizzled onto my windshield as my car moved along the rails, and soon my car was clean but wet. Massive overhead dryers blew most of the water off, but after a few moments the conveyance stopped and I put my car into drive and pulled into the line for the hand drying. I looked at the faces of all the workers, searching for Dylan, and after a moment I saw him. Along with another worker, he was drying the car 2 cars ahead of mine. I watched as he and the other worker opened each of the car doors and wiped off the edge of the windows, as well as the bottom portion of the doors. They moved rapidly and with confidence, and as I followed the movements of Dylan's hands, the image of those same hands helping me bowl filled my mind. But then the memory of those hands beating a man and then stabbing him overtook any good memories. Desperate to erase that picture from my mind, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I saw a girl approaching my car with a towel in each hand. She began wiping off the excess water. My attention went to Dylan, who seemed to be finishing the car he was drying. As I watched, he opened the driver's door to tell the driver he had finished, and a moment later he began walking in my direction. My heart pounded and my mind raced. What would I say to him? What would he do when he saw me? It didn't take long for him to notice me behind the wheel, and when our eyes met, his widened briefly, but he didn't even pause in his work. The girl who was drying my car opened the driver's side door. "Hi," she said, her voice cheerful. "How are you?" "I'm good." I barely glanced at her as I kept my focus on Dylan. The girl finished wiping my door, then closed it, and a moment later Dylan opened the passenger door. This was it. "What are you doing here, Courtney?" He squatted beside the passenger door as he wiped water off the bottom of it. Knowing the time he could chat with me would be brief, I hurried to tell him what I wanted. "I need to talk to you." "I'm busy right now." He kept his hands moving as he spoke, even though he'd finished what he needed to do. "I know, but I have to talk to you." "I don't think that's a good idea, Courtney." "I'm off tomorrow. Can we talk then?" He shut the door without responding, and I watched him walk away. Frustrated at his lack of response, Didn't he know I could immediately end his future by telling Detective Turner what I knew? I drove home. "That didn't take long," Mom said when I walked in the door. She was tidying up the kitchen. I walked toward her, smiling half-heartedly. "Thank goodness, I hate running errands." She wiped her hands on a towel, then turned to me. "What time do you have to go to work?" 3:00. "Perfect." She seemed to be in a really good mood, which brightened my mood. "Why?" "Let's go to a movie," she said. "My treat." I hadn't been to a movie with my mom in a while, but I decided I could use the distraction. "Sure, why not?" "Good," she said. "Find out what's playing." My work shift was uneventful, and when Tyler picked me up for our date that night, I'd managed to push aside most of my worries. "You look nice," he said when I opened the door. I was wearing a shimmery dark blue dress that stopped several inches above my knees, a dress that gave me confidence. "Thanks." Mom walked into the entryway, and I introduced her to Tyler. After a bit of small talk, Tyler and I walked to his car, where he opened the passenger door for me. I got in, then watched him walk around the front of the car to his side. I was really glad Shelby had set me up with him. "Ready to go?" he asked as he got in and started the engine. "Yes." I was more than ready to go out and forget about the awfulness that had permeated my life lately. It seemed unlikely that any of Dylan's gang buddies would be at the dance club. At least I hoped they wouldn't be. Chapter 15. Tyler pulled me into his arms and we swayed to the music. I enjoyed the feel of his strong arms around me, and when the song ended and a fast song began, I hoped another slow song would start soon. Like with miniature golfing and skee-ball, he was good at dancing, which reminded me of Shelby and Jack, and how the night before they'd seemed to be less into each other than usual. I'd been busy all day and hadn't had a chance to talk to Shelby, but decided I would make sure and talk to her the next day. "Are you thirsty?" Tyler asked, after we'd been dancing a while. I smiled. "Yes, I could use something to drink." We walked to a table, and a few minutes later he came back with sodas for both of us. The loud beat made it difficult to have a conversation, and after we finished our drinks, we headed back to the dance floor. As midnight approached, I decided I should head home. I promised Mom I wouldn't stay out too late, and I wanted to keep my promise. When we got to my house, he walked me to the door, where we stood on the porch and faced each other. I'd enjoyed the kiss he'd given me the night before, and I hoped he was planning on kissing me again. "Thank you for going dancing with me," he said as he met my gaze. "I really enjoyed it." "You're welcome." A shy smile curved my mouth. "I had fun too." He reached toward my arms, and I smiled at him to let him know I wanted him to touch me. He ran his hands over my upper arms. Then, as I took a tentative step in his direction, his hand slid to my waist. We gazed at each other, then his mouth lowered toward mine. When our lips touched, my arms went around his neck, and I didn't want to let him go, but after too short a time, he pulled away and smiled at me. "I'd like to go out with you again," he said. "Is it okay if I text you to set something up?" Thrilled that he liked me as much as I liked him, I nodded. "Good." He pressed a quick kiss to my lips, smiled, then turned and walked back to his car. Nervous about staying on the porch alone, I let myself into the house before he drove away, then locked the door behind me. I headed upstairs to get ready for bed, my mind on Tyler, but when I reached my bedroom, I had a funny feeling, like something smelled different, like someone had been there. Forgetting about Tyler, my gaze ricocheted around the room as I searched for some clue as to what I sensed. Then I saw it, a slip of paper on my dresser that hadn't been there before. I rushed over to my dresser and stared at the small piece of paper as I skimmed the words. 4:00 Sunday, Elmwood Park, at the gazebo. Someone had been in my room. Heart racing, mind whirling, I spun around, ready to defend myself against the intruder. But no one was there. I thought about Dylan's refusal to talk to me and thought, I guess he had a change of heart. But then a new thought took hold. What if the note's not from Dylan? What if it's from someone else in his gang? What if it's a trap? But I had to go. I had to talk to Dylan. How else to put this nightmare behind me? I would be smart about it. I would go early and see if Dylan showed up. If he didn't, I would leave. Chapter 16. Worried about the next day's meeting, I didn't sleep well and rose early. "Are you okay, Courtney?" Mom asked when I walked into the kitchen where she was reading the paper. "You look tired." If you only knew, I thought. Then I wondered if I should tell her the truth. Maybe she would have some advice. Maybe she could solve this problem. I poured myself a glass of orange juice, then sat across from her. "It's that murder," I began. "It's been on my mind." She laid the paper on the table. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry you saw that." Her forehead wrinkled in concern. "Maybe you should talk to someone. You know, a counselor. Talk it through with a professional." I didn't want to talk to anyone about this, not if it would lead to putting Mom and myself into danger. "No," I said as I shook my head. "I don't want to do that." She tilted her head. "You can always talk to me about it. You know that, right?" "Of course." Love for my mom flooded me as I looked at the earnestness in her eyes, and I realized I didn't want to burden her with what I knew. It wasn't her problem. She had enough on her plate without worrying about something happening to me. No, I would handle this myself. Perhaps I could get some resolution when I talked to Dylan that afternoon. She smiled softly. "Do you want to talk about it, hon?" I pushed a smile onto my mouth and shook my head. "No, I just want to forget what I saw, that's all." She stared at me a moment. "Maybe you should change jobs." Her eyebrows pulled together. "Maybe that will help you put what you saw behind you." There was so much more to it than that. No longer working at Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes wouldn't end the threat I was under, but I couldn't tell Mom that. "Yeah," I said, "that's a good idea." Besides, I needed a better paying job so I could support myself if Mom moved to Colorado and I was on my own. Wanting to change the subject, I asked, "Any news on that job you interviewed for?" She smiled. "Actually, it looks like it's going to happen." "That's great." "I know," she said. "I'm really excited about the possibilities." A small frown turned down her mouth. "I'm concerned about you, though, Courtney, especially after what happened, you know, behind your work." As much as I wished things could go back to how they had been before the murder, I wasn't about to let my problems hold Mom back from living her life. Besides, if she was in another state, that would get her away from Dylan and his gang. "I'm sure it will be fine," I said. I forced a note of confidence in my voice, belying the way I really felt. Nothing was fine anymore. "Do you have any idea when you'd be moving?" I asked. I must have sounded a little too eager because she laughed and said, "I didn't know you were so ready to be on your own, but that's probably a good thing." She bit her lip. "If they decide to hire me, I get the idea they'll want me to start right away." Mixed feelings swirled through me. I was glad she would be far away from danger, but I also knew I would miss her. It had been the two of us against the world for so long, it would be strange to not have her at my side. "How exciting!" I said. Her news also meant I needed to get serious about where I would live and how I would afford it. But with my meeting that afternoon on my mind, I couldn't think that far into the future just yet. She smiled. "A new adventure, right?" I nodded, then stood and went to the pantry where I selected a box of cereal and poured it into a bowl. "What do you have planned today, honey?" Mom asked. I glanced at her over my shoulder. "I have a paper I need to work on, and then I might get together with Shelby." I hadn't actually arranged anything with Shelby, but I needed to keep myself busy until it was time to meet with Dylan. Chapter 17. "So," I asked Shelby as I sat on her bed early that afternoon, "what's going on with you and Jack?" I'd worked on my paper all morning, then called Shelby to get together at her apartment for a girls' chat. "I don't know," she said. "He's been kind of a jerk lately." She curled her feet beneath her. "I might be over him." Then she frowned. "I think he might be cheating on me." Up until this point, she'd ignored rumors that Jack wasn't faithful to her, but I was glad she was beginning to see the light. "What are you going to do?" Her lips pursed. "I might break up with him." This would be a momentous decision, and I didn't want to say anything to sway her one way or the other. Instead, I nodded. Then she looked at me like I had all the answers. "What do you think I should do?" I was in no position to give pointers on her love life or anyone else's for that matter. "I don't know, Shelby." "Come on, Court, I need some advice here." I said the only thing that came to mind. "What does your gut tell you to do?" Her gaze floated upward as she pressed a finger against her chin. I don't know yet." Then she looked at me with a smirk. I guess I'll have to ask it. I laughed. Well, when it tells you, let me know. I will. She swung her legs out from underneath her, stretching them across the comforter. What about you and Tyler? What's going on there? I told her about our date the night before, ending with, I'm really starting to like him. Awesome, she said, although her tone didn't seem to agree. What? Now you and Tyler will be together and Jack and I will be done. Tyler and I had only gone on a couple of dates. It was a little early to say we were going to be together. So, I said, your gut's saying to dump Jack? Her voice came out in a monotone. Maybe it is. If he's not making you happy... I let the sentence trail off, then wondered why I was giving advice. She sat up straighter. I don't want to think about Jack right now. I'd rather do something fun. Do you want to do something? If I wanted to get to Elmwood Park before Dylan did, I would have to head over there soon. I can't. Why not? A smile curved her mouth. Are you and Tyler going out? I wasn't great at lying, especially to her. No. You said you finished your homework, so what is it? With no ready excuse to give her, I was stumped. Then a new idea came to me. Maybe I should have her come with me. She could stay in the car while I spoke to Dylan. If she was right there, he wouldn't dare do anything to hurt me, would he? But did I want to risk Shelby's safety? Would having her there be risking her safety? I didn't know. Her eyes narrowed like she knew I was hiding something, which I was. What's up, Court? Come on, tell me. The weight of my troubles made my shoulders sag. I had to tell someone. It was too much to carry alone. I knew that now, and I didn't want to tell Mom. Not when she was one of the people Dylan had threatened. No, it would be better to tell a third party, a neutral party, Shelby. You have to swear not to tell anyone, Shell. Intensity radiated off of me like a poisonous gas. Shelby's face went serious and her voice softened. Okay. Was I making a mistake by telling her? Even if I didn't tell her everything? I hesitated. I have to meet with someone this afternoon, and no one can know. Who? She asked. Who are you meeting with? I chewed on my lower lip. I don't know if I should say. I'm coming with you, of course. She said it in a tone that made it clear she wouldn't listen to any arguments. It could be dangerous, I said. Her forehead wrinkled like she thought I was being dramatic, but I knew how truly dangerous Dylan was, he and his friends. I'm still going, she said. Somehow, her insistence that she go took away the guilt I felt at potentially involving her. She stared at me. Is that it? Is that the big reveal? Nowhere near, I thought. Then I said, There's more. What? It's about the murder. She nodded. We both knew what murder I was talking about. What about it? I know who did it. Her eyes rounded and her mouth fell open. What? Who? I can't say. She digested this. But you told the police, right? My head slowly pivoted from side to side. I can't, Shell. Why the heck not? He threatened me and my mom. She gasped and leapt from the bed, facing me as I sat on the edge of the comforter. You talked to him? To the murderer? Who is it anyway, Courtney? What did he say exactly? When did you talk to him? Where? What did your mom say about it? It felt so good to share my dilemma with someone else, but her questions were coming so fast and furious that I didn't know where to begin. Slow down, okay? Just slow down. She released a loud sigh, ran her fingers through her hair, then dropped her arms to her side. Okay. Thank you, Shelby. Thank you, she echoed in a soft voice that held a hint of hysterical laughter. Don't get all polite now, Court. Tell me exactly what happened. I told you before what I saw, but what I left out was that I saw the killer's face. I know him, Shelby. I know the killer. She didn't say a word, but her expression said it all. This is insane. I nodded because I completely agreed. But the worst part is, I said, he saw me too. She narrowed her eyes. You mean he knows you saw him do it? I closed my eyes as I nodded. Then I met her gaze. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. And he warned me not to tell anyone it was him. Her face took on a somber cast. Who is it, Court? Can you tell me? That was the one crucial piece of information I was not ready to share. The stakes were too high. No, I can't. She nodded like she understood. You said he talked to you. What did he say? I repeated the conversation I'd had with Dylan in the school parking lot. She looked incredulous. He wanted you to swear on your mother's life? Yes. This guy sounds scary. Her eyebrows pulled together. Do I know him? I sighed. I can't say one way or the other. Now stop asking. Okay. She sat on her bed, propping herself against the pillows. Tell me this. How will he know if you tell the police? I mean, what if you tell them and they arrest him? Won't you be safe then? Shelby, didn't you hear what I just told you? It's not just him. I think he must be part of a gang. If something happens to him, the rest of them will come after me and my mom. I can't take that chance. Don't you see? She was quiet for several beats. Who are you meeting with this afternoon? I don't want to say. She gave me a look of exasperation. Since I'm going with you, don't you think I might see who it is? That was true, but I didn't have to tell her why I was meeting with Dylan, and I definitely wouldn't tell her that he was the murderer. Yes, I said, you might see who it is, but then again you might not. Why are you meeting with this person? She asked. Does this person know who the killer is too? This was getting way too complicated. Maybe you shouldn't come, Shelby. Oh no, I'm coming. Her insistence was reassuring, but I still had misgivings. If you come, you have to stay in the car the whole time, okay? Okay. Her eyes narrowed like she was just saying that because I expected her to. I mean it, Shell, the whole time. I don't want him to think you know anything. She barked a laugh. I don't know anything. You've hardly told me anything. You know enough. Believe me, you don't want to know any more. She stared at me like she was trying to decide if that was true. Any other conditions? She finally asked. Just don't ask any more questions, okay? Okay, fine. Chapter 18. At 3:30 that afternoon, Shelby and I drove to the park. Where are we going? She asked, clearly not able to resist asking questions. Elmwood Park, I said. That's where you're meeting this person? I glanced at her but didn't reply. She threw her hands up. Okay, I'll stop asking questions. I would believe that when I saw it. Once we arrived, I drove around the perimeter of the park, on the lookout for the gazebo where I was supposed to meet the person who had left the message in my bedroom. The person I assumed was Dylan. Remembering the feeling I'd had when I'd found the note and known someone had been in my room, a small shiver cascaded through me. The gazebo came into sight. No one was sitting inside it. Is that Dylan? Shelby asked, her hand outstretched, pointing to two people throwing a frisbee. The pair were about 100 yards away. I squinted in their direction as I slowed. Yes, I said, and I think that's his younger brother. I wonder what he's doing here. Then she looked at me with wide eyes. Is that who you're meeting? I pulled into a parking space. There were only a couple of other cars there, and shut off the engine. I think so. The gazebo lay between Dylan and me, about 50 yards away. You think so? Shelby turned in her seat to stare at me. Courtney, don't you know who you're meeting with? I really didn't want to get into the fact that I'd found a slip of paper in the sanctity of my bedroom, and that I didn't know who had left it there, so I ignored her question and stared at Dylan and his little brother. Dylan had told me his brother was 11, and as I watched the two of them play, I had an odd sense of disconnect between what I was seeing now and what I had seen in the alley behind my work. Dylan threw the frisbee to his brother, who totally missed it, and Dylan ran to him, then tackled him. Then they both stood up, laughing. Dylan patted his brother on the back and motioned for him to pick up the frisbee. This sweet big brother was out of sync with the man I'd seen stabbing Jeremy Owens to death. If you're not going to tell me anything, Shelby said, startling me, then why did you bring me? I turned to her and laughed. Bring you? You insisted. True, but still, how can I help you if you won't let me? I rested my hands on the steering wheel and stared at Dylan and his brother, then turned to Shelby. I'll tell you how you can help me. When I meet with him, you stay here and keep an eye on things. If anyone else shows up and looks like they're approaching us, text me. So Dylan's involved? Her eyes grew wide. Is he the killer? Yes, I thought. But I said, "I'm just going to talk to him, okay? He might have some information that will help me." Which was true, just not in the way I made it sound. If Dylan explained what had happened that night, and I agreed that he had a good reason to kill that man, perhaps I could go on keeping a secret without the guilt tearing me apart. Perhaps. "So," Shelby said, "he's not the killer?" My heart pounded at her persistent questions. Lying really made me uncomfortable. "Will you keep an eye on things or not, Shelby?" "Of course I will." "Thank you." As 4 o'clock approached, I saw Dylan check his phone, then hand his brother the frisbee and motion for him to leave. When his brother had crossed the park and was on his way, Dylan began walking toward the gazebo. Oh no, I thought, this is it. Sweat slicked my palms and I wiped my hands on my jeans. "There he is," Shelby said. I didn't move. "Are you going to talk to him or what?" I glanced at her. "Yes, just give me a minute." I took several deep breaths, put my phone on vibrate. Then with a final glance at Shelby, I climbed out of my car. I slipped my phone into my back pocket and walked toward Dylan. I could see him through the slats of the gazebo. His back was to me as he sat on a bench. I looked in all directions, worried about other members of his gang showing up, but the only people I saw were people with small children who paid no attention to me. Tall trees shaded the area, making it a lovely place to rest and visit with friends. Too bad that wasn't why I was there. Apparently, Dylan heard me approaching, because when I reached the gazebo, he stood and turned to me. "Courtney, you came." He wasn't smiling. He didn't seem anything like the carefree man I'd seen playing with his brother only minutes earlier. "Yeah." I stood on the edge of the gazebo where the concrete met the thick green grass. Dylan stood 8 feet away. He motioned for me to enter. "Do you want to sit?" "Sure." I stepped fully into the gazebo, then glanced toward my car, just to reassure myself that Shelby wasn't far. Dylan sat on the bench, and I sat a few feet away. "You came into my bedroom last night," I said. It wasn't a question. "No one answered the door," he said, as if that was a good reason to break into my house. As I tried to form the questions that would get me the answers I was after, I stared at the ground. "Why'd you bring your friend?" He stared pointedly at my car. I'd never seen him look our way, but I wasn't surprised he'd noticed my car with Shelby inside. I regarded him. "I wasn't sure who'd left the note in my room." He nodded. "What'd you want to talk to me about?" This is it, I thought. About, what happened. Chapter 19. "What about it?" Dylan asked. I thought about the information I discovered about the victim, that he was in a gang, and asked, "Are you in a gang, Dylan?" His mouth puckered, like he smelled something sour. "Yeah, why?" The confirmation of my fears turned my heart into a jackhammer, and I looked around, certain his friends were about to jump out and kill me. "No one's here," he said. "It's just us." He stared at me. "Why do you want to know?" Because I needed to know how much danger I was in, I thought. Now I had my answer. A lot. "Would they really hurt me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Or my mom?" He answered without hesitation. "Yes." The certainty in his voice sent a chill streaking up my spine. He stared at me. "You haven't told anyone what you saw, have you?" I thought about Shelby and what I'd revealed to her, only that I knew who the killer was, not who it was. "No." He kept his gaze steady on me. "Good. Keep it that way." "Why though, Dylan? Why did you kill him?" "Like I told you before, it's complicated." The pressure to keep such important information to myself weighed on me, making me bold. "If you want me to keep this a secret, then I need to know why. I need to know it's worth it." His mouth curved into a smile of disbelief. "Keeping yourself and your mother safe isn't reason enough?" Well, yeah, I thought. "Please, tell me." He held my gaze, sighed, looked away, then faced to me again. "Jeremy Owens was supposed to kill my brother." I pictured his 11-year-old brother throwing the frisbee back and forth, not a care in the world, being gunned down in the street. My heart lurched. "Your little brother?" "He's younger than me, but he's not little." Oh, I thought, the 17-year-old. "Is he in your gang too?"
He studied me, his eyes unreadable. "I've said too much already. You should go." He stood. I had to know more. "Wait!" He stayed standing, his eyes on me. "Why was he supposed to kill your brother? And did that make it all right for Dylan to kill him first?" "I can't tell you that," Dylan said. I tried to fill in the blanks, and I came up with all sorts of nefarious reasons why someone would want to kill a gang member. "Was Jeremy in a rival gang?" I asked. Dylan laughed and shook his head. "What makes you think I'm going to tell you all of this? I don't owe you an explanation." His smile transformed into a glare alarmingly fast. "I don't owe you anything, Courtney." My phone vibrated in my pocket, sending a pulse of fear through me. Was that from Shelby? I glanced around, but didn't see anyone, so I stood and faced Dylan. Words came into my head, but the thought of speaking them sent my pulse soaring into the stratosphere. Dylan's eyes narrowed. "What, Courtney? What are you thinking?" Was I so easy to read? "If you don't want me to, well, to tell the police what I know." My mouth had gone dry. "Yeah?" "Then I think you do owe me something, more information." He laughed loudly. "Wow, you're really something." My phone vibrated again, then once more. It wasn't like the rhythm of the phone ringing, more like multiple texts. My head jerked around, and that's when I saw them. 2 men about Dylan's age, walking our way. I stammered as I turned back to him, "just forget it." "Yo, Dylan," a male voice called out. Dylan spun around, and when he spotted the 2 men, he didn't look pleased to see them. "You should go," he muttered to me. "Now." I never wanted anything more, but when I reached the edge of the gazebo opposite from the 2 men, a 3rd man stepped into my path, stopping me. "Where you going, beautiful?" the man asked. "She was just leaving," Dylan said. "I don't think so," the man said. "I think we need to talk to her. And you." The 2 men who'd been approaching from the other side of the gazebo joined us, and I moved to Dylan's side. Not that I thought he would protect me, but I had no idea who was who, and he obviously did. Regardless, I trusted Dylan more than these men I'd never seen before. "The 2 of you look awfully cozy," one of the men said as he looked between Dylan and me. His head was shaved, and he had several earrings in both ears, and multiple tattoos on his neck, arms, and face. "What do you want?" Dylan asked, his voice distinctly unfriendly. Confused, I looked at their faces. These men didn't seem to like Dylan. Were they in the same gang? "We want to know what you talked about," Baldy said. The other 2 men stood behind him but didn't speak. "Nothing you need to worry about," Dylan said. I noticed that although his tone was less than warm, it wasn't defiant. "How can I be sure of that?" Baldy asked. Then he turned to me. The blood drained from my face. I didn't want his attention on me, at all. "What did he tell you, girl?" Not sure what I was supposed to say, I looked at Dylan. "Look at me," Baldy demanded. My eyes snapped to him as my phone buzzed like crazy in my back pocket. Did Shelby think I could take a call right now? "What did he tell you?" Baldy said, emphasizing each word. Nausea climbed my throat, and I swallowed convulsively to push it back down. Throughout this ordeal, I discovered I wasn't great at thinking on my feet, so I decided to tell the truth. "He said I needed to keep quiet." Baldy nodded. "What else?" "That if I didn't, someone would hurt me or my mom." A wide grin spread across Baldy's face. "That's right. And?" The look of glee on his face at the idea of hurting me sent a blast of pain directly into my skull, and I had trouble thinking clearly as my instincts were screaming at me to run. "That's all," I barely whispered. The distant sound of sirens broke the air, and I wondered if Shelby had called the police. Not sure if that would be a good thing or a bad thing at this point. A sense of comfort swept over me. The cavalry was on its way. "Let's go," Baldy said to his companions. The 3 of them trotted off, leaving Dylan and me alone. "Go," Dylan said, his face grave. Then he turned and ran. I didn't need any further urging, and I bolted for my car. I jumped inside, then turned to Shelby, whose expression was frantic. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded. and with a shaking hand I turned the key in the ignition. Moments later, we were driving away from Elmwood Park. Chapter 20. Neither of us spoke as we drove to Shelby's apartment, and when we pulled into a parking space, it seemed like I had left one world and entered another. At least I hoped the two worlds would remain separate. I turned off the engine, my hand still trembling, and dropped my keys into my purse. "I called the police," Shelby said. "I hope that was okay." I looked at her and nodded. "Yeah, that was the right thing to do." It got Baldy and his friends to leave, I thought. "What did Dylan say? Who were those other guys?" A crease formed between her eyes. "They looked scary." Scary didn't begin to describe the way they'd looked to me. More like determined, tough, no nonsense, and mean. "Yeah." "What happened?" she asked. "Did Dylan tell you what you wanted to know?" All the joking and teasing Shelby had exhibited earlier was absent. After coming face to face with Baldy and his friends, the likelihood of me telling Shelby or anyone, anything, had been markedly reduced. My hands rested on the steering wheel as I stared straight ahead. "We talked." A huff of air burst from her mouth. "I know that. I saw that. That's not what I asked." I turned to her with a scowl. "I can't tell you anything, okay?" My anxiety and fear made my tone sharp. "Okay." She twisted away from me and looked out her window. My voice softened. "When you called the police, did you give them your name?" She turned back to me, and when she answered, she didn't seem angry. "No." "What did you tell them?" "Just that I was at the park and I saw some people that looked like they were causing trouble and harassing some little kids." That seemed harmless enough. "Okay." "Courtney," she said, her eyebrows bunched, "when those men started walking toward you and Dylan, I got really scared." Now that the immediate danger had passed, a sense of giddiness swept over me, and I laughed. "I know. My phone was going crazy, but there wasn't anything I could do." She laughed as well. "I texted you, like, 10 times." I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and as I read her frantic messages, the feeling of terror and helplessness I'd felt at Baldy's arrival came rushing back. I deleted the messages, then smiled at Shelby. "Thanks for coming. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there." "You're welcome, but next time you tell me you might be doing something dangerous, remind me to stay far, far away." I laughed, but inside I worried. Until the police arrested someone for Jeremy Owen's murder, this wouldn't be over. "Do you want to come inside?" Shelby asked. Going home to an empty house, a house where Dylan, as well as Baldy, knew I lived, didn't sound inviting at all. "Sure." Shelby's roommates weren't home, so we sat on the couch in the living room and talked about school. Finals were only a few weeks away, and I was ready for the semester to be over. "Maybe I should leave," I said in a moment of silence. "No," Shelby said. "Let's go get something to eat." I smiled sadly. "No, I mean leave Los Angeles." "What? Why? Where would you go?" I thought about the threat hanging over me and how nice it would be to run away from it. "I don't know where I would go," I said. I thought about the conversation I'd had with Mom that morning. My mom would probably be moving to Colorado. I could go with her, or I could go out on my own. "No, Courtney. Who would I hang out with if you left?" I smiled. "You could come with me." She tilted her head. "Would it be dangerous?" "Less dangerous than here," I said. I'll think about it." I wasn't sure I was actually ready to do something so drastic as to move away, but it was good to know it was an option. My phone chimed a message. I looked at the screen, then smiled at Shelby. "It's Tyler." "And?" I read the message. "He wants to know if I'm busy tonight." "Yes, you are," she said. "You're with me." I laughed. "If that was Jack texting you, you'd be gone in a minute." Then I remembered that she was thinking about breaking up with him. "Oops, sorry, Shell." She frowned. "That's okay. If you had said that a week ago, you would have been right." "I'll tell him no." I began typing a reply. "No," she said. "You should go." As much as I liked Tyler, I didn't want to leave Shelby alone. Not after what she'd done for me.
Not when she was feeling down about her own love life. I have a better idea. Why don't you and I do something? Like what? I don't know, like go to a movie. Her face brightened. Okay. I let Tyler know I wasn't available. Then Shelby and I checked to see what movies were playing. Chapter 21. At school the next day, I kept an eye out for Dylan or anyone else who looked threatening, but no one approached me and I didn't see any of the men from Elmwood Park. When it was time to go to work, trepidation followed me, and I thought about finding another job. Besides the memory of the recent murder, if I was going to support myself, I would need to earn more money. "Did you hear?" Stephen asked as I put my things in a locker. "No, what?" He dropped his voice so everyone wouldn't overhear. "The police found something that might lead to the killer." A million thoughts flew through my head, and I wasn't sure if this news was good or bad. "What did they find?" "I don't know." "How do you even know this?" He straightened. "I read it online, in the news." Oh. I'd been avoiding any news about the murder. Seeing information about it in black and white would only make it more real and give it more power. But with this new development, I considered the ramifications of the police discovering Dylan was a killer all on their own. Would that take me out of the picture? Lightness flowed through me at the idea. This could be the answer to all of my problems. That's good. Yeah, I hope they get the scumbag who did it. It makes me sick to think about someone getting away with stabbing someone to death. He shook his head. And right behind our store, too. Yeah. I thought about Dylan. What he did was horrific. But if I hadn't known he was the one who had done it, I never would have considered him a scumbag. His gangster friends, maybe, but Dylan? I was torn by the two sides of him I'd seen. I put aside my worries and got to work. Though conflicted about Dylan, the thought of the police solving the crime without my help made me feel better than I had since I'd witnessed the murder. When I got home that night, I looked up the news story Stephen had mentioned. I saw the comment he'd been referring to, but after reading the story for myself, I had much less hope that an arrest was imminent. Still, it was good to know the police were on it. The more they managed to figure out on their own, the less involved I would need to be. 2 days later, Mom told me she'd gotten the surgical nursing job in Denver. So, you're really moving? Somehow I was surprised it was actually happening. Yes. She looked at me closely. You're still okay with this, aren't you? Mom seemed truly excited about this new opportunity. I couldn't let my own fears hold her back. Of course, I think it's great. I hadn't talked to Shelby about getting a place together yet. Maybe I'd been waiting to see if Mom's job actually came through, but now I needed to take action. When will you move? She grimaced. Turns out the woman I'm replacing is having surgery next week, sooner than she'd planned, so they need me right away. My eyes widened. Right away? Yes, I'm really sorry, honey. Her forehead wrinkled. What about you? Have you thought about what you're going to do? She paused a beat. Have you considered coming with me? The idea was tempting, but I was of two minds. Though it would be nice to still live with my mom and not have to be a complete adult, I was 19. I could live on my own. Besides, if Mom was away from me, she would be safer. I think it's time for me to take care of myself, don't you? She reached out and touched my arm. Oh, Courtney, I'm so proud of you. You're paying your own way through college, and now you want to support yourself. That's great. A smile curved her mouth. With the raise I'm getting, I'll even be able to help you out once in a while if you need it. Thank you, Mom, but I'm a big girl. I'll figure it out. She smiled. I know you will. Good news, though. I have to give 30 days' notice to our landlord, so you can stay here for at least 30 days. By then, the semester would be over and summer break would have begun. A perfect time to figure out where to live. That's super helpful. Thanks. Wanting to put the focus back on Mom and her exciting news, I asked her if she had any idea where she would be living. There's an apartment complex not far from where I'll be working, she said, so I might move there. A sad smile turned up the corners of her mouth. It will just be me, so I don't need much space. It's going to be different not living together anymore, I said. She ran a finger along my cheek. I know. I'm really going to miss you, Courtney. I slipped my arms around her shoulders. Me too. Then I pulled away. But we can video chat. Absolutely, she said, and you can visit me whenever you want. After Mom and I had a celebratory dinner, I called Shelby. In the 3 days since the incident at the park, we'd spoken several times, and each time we talked, I'd wanted to bring up what had happened, just to be able to talk to someone about it, someone who had been there. But whenever I'd opened my mouth to speak about it, I hadn't been able to bring myself to discuss it out loud. It was as if talking about it would bring back all the feelings of fright I'd experienced, and I didn't want to feel those emotions again. "What's up?" Shelby asked. "I have some news." "About the murder?" There it was, the topic I'd wanted to avoid. "No, actually, it has nothing to do with that." "Oh, does it have to do with Tyler?" Despite myself, I laughed. "Stop guessing and let me tell you." "Fine, don't let me have any fun." "Remember how I told you my mom might have an opportunity to change jobs?" "Yeah." "Well, she got the job, and she's moving next week." "Oh, wow. What are you going to do?" I told her what I had in mind. Get a place together once I had to move out of my house. "What do you think, Shelby? Would you be interested?" "Yeah," she said. "I'd love to get a place with you, but my lease isn't up for a few more months." That hitch hadn't occurred to me. "Can you get out of it?" "I don't know. I'll have to see if someone can take it over for me." That put me back at square one. Maybe I should just move with Mom. Problem solved. But I was ready to be on my own. Chapter 22. Over the next week, I helped Mom pack up everything she was taking with her. She was leaving a few things behind for me to use when I got my own place, including enough kitchen implements to get by, and letting me sell the rest to add cash to my Get Courtney Out on Her Own fund. On moving day, a moving company loaded all of Mom's things into their truck. After the movers left, Mom and I said goodbye, and she drove away. "This is weird," I said, as Shelby and I walked into the house that now felt so empty without Mom there. "You'll get used to it," she said. "When my parents moved to Kansas after we graduated from high school last year, I thought it would be really hard, but it turns out time goes by faster than you think. You'll see your mom again before you know it." Hopeful she was right, I nodded. We sat on the couch Mom had left for me, and I turned to face her. "Any luck getting someone to take over your lease?" A smile lit her face. "Yes, I found a girl who can move in this weekend." "Awesome! You can move in here, and by the time the rental agreement on this place runs out in 3 weeks, we'll have a place of our own." Excitement replaced the melancholy I'd been feeling. "My boss said I could increase my hours, so that will help me pay the bills." I frowned. "But I'll probably have to get a student loan to cover tuition." Shelby shrugged. "Isn't that part of being a poor college student?" "Yeah," I said. "I guess it is." She jumped up and began rummaging through the refrigerator. "I can make us something to eat." She looked at me with a smile. "That will save money." One morning the following week, as we ate breakfast before heading off to school, I said to Shelby, "Tyler told me he has a friend." She'd moved in over the weekend, and once we'd settled into a routine, I'd found I really liked having her as my roommate. Of course, it didn't hurt that I'd taken over Mom's room, giving me my own bathroom. I knew the chances of that being the case once Shelby and I moved out of Mom's house were small. She set her toast on her plate and looked at me with interest. "Oh, yeah?" She and Jack had pretty much stopped seeing each other, and she told me she was ready to move on. "Yes," I said as I poured orange juice into my glass. "Are you available Saturday morning?" She laughed. "You know I am." "Good, then the 4 of us can go out." "What's his name?" she asked. "Mitch." She picked up her toast. "Is he cute?" I handed her my phone. "Here's his picture." She stared at the screen, then looked at me with a smile. "Nice." I nodded. "I thought you'd approve." When Tyler and Mitch arrived Saturday morning, we invited them in. "Nice place," Mitch said as he smiled at Shelby, who'd been eager to meet him. Her eyes sparkled, and I could tell she thought Mitch was even cuter in person than in his picture. "It's only temporary," I said. Then I explained the situation. Tyler stood beside me. "The complex I live in is pretty nice. Maybe you could find something there." The fact that he was suggesting I move into the same apartment complex as him told me a lot about the way he felt toward me. No guy wanted a girl he sort of liked moving into a place so close to his. "Well, check it out," I said as I smiled at him. The four of us sat in the living room to chat. I dragged in a couple of kitchen chairs to add more seating. "What do you have planned for us to do?" I asked Tyler. He glanced at Mitch, then turned to me. "We thought since it's so nice out, we'd go on a hike." "A hike?" Shelby seemed less than enthusiastic. "Come on, Shell," I said. "You won't have to get dirty or anything." I looked at Tyler. "Right?" He laughed. "Right." "You don't like to do stuff outside?" Mitch asked her. She suddenly seemed to realize that Mitch probably did like to do outdoor activities and said, "No, I do." "Good," he said with a half smile. "I was worried for a minute there." Shelby laughed, and I could tell it was forced. I knew for a fact that, if at all possible, she avoided outdoor activities. "Do we want to pack a picnic lunch?" I asked. "Great idea," Tyler said. After we put together sandwiches, we loaded everything into Tyler's car and drove to the trailhead. "Have you ever been here?" Tyler asked us. None of us had, and with our supplies in a backpack, we set off. The temperature was perfect for a hike, and we only saw a few other people on the trail as we walked along. When the trail was wide enough for us to walk side by side, Tyler slipped his hand into mine, bringing a smile to my face. As I enjoyed the sound of the breeze rustling the pine needles, the occasional cry of a bird, and the happy conversation around me, I managed to push aside all thoughts of Dylan, Baldy, and the stabbing. I could tell Shelby and Mitch were hitting it off as well, and as we found a cluster of boulders to sit on while we ate our picnic lunch, I was glad I'd found someone new for Shelby. When we'd finished eating, Tyler pulled me to my feet and led me away from Shelby and Mitch. "Where are we going?" I asked with a smile. "I thought we'd give those two some alone time. You know, to get to know each other better." "Oh, really?" He laughed. "Actually, I just wanted a chance to talk to you alone." That seemed much more believable. "Why's that?" I asked. We stopped in the shade of a large tree. The loamy scent of damp soil reached my nose, and the fresh, clean air of the California mountains surrounded me. Contentment washed over me as I gazed at Tyler. "I really like you, Courtney," he said, his voice low as he ran a finger down the curve of my jaw. My skin tingled where his fingers had been, and I leaned toward him slightly. "I like you too." His hand curled around the back of my neck, and after gazing at me for the briefest of moments, his mouth descended toward mine. Our lips pressed together, and an explosion of feelings pulsed through me. My arms wound around his neck, and his hands went to my waist, then he tugged me against him. The feeling of being in his strong arms sent a sense of security flowing through me, but then I pictured Baldy, and all good feelings fled. I couldn't get the image of his face, as well as his two buddies, out of my head, and I pulled away from Tyler, the mood broken. "What's wrong?" Tyler asked, evidently sensing this sudden shift in my emotions. I couldn't tell him anything, which angered me. "Nothing. I'm sorry, Tyler." A soft sigh slipped from my lips. "Let's see what Shelby and Mitch are doing." Tyler didn't take my hand as we walked back to the cluster of boulders. Chapter 23. When we got back to my house, Tyler walked me to the front door while Mitch and Shelby stood beside the car and talked. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said with a forced smile. "Everything's fine." He gazed at me a moment as he chewed on his lip. "Did I do something to upset you? I mean, after lunch, you just seemed unhappy." "That's because I started thinking about the men from the gang who would happily hurt me if I say the wrong thing to the police," I thought. But I couldn't share that information with Tyler. Instead, I had to pretend that everything was fine. Then I thought of a reasonable explanation for my behavior. "It's just that I miss my mom." Which was kind of true, but not enough to make me act the way I had. The excuse sounded lame even to me, but what else could I tell him? Certainly not the truth, but I really liked him. I didn't want to mess things up between us. "Are you busy tonight?" I asked, as I thought of a way to make it up to him. "Maybe we could go out after I get off work." A smile of pleasure curved his mouth. "I'd like that." With something to look forward to, the sense of dread I'd been feeling dissipated somewhat. "Would you like to go dancing again?" he asked. I definitely enjoyed our last dancing date. Yes.
What time do you want to go?
I should be ready by 8:30.
8:30 it is.
He smiled, then stepped closer to me. I returned his smile, and when he leaned toward me, I tilted my head back to accept his kiss. Warmth and desire mingled within me, and when he pulled me against him, I forced away my worries, determined to enjoy his kiss this time. "What'd you think of Mitch?" I asked Shelby after the guys had left. "He's hot," she said. I laughed. "I'm glad you liked him." "I'm glad you introduced me to him," she said. "I just wish we could go with you and Tyler tonight, but I have to work late." Shelby worked as a cashier at a nearby grocery store. "I wish you could go too," I said with a smile. "Next time." She nodded. "Definitely." The moment I arrived at Patty Melt Burgers and Shakes that afternoon, Stephen pulled me aside.
"Have you heard the latest?"
Embarrassed to admit that I'd specifically been avoiding any news on Jeremy Owen's murder, I shook my head. Really, there was no need for me to follow the news, not with Stephen to fill me in.
"An unnamed source said the police are questioning several suspects."
He leaned closer, and I could smell onion on his breath.
"Get this, Courtney. These guys are gangbangers."
Tell me something I don't know, I thought. That sounds scary. I didn't have to fake the hint of fear in my voice. I'd met these guys, and I knew they weren't to be messed with.
"Tell me about it."
His eyebrows pulled together, and he glanced toward the counter where a few customers were in line to order their food.
"I wonder if they ever come in here."
"I hope never," I said, although I knew of at least one time they had. He nodded, then gestured toward the counter with his chin.
"Well, I'll let you get to it."
It was Saturday afternoon, and we were busy. My shift flew by, and half an hour before I was scheduled to get off, a man stepped up to the counter, to my register, a man who made my skin crawl. Baldy. When our eyes met, panic charged through my veins, and I had the urge to flee. Struck dumb with alarm, I stared at him, my jaw locked shut. My reaction didn't go unnoticed by him, and I watched a smug grin slowly take shape on his face.
"I want to order some food," he said.
I cleared my throat. "Of course. What would you like?" He rattled off the items he wanted, then leaned closer and whispered, "Silence saves lives." My eyes widened at the unmistakable warning, and when I told him his total, my voice shook. He smiled as he calmly handed me some cash. My mind whirled, and I was glad the register told me how much change to give him.
"That's for here,"
he said as his smile grew. More than anything, I wanted to turn and race out the door, but I couldn't do that. Not only because I would get in trouble, but because I didn't want him to know how much he scared me. Well, he probably already knew, but I didn't want to make it glaringly obvious. "You're number 32, I said through stiff lips. He grinned, then he snatched his receipt from my hand and stood to one side, not 10 feet away from me. The next customer stepped up to the counter, and with my mind on Baldy, I barely heard what she ordered. "Number 32?" one of the workers called out a short time later. I glanced in Baldy's direction and watched him lift his tray from the counter, then walk to a nearby booth, where he sat facing me. As he picked up his hamburger, he glared at me. I tried to ignore him, but I could feel him looking at me, watching me, studying me. I wanted to scream at him to leave me alone. The line at the counter diminished, then disappeared. Relieved, I left my coworker alone at the other register and went into the back, shoving through the door of the supply closet, my heart pounding. I have to get out of here, I thought. Now.
"What are you doing, Courtney?"
Stephen asked when he found me in the closet a few moments later. Nothing." He tilted his head to the side.
"Okay, then go wipe down the tables."
Go out there, I thought, where Baldy's sitting? I took a step backward.
"Courtney, is something wrong?"
Silence saves lives. The words rang through my head, and I knew I had to pretend everything was fine. "No, sorry." Glad for the dim closet, I pushed a smile onto my mouth, certain my eyes showed the terror I felt.
"Okay."
Stephen stepped out of the doorway, and I walked past him. I picked up a clean rag, then took my time soaking it and wringing it out, soaking it and wringing it out. "We need some clean tables," someone called out, and I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. Footsteps dragging, heart jackhammering, I pushed through the door that led to the dining area. There he was, sitting in the same place he'd been since he'd gotten his food, eating a French fry slower than I'd ever seen it done before. I went to the opposite side of the dining room and began wiping down the abandoned tables, all the while feeling him watching me. Slowly but surely, I made my way around the dining room until I was at the last table, which was 2 tables away from him. "I need this wiped off," he said to me, then he motioned for me to approach. What was he up to? Knowing Stephen or any of my coworkers could be watching me, I knew I couldn't ignore him. "Have to keep up appearances, Court. Pretend like everything is fine and dandy." "Is there a problem, sir?" I asked as I stood beside his table, proud of how calm I'd kept my voice. His voice dropped to a murmur. "You know the problem, girl. You've been talking to the cops, and they've been sniffing around my boy Dylan." An alarm screamed inside my head. I don't know how I managed to do it, but I leaned over the table, pretended to scrub a particularly stubborn spot, and in a rock-steady voice I said, "It wasn't me. I swear, it wasn't me." "Uh-huh." His hand shot out and gripped my wrist, stopping my scrubbing. His fingers were like metal jaws on my tender skin, hard and unyielding. "Keep it that way." He spoke through clenched teeth. He released my wrist, and I yanked it out of his reach, then stood there like I was waiting to be dismissed. When he stood, I fell back a step, certain he was about to kill me, but he just sneered at me and said, "I'm done here." Chapter 24. A moment later, he strode out the door. All the blood had drained from my face, and I sat heavily in the booth that he just left as I tried to regain my equilibrium. Trying to buy time and cover my strange behavior, I scrubbed that same invisible spot on the table until I felt well enough to resume my Oscar-worthy performance of "everything's perfectly fine." "Time to go home," Stephen said to me when I dropped the dirty rag into the bin. "Thanks for all your hard work." Time to go home? I thought, but he might be out there, waiting for me. "Yeah, you're welcome." I dilly-dallied as long as reasonably possible before I took my purse out of my locker and headed to the door. The sun had gone down, and the lights in the parking lot left a lot to be desired. Maybe I should ask someone to walk with me to my car. Then I looked around and saw several customers coming and going and knew I was being silly and paranoid. But with good reason. Baldy hadn't come in to eat our delicious cuisine. He'd come in to see me, specifically, to threaten me. What had he said? That the cops were sniffing around Dylan? I thought about what Stephen had told me, that the police were questioning suspects, and knew that was at the root of the problem. Surely Baldy knew I wouldn't dare talk to the cops. I guess he wanted extra insurance that I wouldn't. He wanted to see my reaction to his presence and his words. I hoped he was satisfied that I had no desire to tangle with him or anyone else in his gang. As I approached my car, my gaze probed the area, looking for a hint of anything out of the ordinary. Everything looked normal, but I knew looks could be deceiving. I thought about the first time I'd met Dylan. He'd seemed like a nice guy. I'd even gone out with him, yet he was a murderer. Before I opened the door to my car, I glanced through the window at the back seat to make sure no one was lying in wait. Then I unlocked the doors, climbed inside, and slammed the locks down. I released an audible sigh, then set my purse on the passenger seat. My hands were shaking, and I took a moment to breathe slowly and deeply before turning on the engine and driving home. I pulled into the garage, grateful that one benefit of Mom being gone was my exclusive use of the garage. Before I got out, I used the remote to close the big door, and only once it had sealed shut did I unlock my doors and climb out of my car. A few moments later, I walked into the kitchen. After dropping my purse on the counter, I took my phone out of the side compartment and shoved it into my back pocket before heading upstairs to my room. Despite the awful way my shift had ended, I had a date with Tyler to get ready for. The idea of being with him was the one bright spot in my evening, and I hoped while I was on my date I would be able to force aside any thoughts of Baldy. I climbed the stairs, forcing myself to consider what I would wear that evening, but when I reached the door to my room, the master bedroom, I stopped. The first hint that something was out of place was the fact that the bedroom door was closed. Even with Shelby living there, I always left the door open when I left the house. Maybe Shelby closed it, I thought. She did leave for work after me. Trying to convince myself that all was well in my little world, I turned the doorknob and pushed inward. I was met with chaos. Every dresser drawer was pulled out, the contents dumped on the floor. My clothes were strewn everywhere, and the papers from my little desk in the corner were spread around like so much king-sized confetti. I quickly scanned the room, looking for Baldy or one of his minions, but I was all alone, frighteningly all alone. I fell back a step, then spun around, certain someone was standing behind me, but no one was there. Terror slithered up my body and wrapped around me like a snake, making me want to collapse to the floor and curl into a little ball until everything went back to normal. The only problem was, I knew nothing would ever be normal again. How could it be, with Baldy knowing where I worked, where I lived? Certain he was the one who'd been in my house, in my bedroom. I shivered as I pictured his dead eyes and his sullen face. I had no doubt he would hurt me if I dared defy him. No doubt. Maybe this is a test, I thought, to see if I would call the police. I tiptoed to the window, careful to step over the debris that littered the room, and lifted one slat a fraction of an inch. Peering into the darkness, I tried to see if anyone was about. "Idiot," I whispered. Then I crossed the room and shut off the light, plunging the room into darkness before going back to the window. He was out there, right now. I knew it. He was waiting to see if the police showed up. But I wouldn't call them. I wouldn't. He had to know I wouldn't tell them anything. I wouldn't tell them about Dylan. I wouldn't say a word. Breathing heavily, my heart racing, I moved the slat back into place, made my way across the room, and switched on the light. Maybe I should cancel my date. I didn't really feel like going anywhere. Then I looked around the room and knew home was actually the least safe place to be, at least when I was by myself. I couldn't let Shelby know about this. She would pressure me to call the police, and I didn't need that right now. Then I thought about Mom. Was she okay? Did they do anything to her? I dialed her cell phone, but she didn't answer. I'm sure she's just working and can't answer her phone, I thought. I left a message, then looked at my room. On impulse, I used my phone to take a couple of pictures of the mess, then as quickly as I could, I cleaned it up. When I was done, it was hardly evident that my room had been ransacked. Chapter 25. I checked the time. Tyler would be there in 20 minutes, so I closed and locked the bedroom door, shoved the dresser in front of it for good measure, then took a quick shower and began getting ready. When I was nearly ready, my phone rang. Worried it was Baldy, Dylan, or someone else calling to threaten me, I lifted my phone with trepidation, but when I saw Mom's name on the caller ID, I swiped the phone to answer. "Hey, sweetie," she said, a smile in her voice. "I'm sorry I didn't answer before. I was working. What's up?" Tears of relief filled my eyes, taking me by surprise. "Not much. I just wanted to see how you're doing." She told me about her day. We'd spoken several times since she'd moved, so it didn't take long to fill me in on the latest. I told her how things were progressing with Tyler. "Sounds like he could be a keeper," she said. I laughed. "He'll be here soon, so I better go." "Okay. I love you, Courtney." "I love you too, Mom." We hung up, my mind at ease that Mom hadn't been harmed. I focused on getting ready for my date, pairing a flattering black dress that hit my leg mid-thigh with spiky black heels, then swept my hair into a style that had always made me feel pretty. At 8:30, the doorbell rang. Though an image of Baldy went through my head, 8:30 was the time Tyler and I had agreed on, so I forced aside my worries and went downstairs to answer the door. Just to be safe, I peered through the peephole and saw Tyler standing on the porch. "Hello," I said, after I'd opened the door. His gaze swept over me, then he met my eyes. "You look very nice." Flattered, I smiled. "Thanks." I thought he looked pretty good himself in a pair of dark gray slacks and a dark blue button-up shirt. "We should probably get going," he said. "Okay." I was happy to get out of my house, but then I thought about Shelby and worried that something could happen to her when she got home. What if Baldy showed up and she was home alone? Should I warn her? But then she would want to call the police, and that wasn't an option. Tyler helped me into his car, and as he walked around to his side, I pulled out my phone and sent Shelby a text asking her when she was off work. She texted back that she was off at 11. I would just make sure I was home when she got there. I only hoped Tyler wouldn't question such an early end to our date. When we arrived at the dance club and hit the dance floor, I tried to relax and focus on having a good time, but in the back of my mind, well, closer to the front, my thoughts centered on the danger I believed I was in. Evidently, Tyler noticed. A slow song began, and he drew me into his arms, but after only a few beats, he ran his hand up and down my back and murmured, "You're so tense, Courtney." Pushing out a breath of air, I forced my body to relax and I snuggled against him, resting my head against his shoulder. "That's better," he said against my ear. Closing my eyes, I let the music infuse me with its slow, steady beat while Tyler led me around the dance floor. "This feels nice," he murmured. In complete agreement, I opened my eyes and tilted my head so that our mouths were only a few inches apart. He took the hint and pressed a soft kiss to my lips, sending a burst of energy through me. His hands tightened around my waist, and I reveled in the strength and security of being in his arms. Right at that moment, I felt safe, a feeling I hadn't experienced all that much lately. As 11 o'clock approached, I became more and more worried. What would Tyler say when I told him I needed to go home? What would I find when I got there? Would the rest of the house be ransacked? What would Shelby say? Should I tell her what had happened? "I'm not feeling well," I said at 11:15, and it was true. The stress was making my stomach churn. Tyler's forehead creased. "Do you want me to take you home?" Relieved he was making the offer, I eagerly agreed. "Please." He seemed to be trying to hide his disappointment, which made me feel guilty and pleased at the same time. Taking my hand in his, he led me out to his car, then helped me into the passenger seat. "I had a really fun time," I said as we drove, wanting to make sure he knew I liked spending time with him. He glanced at me. "I did too." We chatted about school and how glad we were that finals would be over the next week, and when we pulled up to my house, I didn't see Shelby's car. Good, I'd made it home before she had. Tyler opened my door for me, and we walked to the porch together, stopping beside the front door. Suddenly, I didn't want to go inside alone. "Do you want to come in?" I asked. Yeah, sure." I unlocked the door and we walked inside. When I left earlier, I'd left several lights on downstairs, and now I was glad I had. The idea of walking into a dark house would have only added to my fears. "Can I get you something to drink?" I asked before walking toward the kitchen. Tyler followed me. "Yeah, I'd love some soda if you have any." Buying soda was out of my budget, so we ended up drinking ice water, but Tyler didn't complain. "Let's sit in the living room," I said, then led the way to the one couch in the cozy room where we sat side by side. "Have you and Shelby decided where you're going to live?" "Not yet." "Like I told you before, my complex is pretty nice." Pleased he still liked the idea of me moving near him, I smiled. "I'll definitely keep that in mind." He set his glass on the small side table and put his arm around me. "Can I be honest with you, Courtney?" At the look on his face, soft and dreamy, I knew he was going to say something I would probably like to hear. "Of course." He tightened his arm around my shoulders as he studied my face. "The more time I spend with you, the more I like you." "Really?" He laughed. "Yes, really. Why do you sound so surprised?" I snuggled closer to him. "I don't know." I glanced at him shyly. "I really like you too." "I was hoping you'd say that." Then he lifted my chin with his fingers and pressed a kiss to my lips. My arms went around his neck as our kiss deepened. The front door opened. Chapter 26. Sure it was Baldy coming to finish me off, I sprang back from Tyler as my gaze snapped to the door. "Shelby," I said on an exhale of relief. She was all smiles. "Hey, you two." "Hi, Shelby," Tyler said with a friendly smile. I was glad he didn't seem annoyed that she'd interrupted our moment. "How was work?" I asked. "Busy, but good. Her smile grew. Good news! One of the cashiers quit, and when I told my boss what a hard worker you are and how you're looking for a new job, he said to have you apply and he'd have you come in for an interview. I hadn't actually begun looking for a new job, but the pay would be a lot better, and Baldy wouldn't be able to sit and stare at me if I was a cashier at a grocery store. That's awesome, Shelby. Thanks. You're my BFF, Court, and I would love it if you worked there with me. She looked between Tyler and me, then said, I'm going to bed. Good night, Tyler said. Watching her head up the stairs, I knew I had to tell her what had happened, that someone had been in our house. She had a right to know. I'm kind of tired too, I said to Tyler. I can take a hint, he said with a small chuckle. Then he stood and pulled me to my feet. Maybe we can get together tomorrow. A smile of regret turned up the corners of my mouth. As fun as that sounds, I really need to study for finals. One side of his mouth turned up. Yeah, me too. We walked to the front door, where he kissed me again, and after he left, I locked the door and headed upstairs, where I found Shelby in her room. Looks like the two of you are pretty cozy, she said with a grin as she moved a textbook from her bed to her desk. I thought about what Tyler had said earlier. The more time he spent with me, the more he liked me, and a smile of happiness curved my mouth. It's getting that way, I said. Then I thought about Baldy and my room being ransacked. My smile vanished. Shelby, I need to tell you something. At my solemn tone, her head tilted. What is it? I sat on her bed and she pulled out her desk chair, turned it to face me, and sat as well. It's about those men we saw at the park. The change in her expression was instantaneous, from curious to anxious in a split second. What happened? I told her how Baldy had come to my work and how scared I'd been when I'd had to take his order. He said something really creepy. I described the way he'd leaned toward me across the counter and how he'd whispered his weird warning. She shifted in her seat. Silence saves lives? What a psycho! I didn't disagree, but I knew it was more than that, much more. There's something else. What? The memory of finding my room ransacked only hours earlier filled my mind, bringing on a spasm of fear. Someone came into the house today, Shelby. Her eyes widened. What? When? While we were at work. How do you know? I took out my phone and pulled up the pictures I'd taken, then handed it to her. She stared at the screen, then looked at me, her eyes flaring. Oh my gosh, Courtney! I nodded. Her focus went back to the screen. Did you call the police? Of course not. She lifted her head and stared at me. Why not? Someone broke into our house. The feel of Baldy's hand gripping my arm and the ferocity of his voice as he'd warned me to keep quiet crashed over me. You weren't there, Shelby. My voice was low and intense. You're not the one he warned. You're not the one he threatened. Her hands fell to her lap, my phone cradled in her fingers. So what you're saying is you're going to do whatever they tell you to? Her tone conveyed her disapproval. I scraped my hands through my hair. These guys are scary, Shelby. I jumped up, paced the room twice, then faced her. I saw a murder, okay? I watched a guy stab someone. That man died. At the memory of Dylan plunging the knife into Jeremy Owen's body, adrenaline flooded my veins. These people, these gang members, they don't want me to tell the police what I know, and I don't want to give them a reason to think I will. I drew in a deep breath and slowly released it. If I call the police about the break-in... I shook my head, my lips pressed tightly together. If I don't call the police about the break-in, Baldy will know I won't talk to the police about the murder. I sat on the bed, my shoulders slumping. Baldy and his gang had complete control over me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Shelby set my phone on the desk, then stared at me. Okay, I get what you're saying. Her eyebrows bunched. This just makes me so mad. These guys are getting away with murder. Literally. It's just not right. Not when you could help the police catch them. Intellectually, I knew she was 100% right, but deep in my gut, which churned painfully at the stress, I was terrified. Then I thought about something else Baldy had said. "The police already suspect them." Shelby narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" "While Baldy was sitting in a booth eating his food, my boss made me go out and wipe tables. Baldy told me his table was dirty, so I went over to wipe it down." Shelby grimaced. I told her how Baldy had grabbed my wrist and told me that the police were sniffing around his gang. I didn't mention Dylan specifically. That would be like saying right out loud that he was the one I'd seen stab Jeremy. To emphasize my worries over Baldy suspecting me, I added, "He accused me of talking to the police. He said it was my fault the police were investigating his gang." "But you didn't," she said. "I know that, and you know that, and I swore to him that I hadn't. But Shelby, he doesn't trust me." I shook my head. "That's not the point. The point is that without my help, the police are already looking into a possible connection between them and the murder." A tentative smile turned up the corners of my mouth. "So you see, there's no reason for me to get involved after all." Shelby frowned. "Let me see if I've got this right. The police might suspect the right people, and Baldy and his friends might believe you have nothing to do with that, which means you and I might be safe in this house." Her nostrils flared. "Then again, we might not be." She jumped up and jammed her palms against her hips. "This is ridiculous, Courtney. I can't live here wondering if I might wake up with Baldy or one of his buddies standing over me with a knife in their fist ready to kill me." She stared at me. "This isn't fair. I have nothing to do with this." She dropped into her seat and rubbed her hands over her face before looking at me. "Maybe I should go to the police." My response was immediate. "What? No, Shelby, you can't do that." "I'm not just going to sit here and wait for something to happen," she said. Which was exactly what I'd been doing. Her words cut deep, but not deep enough to make me change my mind about staying far, far away from Detective Turner. Which meant getting Shelby to stay just as far from the police, which meant convincing her to keep quiet. I was glad I'd never told her the most important piece of information, that Dylan was the murderer. "What would you tell them?" I asked. Her jaw tightened, and I read defiance in her eyes, and then she said, "That you know who did it." Chapter 27. Betrayal, sharp and bitter, washed over me, and my voice rose in volume. "You'd do that to me, Shelby? You'd put my life, the life of my mother, in jeopardy?" Shelby shrank back under the vehemence in my tone. "It was just a thought." "I can't believe you'd even think that." I turned my face away from her and stared at the wall, my mind careening from one horrible thought to another, all centered around the monstrous consequences of Baldy discovering that I told the police the truth. "I can't believe you're being so selfish," Shelby murmured. Blood rushed to my head as I swiveled to face her. "Selfish? I'm being selfish? How do you figure?" The skin around her eyes tightened. "As long as those guys are out there, other people could get hurt. We could get hurt." A bark of laughter burst from my mouth. Then I did air quotes. "Could get hurt," I said. I dropped my hands to my lap. "As opposed to definitely getting hurt if I tell the police what I know? Great plan, Shelby." Hurt and upset shone from her eyes. "How would Baldy even know you told? Have you thought about that?" "Of course I have," I said. In reality, I hadn't thought too much about that angle. Why would I, when my main line of thinking had been to play it safe and avoid telling the police anything? "And?" she asked. Compelled to come up with an answer, I said, "If the police arrest the murderer, who do you think Baldy will think of first when it comes time to cast blame?" Shelby frowned. I don't know, the murderer?" The logic of her answer, contrasted with reality, made me laugh, lightening my grim mood. "Yeah, I don't think they're all that much into accountability." She smiled. "No, probably not." I stared at her as I remembered what a good friend she'd always been. Guilt, worry, and understanding engulfed me. "I'm sorry, Shelby. I shouldn't have yelled at you. None of this is your fault." She stood, then sat beside me and drew me into her arms. "It's okay. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. Knowing she was on my side and my most loyal ally gave me fresh strength and renewed hope. Thank you. She pulled away and looked at me as a half-smile formed on her mouth. For what? Threatening to put you into an impossible position? I shook my head. No, for being here, for listening, for supporting me. She regarded me. I'm still not happy about keeping this to ourselves, but for now I won't say anything. Anxiety at this being further out of my control climbed my throat. For now? Look, she said, I'm not going to sit idly by if those thugs try to hurt one of us, okay? In truth, if it came down to it, and by came down to it I meant if Baldy was holding a knife to my throat, I would want her to call the police. Okay. Good, she said. Exhaustion flooded me. I'm going to bed. She nodded, and I left her room and went to mine. As I stepped across the threshold, I half expected the room to be ransacked again, but it was just as I'd left it before my date with Tyler. Shelby and I spent most of the next day in our bedroom studying for finals, although we stopped to eat lunch together. I'll be so glad when this semester is over, she said, as she spread peanut butter on a slice of bread. You and me both, I said. Plus, we need to figure out where we're going to live. We have to be out of here in a week and a half. She carried her plate to the card table Mom had left for us and slid into the chair across from me. At least your mom arranged for us to be here until finals are done. Yeah, I said. She was worried about me neglecting my studies while I looked for a place to live. Thinking of Mom made me miss her. She'd only been gone 2 weeks, but after living with her my whole life, it felt strange to not see her every day. At least I had Shelby. What about the place where Tyler lives? Shelby asked before taking a bite of her sandwich. We could check there, I said. He mentioned it again last night, so I guess he's okay with me living close to him. I think he really likes you, she said in a sing-song voice. I like him too. He's a sweet guy. And don't forget hot, she said. I laughed. Yes, and hot. I wondered if he was studying just then too. I'm going to call the office of his apartment complex and see how much rent is. Good idea, she said. A short time later, I'd learned how much rent was and felt a burst of discouragement. I put my phone in my pocket and turned to Shelby with a frown. Maybe we should get another roommate to help cover the rent. Let's just get through finals, she said, and then we can figure it out. I didn't like not knowing where I would be living after we had to move out of the house, but thinking about it on top of finals, not to mention all the stuff with Baldy, was seriously stressing me out. Works for me, I said. Chapter 28. On the day of my last final, I wanted to jump for joy as I walked out of the building and toward the parking lot. It had been a rough semester. Besides my classes being demanding, I'd had a lot of extra stress over the last few weeks. Having my finals done was a huge relief. I didn't even mind the long walk to the distant parking lot where I'd ended up finding a space that morning. Excited to have some time without school, and wanting to use the summer break to work extra hours and save up for tuition, I hadn't enrolled in summer classes. Focused on all the things on my to-do list, I didn't notice the people hanging out near my car until it was too late. With a jolt of recognition, I saw Baldy standing next to my driver's side door. I was 20 feet from my car and I froze, my mind racing. How did he know that was my car? Had he been stalking me? The thought sent fear cascading over me, although the real terror was the fact that he'd shown himself now. What did he want? Why was he there? I took a step backward, but my progress was halted by a firm hand against my shoulder and a quiet murmur next to my ear. Keep moving, the voice said. I didn't recognize who spoke, but he didn't sound like he was willing to hear an argument. With legs that felt weighed down with iron, I plodded forward, my gaze shooting frantically around the area, so far from the buildings, wondering if someone was nearby who could help me. The only people around were the 2 men who were with Baldy, the man prodding me along, and a man leaning against the trunk of the car to the right of mine. As I drew closer to Baldy, my heart kicked harder, and when I stopped 2 feet in front of him, with my car to my left, and an unknown man behind me, I knew I was trapped. They must be the same 2 men Baldy had with him at the park, I thought. What do you want? My mouth had gone dry and my body trembled. Unlock your car, Baldy said. Panic charged through my veins. Why? His jaw tightened as a look of impatience washed over his face. Then he grabbed my purse with gloved hands and rummaged around until he found my keys. He pressed the key fob, and I heard the locks disengage. He gestured toward my car with his head. Get in the passenger side. I'll drive. He wants me to go somewhere with him? I thought. No, no, no. And why is he wearing gloves? Adrenaline flooded my body, making my heart beat so hard I feared it would give out from overexertion. My eyes shifted from side to side as I sought an escape. Don't even think about running, he said with a scowl. A hand clamped onto my upper arm, and the man who'd been standing behind me propelled me toward the passenger door. Open it, he commanded. Knowing the last place I should be was alone with Baldy in my car with him behind the wheel, I had to do all I could to resist getting in. I yanked and twisted my arm, trying to break free from the hand that imprisoned me, but his grip was like steel. Let me go! I cried out, terrified that he would force me into my car and I would lose my chance to get away. The man who'd been leaning against the trunk of the neighboring car sauntered over and opened the passenger door. Then he grabbed my other arm and placed his large hand on my shoulder, trying to push me down and into my car. I fought with all my might to stay outside of the car. No! I yelled as loud as I could. Leave me alone! Baldy climbed behind the wheel, then reached across the seat and grabbed my arm as well, pulling me down. Shut up and get in, he said, his voice sharp and clear. I was losing the fight. Tears sprang into my eyes and rolled down my cheeks. I didn't do anything, I swear. I never told anyone. Movement in the distance caught my eye, and I saw 2 male students walking by about 60 feet away. Help! Help me! My head was just above the roof of my car when I saw them look my way. Hope blazed through me, but just then someone kicked my legs, making me fall, and at the same time they gave me one last shove. I collapsed into the passenger seat. Shut up, Baldy growled. Let me go, I said, my voice ragged with tears. I didn't do anything, I swear. Then why did the cops have Dylan? Stunned and alarmed, my face paled as all of the implications filled my mind. I tore my gaze away from Baldy's cold eyes and stared at my lap, and when I spoke, my voice came out as a whisper. I didn't know. Then I met Baldy's icy glare. I never talked to the police. But had Shelby, behind my back? But she didn't know it was Dylan, unless she told the police I'd met with Dylan, and they used that information, plus whatever evidence they had, to make the connection. But wouldn't they have come to me, to see what I knew? Confused and scared, I didn't know what to do. Why don't I believe you? Baldy said, sending a fresh wave of panic through me. I wouldn't do that, I whimpered. I wouldn't tell them anything. I hated sounding so weak, but I had to make him believe me. I think we need to discuss this in private. Full-blown terror engulfed me. I had to get out of there, now. An unfamiliar voice called out, Is there a problem here? My attention shot to the 2 male students I'd seen moments before. They stood near the front of my car on the driver's side. Get lost, one of Baldy's minions said as he stood next to the open driver's door. No, I thought. Stay. Help me. The student, who was a fairly large man, ignored the command and looked at me. Do you need help? My eyes shot to Baldy, who glowered at me, then to the student. Desperate to get away from Baldy, but also petrified to make him any angrier, I struggled for the right thing to say. I just want to leave. My gaze flicked to Baldy. Alone. Baldy spoke very softly. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, then that's not going to happen. Fresh tears filled my eyes. I didn't want anyone to get hurt because of me, but there was no way I would willingly go with him. Let me go, I whispered. The ice in his eyes melted,
and turned to stone, dead and hard. "Have it your way." Then he climbed out of the car and walked off with his 2 buddies behind him. The student who'd come to my aid, as well as his friend, walked to the passenger side. The man squatted beside the open door. "Are you okay?" No, I thought, I'm not okay. I lifted my eyes to his face, and with my chin trembling, I nodded. "Thank you." He looked in the direction Baldy had gone, then turned to me. "Who were those guys?" I wasn't about to tell him anything, so I just shook my head. "Do you want me to get security or anything?" Security could potentially call the police, which would just infuriate Baldy. Besides, he'd left, so what was the point? "No." "Okay," he sighed. "You should probably get away from here." That was exactly my plan, although I needed to warn Shelby first. She was still taking finals. I didn't want her walking into anything dangerous. "I will." The man stood, and I got out of the passenger side and hurried to the driver's door. "Thank you," I said to the other student as I passed him. He nodded. I got behind the wheel. Baldy had left my keys in the ignition and my purse on the floor. With shaking hands, I locked the doors and turned on the engine, then watched the 2 students walk away. Was Baldy really going to hurt someone? Who? Who would he hurt? My thoughts went first to Shelby, then to my mom, and I knew I had to warn them. Chapter 29. Wanting to get away from where Baldy had found me, I pulled out of my space and drove in the opposite direction of where Baldy had gone. As much as I wanted to leave campus, I wanted to take a moment to send Shelby a warning right away, and talk to Mom. Only then would I leave. With my engine running, I stopped along the walkway beside a building, a place where lots of students were walking, and sent a text to Shelby. From Courtney. "I ran into Baldy. He told me some bad news, and we might be in danger. Don't go home. Text me when you get out of class, and we'll figure out what to do." I hoped she would see it as soon as she was done with her finals. Then I called Mom. Miraculously, she answered right away. "Hi, honey," she said when she heard my voice. "How's school going?" "Great. I'm all done with finals." "What a relief, huh?" "Yes." On the lookout for Baldy or one of his minions, I kept a close eye on the people around me as I spoke to Mom. "What about your living arrangements?" she asked. "You have to be out of the house in a week." "I know. Shelby and I are looking for a place. I'll let you know what we figure out." I paused, ready to get to the point of my call. My voice became more serious. "Mom, I have to tell you something." "What is it?" "You know how I witnessed that murder?" Her voice became wary. "Yes?" "Well, there are some bad people, who don't want me to talk to the police." Mom was quiet, then she said, "I don't understand. I thought you'd already spoken to the detective." "I did, but, well, I might know more than I told him." "Oh, honey, you can't do that. You have to tell him what you know." Guilt and worry sliced through me. I knew she was right. I'd always known that. But that didn't change the facts. Baldy would hurt me or Mom if I told the police what I knew. But now he thought I'd talked to the police and had gotten Dylan arrested. "Mom, you have to be careful, okay?" "What are you talking about? Careful about what?" "The men who don't want me to talk to the police threatened to hurt someone. I don't know who, but I'm scared. For you and for me." Mom's voice became firm. "Courtney, listen to me. You drive to the police station right now, you hear me? Right now. You talk to that detective and you tell him what you just told me, that someone is trying to keep you from telling the truth." She was quiet. Then her voice began to shake. "If something were to happen to you, sweetheart," her voice hitched, "it would destroy me. Please, please, talk to the police." She took a deep breath. "I should come back to help you." This was complicated enough without me having to worry about Mom and her safety. She seemed a lot safer 1,000 miles away than she would be with me in Los Angeles. "No, Mom, no." "Then what are you going to do? How are you going to stay safe?" She paused. "You should leave. That's what. Just get out of town." That thought had been floating around in the back of my mind, but now that Mom had suggested it, it seemed like a good idea, an idea that had merit.
You could even come here, she continued. We can fit in my apartment. We'll make it work. There's Shelby too, though, I said. She moved into the house. She's living with me, so she could potentially be in danger too. I can't leave her behind. Of course not, Mom said. She can come too. This was getting more and more complicated. I didn't even know if Shelby would agree to leave, let alone move into my mom's one-bedroom apartment 1,000 miles away. I need to think, okay? Courtney, please be careful. If these people were willing to kill one person, what would stop them from... A sob came across the line. From killing someone else. Mom, I'm going to be smart about this, okay? I don't want anything to happen to anyone, okay? I'd seen the look in Baldy's eyes, and I was scared, seriously terrified. I need to talk to Shelby. All right, she said. Call me right back. You need to let me know where you are and what's happening. I will. I love you, Mom. Her voice hitched again. I love you too, sweetheart. Eager to get away from the last place I'd seen Baldy, I drove out of the parking lot, looking in all directions, anxious to make sure Baldy was nowhere in sight. Where could I go that was safe? Where could I go where Baldy wouldn't try to basically kidnap me? I drove away from campus as I considered my options. The mall. I would go to the mall. It was a large public place. He wouldn't try anything there, would he? With a destination in mind, I drove with purpose, keeping an eye on the cars around me, watching for Baldy. And when I pulled into a parking stall near the entrance to the mall, I made sure no one was around before I got out of my car and made my way inside. Not wanting to be right out in the open, I went into a store and pretended to shop for clothes. With clothes over my arm, I went into a stall in the dressing room, hung my clothes on the hook, slid the lock into place, then sat on the tiny bench. My whole body sagged. In the small room, I felt invisible, hidden from prying eyes, seeking eyes, eyes of a predator, from Baldy. My phone rang. I took it out of my purse. It was Mom. Hello? Courtney, where are you? What's going on? You didn't call me back. Are you okay? Yes, I'm at the mall. I spoke softly, though no one was in the neighboring dressing room. The mall? Mom asked. What are you doing there? Her voice was incredulous. I held back hysterical laughter. Hiding out. I'm in a dressing room right now. Oh. I haven't heard from Shelby yet, but she must be about done with her finals. At least I hoped that was the reason she hadn't contacted me yet. If she'd gone home and Baldy was waiting there, I didn't want to think about that. After we hung up, Mom said, I started thinking about all kinds of horrible things happening to you, and now I'm just sick with worry. It will be okay, Mom, I promise. I won't let anything happen. I'm being super careful. I was so glad I hadn't told her how Baldy had basically accosted me at my car. She would be beyond upset, and it actually calmed me to reassure her. Tell me your plans, Courtney. What are you going to do to stay safe? That was a good question. Mom's voice rose in pitch. Are you going to talk to the police? I pictured Baldy's face, his dead eyes, and shivered. I'm not sure yet. You said these people threatened to hurt someone, she said. When did this happen? I hesitated to tell her. It was so recent that I knew it would frighten her all the more. But I didn't want to lie to her. It was today. Today? Oh, Courtney, I'm begging you. Go to the police. Tell them what you know. She was quiet for a moment. What do you know anyway? As much as I wanted to be honest with her, telling her that Dylan was the murderer was where I drew the line. Not because I didn't want her to know, but because telling her would put her in more danger than she was in now. I don't want to say, Mom. A soft sigh filtered through. My phone beeped, indicating another call. I glanced at my screen. Mom, Shelby's calling me. I've got to go. Okay, she said. Call me back when you can. I will. We said I love you, then I answered Shelby's call. Chapter 30. What's going on? Shelby asked the moment I answered. I heard someone entering the neighboring dressing room, and I dropped my voice to barely above a whisper. I don't want to explain it over the phone, but come to the mall and I'll meet you here. I told her which store I was in and told her I was in a dressing room. Be careful when you go out to your car. Make sure no one's around, then come straight here. Court, you're scaring me. That was a good thing. Less reason for her to argue. My voice lowered even more. I think we're in danger. What? I can't hear you. I glanced toward the neighboring changing room where I heard the rustle of clothes. Just come, okay? Right now. Okay. And Shelby? Yeah? Make sure no one follows you. Right, okay. When we hung up, my eyes shifted to the clothes I'd grabbed, and I had to hold back a laugh when I saw what I'd snatched from the racks. Clothes nowhere near my size, and in styles I would never wear. Using my phone, I pulled up the app for the local news channel to see if there was a story about Dylan being arrested. I found a brief mention that confirmed an unnamed person of interest in the murder of Jeremy Owens had been brought in, but had not yet been charged. What did that mean? Did they think he'd done it or not? What had made them bring him in for questioning in the first place? Were they going to arrest him? Thoughts spun around in my head as I stared at the screen for several minutes. Courtney? I heard someone whisper scream a while later. Where are you? The stall next to mine was silent. The woman had left. I jumped up from the tiny seat and opened the door to the dressing room. There stood Shelby, all confused looking and scared. When she saw me, her shoulders relaxed and we hugged. What in the world is going on? She asked after pulling back and staring at me. I get this crazy text from you and then you go all cloak and dagger on me. Her gaze swept the row of dressing rooms. This is your hideout? Glad to have Shelby by my side, I softly laughed, then tugged her into the dressing room and closed the door. She looked at the clothes hanging on the hook, then smirked at me. Please tell me these were already in here. The stress I'd been feeling flowed out of me like air from a punctured balloon, and I laughed out loud. No, I picked them out. I thought you might like them. She fingered one of the blouses. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, fine. I won't make you buy them. She sat on the triangle seat bolted to the place where two walls met, leaving me standing. Okay, she said. What happened? To be safe, I stepped out of the dressing room and made sure the other stalls were empty before coming back in, relocking the door, and facing my best friend. I told her exactly what had happened when I'd gotten out of class. The only thing I'd left out was Dylan's name. The report hadn't mentioned it either, so it seemed prudent to not yet identify him to anyone who didn't already know he was the murderer. I checked on what Baldy told me, I said. The police have someone in custody, but they haven't arrested him yet. Shelby's eyes were wide, and her mouth had fallen open. We're so screwed, she finally said, her voice soft. My phone chimed a message. I looked at my screen. It was from Mom. From Mom. Did you talk to Shelby? Are you safe? I typed a reply, letting her know Shelby was with me and that we were safe. From Mom. I have to head to work, but I'll be checking in with you. Keep me posted on what's happening. I told her I would, then turned back to Shelby. My mom's freaking out a little. Her eyebrows rose. You told her about Baldy? I frowned. I had to make sure she was safe, you know, and make sure she's careful. Yeah, of course. I don't know what Baldy and his friends are capable of, I said. I pictured Mom, all alone in her apartment. Do you think they know where my mom is? Do you think she's safe? They probably have no idea where she is, Shelby said. It's you they're most concerned with. Not happy to be reminded that I was their main target, I grimaced. Yeah, I guess so. Shelby stared at her hands, which twisted together in her lap. Then she looked at me. What are we going to do? I had no idea. Then I remembered Mom's suggestion to get far, far away. How would you feel about going on an adventure? I hoped that would put a positive spin on it. Her eyes narrowed as her head tilted. An adventure? I think dealing with these thugs is adventure enough, don't you? A nervous laugh burst from my mouth. Well, that's kind of the reason for the adventure. You see, I was thinking we should leave town, permanently. She straightened and pulled back. Move? From here? Away from school and our jobs? Where would we go? I had no clue, but now that I'd said the words out loud, it seemed like the right thing to do. That's what we need to talk about, I said. Shelby glanced around the small space. Can we go somewhere else? I'm starting to feel claustrophobic. My phone rang. It's probably my mom again, I said as I took my phone out of my back pocket. But as I read the number on the screen, I shook my head. I don't know this number. Should you answer it? She asked. What if it's Baldy? Scared she was right, I hesitated, then decided to answer. What if it was important? Hello? Courtney? The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Yes? This is Detective Turner. How are you? Why was he calling now? Okay. Good, I'm glad to hear it. He paused. I wanted to let you know that we have someone in custody who we believe may be the suspect we've been looking for. My eyes went to Shelby, although she had no idea who I was talking to. Oh, that's good. Yes, which brings me to the reason I'm calling. Nervousness settled into my gut, making my stomach clench. Courtney, I need you to come in and view a lineup. I want to know if you recognize the person you witnessed stabbing the deceased. Chapter 31. My heart stopped for a moment before going into a gallop. He wanted me to come there and identify Dylan? Baldy would not be happy, but I couldn't exactly say no. When would this be? I need you to come this afternoon. This afternoon? My gaze stayed on Shelby, and I could read on her face the frustration of not knowing what was going on. Yes, Turner said. Can you come at 4 o'clock? I pulled the phone away from my ear, glanced at the screen, and saw it was 2:30. 90 minutes? I only had 90 minutes until I had to see Dylan. I pressed the phone back to my ear. He won't be able to see me, right? That's correct. Desperately trying to come up with an excuse to say no, I was quiet. I'll see you at 4, Turner said in a tone that conveyed the expectation that I would be there. Yeah. Good, I look forward to it. I didn't. I was dreading it. We disconnected and my shoulders slumped. Who is that? Shelby asked as she got to her feet. Detective Turner. And? She didn't seem to get the seriousness of this. And he wants me to come in and ID the suspect. Her mouth formed an O, then she whispered, You were about to say Dylan, weren't you? She touched my arm and leaned close. Is he the one? Is he the killer? I stared at her without speaking, but I was sure my face said it all. I have to be there in 90 minutes. She straightened and looked at me. You can't go. What? Was this the same girl who had wanted to tell the police I knew who did it? Why not? He'll kill us, Courtney. Baldy. He will, won't he? As much as I wanted to, I couldn't deny that she could be right. She dragged her fingers through her hair as she spun away from me and muttered, He's probably watching the police station to see if you show up. She turned to face me and her hand slid to her face. If he sees you, it's over. For both of us. Her fingers drummed against her cheeks. I don't want to die, Court. I'm too young. Her building panic was contagious. I had to make her stop. I grabbed her hands and pulled them away from her face. That's not going to happen, Shelby. How do you know that, huh? How? Do you have some sort of second sight you've never told me about that lets you see into the future? Stop it, Shelby. You're becoming hysterical. Why aren't you getting hysterical? You're the one he's going to kill. He'll probably do it slowly, too. Torture you first to see what you told the police. I wanted to scream at her to shut up, but I knew it was only her fear talking. Still, I needed her to stop. Immediately. I yanked open the door to the dressing room and stepped into the hall. Where are you going? Her voice was shrill. Don't go out there. We can't stay in the dressing room forever, Shelby. Come on. She looked from my face to the doorway of the dressing room and back again. Yes, we can. If we hide when they close the store, they won't even know we're in here. I was way more scared than she was, but I'd also faced Baldy and had lived to tell the tale. Maybe that gave me an advantage. In any case, I wasn't on the express train to freak-out mode like she seemed to be. Gently but firmly, I took her arm and tugged her toward the door. Come on, we'll be careful, and we'll be fine. Dragging her feet, she followed me out of the dressing room and into the main store, which wasn't very busy at that time of the afternoon. The sales clerk approached us. Can I help you find anything?"
"No," I said, "but thank you." "Are you going to ID him?" Shelby asked next to my ear as if the sales clerk didn't exist. I didn't know what I was going to do, so instead of answering her, I continued walking. She kept pace with me, and once we left the store, I headed to a bench surrounded by fake greenery, then sat. Shelby sat beside me and murmured, "Is this safe?" I glanced around, but didn't see anyone suspicious. "I think so." She was quiet for a moment. "We need a plan, Courtney." I'd been considering all the options ever since I'd hung up with Turner. I angled my body so I faced her. "I know what I'm going to do." Her face lit up like I'd just solved all the world's problems. "What?" I wasn't so sure it was a good idea. In fact, I knew I could get in a lot of trouble if I went through with it, but it was the only thing I could come up with at the moment. "I'm not going to ID him," I said. "I'm going to say none of the people they show me look like the person I saw that night." "So you're going to lie to the police?" she said. It wasn't a question. "Would you prefer I tell them what I know and get on Baldy's bad side?" "Well, no," she said, "but you could get in serious trouble if you lie and they find out." "How would they find out?" I asked. My eyes narrowed. "Are you going to tell them?" Her head swung from side to side. "No way." "Okay, then." I smiled. "Problem solved." She chewed on her lower lip for a moment. "But what if Baldy sees you going into the police station? He'll think you told them what you know. How will you prevent that?" I was trying not to think about that potential obstacle. Shelby's eyes brightened. "What if you wear a disguise? You know, so Baldy doesn't know it's you." Imagining myself wearing a dark red wig and oversized sunglasses as I walked into the police station, I frowned. How would I explain that to Detective Turner? If I really don't know anything, there's no reason for me to wear a disguise, right? "Yeah, I guess so." Shelby was quiet. "Maybe we can, stake out the place ahead of time and make sure Baldy isn't around?" I knew what Baldy looked like, and I knew what his two minions looked like, but I was certain there were many other members of his gang, and I had no idea what they looked like. Despair wrapped around me. "We could try." My voice sounded dull and hopeless. "You don't seem convinced," she said. I explained the reason for my doubts. The optimism Shelby had obviously been feeling seemed to melt away. She threw her hands up. "I give up, then. I have no idea how to keep your visit to the police a secret." We sat in silence. I rested my chin on my hand as I stared into the distance, hopeful a brilliant idea would strike me, and soon. A man walked past us, a man in his 20s. The moment I saw him, I turned my head away, but I was too slow, and our eyes met. He smiled at me, but I couldn't tell if it was a smile that said, "Hey, baby, you're cute," or one that said, "I see you, Courtney Hartford, and I know where you are." A tremor shook my body. Chapter 32. "Who was that?" Shelby whispered. I shrugged. Hopefully no one. Shelby turned her head to follow the man's progress. I looked as well, noticing that the man never turned back to look in our direction. Maybe he wasn't tied to Baldy. The man passed a sporting goods store, which gave me an idea. I tapped Shelby on the shoulder, bringing her attention back to me. She looked at me expectantly. "I'm going to get some pepper spray," I said. Then I looked toward the sporting goods store. "Maybe they sell it in there." "Good idea." Shelby stood. "Maybe I'll get some too." We walked in the direction of the store, keeping an eye on the other shoppers, looking for anyone who seemed the least bit suspicious. A few moments later, we entered the store. "Where's your pepper spray?" I asked the clerk after we looked around and hadn't been able to find it on our own. He stared at me as if he wasn't used to women coming in and asking for a way to immobilize people. By the hunting gear." He pointed to an aisle we had yet to explore. "Thanks," I said, then headed in the direction he'd indicated. "Look," Shelby said as she lifted a package from the display. "They have pink ones." I laughed. "For the special woman in your life, right?" "I'm getting it." Her voice had become serious. "You should too." I took one off of the shelf. "Oh, I'm going to." We carried our pink canisters of pepper spray to the front of the store and laid them on the counter. "Separate purchases," Shelby said.
then waited while I rang hers up. While I was paying for mine, Shelby began ripping open the packaging. "Hey," the clerk said. "Don't open that in here." She glared at him. "Why not? I bought it. I can open it if I want to." Then she continued what she was doing, ignoring the look of concern on the man's face. Once she'd taken it out, she dropped it in her purse, then held out the packaging. "Can you throw this away for me?" Yeah, sure." At the look on the man's face, I held back a laugh, then paid for my pepper spray, leaving it in the packaging. I didn't want to worry the man any more than he already seemed to be. We left the store and Shelby grinned. "Did you see his face?" she said. "He must have thought I was going to use it on him." I held back a chuckle. "You should have yours ready to go too," she said. I imagined walking out of the mall and finding Baldy, or the man whose eyes I'd met, waiting for me. When he grabbed my arm to drag me into his car, I would whip the pepper spray out of my purse and point it at him, then let him have it full on. He would collapse to the ground as tears poured from his eyes. Then Shelby and I would make a break for it. "Yeah," I said as I ripped open the package. "When do you want to go to the police station?" Shelby asked. I grimaced. "Never, but I guess we should go now and get it over with." We walked toward the mall exit and my senses perked up, on high alert for danger. I kept my hand in my purse, my fingers wrapped around my pretty pink canister, ready to yank it out and protect myself. To my surprise, no one accosted us as we walked toward the rows of parked cars. "We should leave your car here and use mine instead," Shelby said. "Baldy might not know what my car looks like." "Good idea." I figured he probably did know what Shelby's car looked like. After all, she lived at my house. But maybe he wouldn't be looking for hers. In any case, it seemed a safer option than using my car. Only once we were safely locked inside her car did I release the pepper spray from my grip. With very little conversation, we drove to the police station. As we pulled into the parking lot, I scanned the area. There were a few people coming and going, although I didn't see Baldy or his buddies. "What do you think?" Shelby asked as she pulled into a parking space and turned off the engine. She turned to me, her face grim. "Do you see anyone you recognize?" I took one last look around before shaking my head. "No." Then I sat there, not moving. Ever since Turner's call an hour before, I'd been avoiding thoughts of how this would go. Would I really be able to lie to the detective? How would I react when I saw Dylan standing in a lineup? Would Turner be watching me, and would he be able to tell that I knew Dylan? Obviously sensing my trepidation, Shelby asked, "How are you feeling?" I turned to her and pushed a half smile onto my mouth. "Not great." She seemed to hesitate before speaking. "We could leave, you know. It's not like you have to go in there and do this." I chuckled. Don't tempt me. But the idea slid around the edges of my thoughts, poking me, enticing me, seducing me. What would happen if I didn't show up? The consequences filtered through my mind. Turner would ask me to come a different time, and then what? What reason could I give for refusing? Any good citizen would want to help the police get a murderer off of the streets. I sighed. I just needed to do it now, and then I could move on with my life. "Well?" Shelby asked. My stomach churned as I spoke. "I have to go in there." She nodded. "I know, and I'm sure you'll make it work, whatever it is you end up doing." Her words gave me the courage to go through with it. "I'll wait in the car," she said. "You know, to keep an eye out for Baldy, or anyone else suspicious." I would have preferred to have her come with me, but it made sense for her to stay out here and keep an eye on things. I lifted my purse from the floor, then reached for the door handle. "Court, wait!" I looked at her. "What?" Maybe you should leave the pepper spray in the car. I mean, the police might frown on you bringing it inside." "Good point," I said. I removed the pink canister from my purse and set it on the floor, then opened the door. "Wish me luck." "Good luck." I smiled tightly, then climbed out, closed the door, and began walking toward the entry to the police station. I'd only gone a few steps from Shelby's car when my phone rang. I dug it out of my purse and looked at the screen. "Hey, Mom," I said, after swiping the screen to answer. "Courtney, are you okay? I haven't heard from you." I laughed softly. "Actually, I'm at the police station." "Oh, thank goodness. You decided to tell them what happened?" Not exactly, I thought. I'm here to speak with a detective. I didn't want to worry her by telling her all the details. I'm so glad, Courtney. I feel so much better now. I'm sure once you tell him what happened today, he'll make sure you're safe. Safety was a relative thing, and not something I was certain the police could provide even if they wanted to. Not if an entire gang wanted to silence me. I'll let you go, sweetheart. Call me when you're done, okay? That phone call would not give her the news she was hoping for, and I dreaded making it. Okay, Mom. After we disconnected, I walked briskly to the doors of the police station, anxious about this, as well as eager to get it over with. Chapter 33. Courtney, Detective Turner said as he approached me. Good afternoon. After entering the police station, I checked in with the officer at the front window, and he told me Turner would be out soon. I'd waited several minutes, my stress climbing with each passing second. At Turner's appearance, I'd nearly leapt from my chair, my nerves stretched tight. Hello. I appreciate you coming in on such short notice. He smiled like this was all routine, which to him it certainly was. No problem. Yeah, right, I thought. Out in the parking lot, I almost changed my mind. We'll head upstairs, where I'll give you further instructions. I forced a smile. Great! But I thought, crap. I followed him to an elevator where he pushed the call button. A short time later, we entered a room with a rectangular table surrounded by chairs. That didn't worry me. The object that brought adrenaline surging through my veins was the large rectangular window prominently positioned on one of the walls. This is Officer Bowen, Turner said, motioning to a uniformed officer who stood in the room. He held out his hand. Hello. I took his hand, hoping mine wasn't shaking noticeably. Hi. Officer Bowen will be in the room with you while you do this, Turner said to me. Do you have any questions? I shook my head. Great. He lifted a sheet of paper from the table. I'm going to read you the instructions for this procedure, okay? All right. His focus went to the sheet of paper, and he began reading. You are being asked to view a group of people. You will be viewing them one at a time. Please look at all of them. I am required to show you the entire series. They are in random order. Please make a decision about each person before moving on to the next one. The person who committed the crime may or may not be one of the people you are about to view. You should remember that it is just as important to clear innocent persons from suspicion as to identify the guilty. The officer administering this procedure does not know any of the people who are involved in the crime. He glanced at me, then continued. The individuals you view may not appear exactly as they did on the date of the incident, because features such as head and facial hair are subject to change. Regardless of whether or not you select the person, the police department will continue to investigate the incident. The procedure requires the officer to ask you to state, in your own words, how certain you are of any identification. If you do select someone, please do not ask the officer questions about the person you have selected, as no information can be shared with you at this stage of the investigation. Regardless of whether you select a person, please do not discuss the procedure with any other witnesses in this case. He set the paper on the table and turned to me. Do you have any questions before we begin? There was one question that had been worrying me the most. Will you be in here during this? He shook his head. No, just Officer Bowen will be in here. Relief gushed through me. Okay. Please sign this form that says you understand what I've explained to you. Officer Bowen and I will sign it as well. I did as instructed and watched as Turner and Bowen signed the form. Thank you, Turner said. I'm going to leave now, Courtney. I won't see you again until this procedure has been completed. I nodded, my fears about lying somewhat tamed, although I still hated the idea of not telling the truth, just not enough to actually tell the truth. I'm going to turn off the light, Officer Bowen said. That way the participants will only see their reflection. That idea I liked a lot. My attention was locked on the window in front of me as I waited for the parade to begin. Fresh worry made my stomach gurgle painfully, and I hoped I wouldn't need to rush to the bathroom at the wrong moment. A man stepped in front of the window. Wearing a white t-shirt, he held a square placard with a number 1 displayed on it. Though he reminded me of Dylan, he was definitely not Dylan. The man stared straight ahead, and after a moment he turned to my right. Then he turned in the opposite direction. After a brief pause, He walked out of my view. I turned to Officer Bowen and shook my head. Another man came out. He also wore a white t-shirt, but his placard had the number 2 written on it. Though I kept my eyes on the man, there was no doubt that he was not the murderer, and I dreaded the moment Dylan would step into view. After he left, I turned to Bowen and shook my head. 2 more men came and went, and 2 more times I shook my head. Then it happened. Dylan stood directly in front of me. Did he know I was standing on the other side of the glass? His face betrayed no knowledge, but I wondered if he was in contact with Baldy, and if he would tell him he'd been brought in for a lineup, which obviously meant I'd come in to view the lineup. At the possibility, a jolt of fear coursed through me. Dylan turned sideways, startling me, and I nearly flinched. He turned in the other direction, but this time I was prepared for his movement and I stayed steady. Finally, he walked out of my view. I turned to Bowen, who stared at me, obviously expecting me to give him some sort of answer. Slowly, I shook my head. I felt wretched for outright lying, but when I pictured Baldy's cold, hard eyes, complete terror took over and the wretchedness abated. The last man came into view. I waited for him to go through his positions, then I turned to Officer Bowen and shook my head. "Would you like to see the lineup again?" he asked. Oh, heck no, I thought. No, that won't be necessary. I'd already told my lie. There was no point in going through the charade again. Chapter 34. Okay, thank you. Officer Bowen flipped on the light, then opened the door that led to the hallway. Detective Turner was leaning against the wall, but when the door opened, he straightened and walked into the room. Expecting him to ask me if I'd identified Dylan, I was surprised when all he said was, "I'll walk you out." He led me back to the elevator, and we rode down in silence. When we reached the lobby, he said, "Thank you again for coming, Courtney. I'll let you know if we need anything else from you." Okay. I'd expected it to be much worse, but in the end it had been easy to lie. Too easy. I left the police station and headed to Shelby's car. "How'd it go?" Shelby asked once I'd climbed inside. Not in the mood to rehash the specifics, I kept it vague as I picked my pepper spray up from the floor and dropped it into my purse. Okay. "What did you do?" she asked. "Did you, tell them?" Heart sinking with my despicable cowardice, I stared at the floor and shook my head. Shelby nodded, her expression grim. "What did the detective say when you told him you didn't recognize anyone? Did he seem disappointed? Do you think he believed you?" With a sigh, I briefly recounted what had happened. Shelby's eyebrows rose. "You mean he wasn't even in there?" "Nope." "Oh." I nodded. I'd been as surprised as anyone, but I guess it made sense. Officer Bowen didn't know Dylan was the actual suspect, so he couldn't sway my opinion. On the other hand, Turner did know, which must have been why he stayed out of the room. I imagined Turner's disappointment when Bowen reported I hadn't recognized anyone. I'm such a coward, I thought. I hate that I'm too afraid to tell the truth. Mom will be so disappointed in me when I let her know I didn't tell Turner anything. Sliding down into my seat in misery, I took out my phone to call Mom. "Who are you calling?" Shelby asked. "And where are we supposed to go now? I mean, I'm supposed to work tonight." Double crap. "Me too," I said. I glanced at the phone in my hand. I was about to call my mom. She's so worried about me. "Are you going to go to work?" Shelby asked. "I mean, Baldy knows where you work." As if I needed to be reminded about that. The idea of Baldy showing up at work, like right when I was walking out to my car after I'd finished my shift, terrified me. "No," I said. "I don't think it would be a good idea for me to go to work." "Okay then, where should we go? Where will we be safe?" That was a good question, and I didn't have an answer. I scanned the area. "The police station seems pretty safe, actually." Shelby frowned. "Are you suggesting we camp out in their lobby?" As weird as that sounded, it almost seemed like a good idea. Almost. "I guess that wouldn't work, would it?" "No," she said, "I don't think so." I sighed. "What about your old place? Do you think your old roommates would let us crash there tonight? While we get things figured out?" She said, "I don't know. There's not much space there. She bit her lip. But I don't know where else we can go. Unless we get a hotel room. She grimaced. Of course, that would cost money.
Right, I said.
She huffed a sigh. Let's go to my old place and see what they say.
Maybe you should call first, I said.
She shook her head. It would be harder for them to say no if we're standing right in front of them. That's true. While Shelby drove, I called Stephen and told him I wouldn't be coming in that night. Then I called Mom. Oh, honey, she said, after I told her that all I'd done was look at a lineup of suspects. Why didn't you tell the detective about what happened today? I didn't really get a chance to talk to him, I said, then thought, lame excuse, Courtney. Courtney, you should have made him listen. Getting him to listen wasn't the issue. Getting me to talk was the issue. I'll call him, she said in her I've had enough of this voice. Alarm shot through me. No, Mom, no. Why not? He needs to understand how serious this is. I could not, under any circumstances, let her tell Detective Turner about Baldy and his threats. Please, Mom, let me take care of it. Oh, shoot, she said. What's wrong? They're paging me. It's okay, Mom, I've got this. That was the laugh of the century. All right, Courtney, stay safe. If only it were that easy. I will. I love you. I love you too. I set the phone on my lap with a sigh. What'd she say? Shelby asked, glancing at me before looking back at the road. I repeated Mom's half of the conversation. I hope she stays out of it, I said. If she talks to Turner... I shook my head. Shelby didn't reply, and I wondered if she half hoped Mom would talk to Turner. After all, Shelby was potentially in as much danger as I was. I don't see Emily's car, Shelby said when we pulled up to her old apartment, but there's Katie's. After we parked, we walked to the door of her old place and knocked. Hey, Shelby, Katie said. Katie was the girl who'd taken over her lease. What's up? I didn't know this girl, so I stayed quiet as Shelby spoke. Not much, Shelby said. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Are you busy? Actually, Katie said, I was just on my way out. Oh, Shelby half frowned. Can we come in? I blurted, and Katie looked at me like I'd lost my mind. No one's home, she said as her eyebrows bunched. Just for a minute. I glanced behind us, feeling like eyes were everywhere, watching. Katie's gaze slid to Shelby. Shelby must have sensed my alarm. Yeah, she said, just for a minute. I guess, Katie said. Then she stepped back to let us enter. The bathroom's over there, she added, obviously thinking nature had given me urgency. I decided to use the excuse and give Shelby a few minutes to convince her to let us stay. I'll be right back, I said. I hurried to the bathroom and shut myself inside, then waited. I could hear Shelby and Katie talking, but couldn't make out what they were saying. A few minutes later, I heard footsteps rapidly approaching, then sudden pounding on the bathroom door. Courtney, open up! Shelby's voice sounded on the verge of hysteria. Was Baldy there? I wondered. Panic welled up inside me, and I hesitated to open the door, as if the thin sheet of wood could do anything to stop him. Courtney! The urgency in her voice made me reconsider. Maybe he was on his way and we needed to escape, now. I pulled the door open to see Shelby standing in front of me, her phone in her hand, and Katie a few feet behind her. Shelby's face was chalk white, which made the blood drain from my face. What's wrong? I just got a text from Mitch, she said. Mitch? Tyler's friend? I couldn't grasp why that would be important. She held up her phone so I could see the text. From Mitch. Hey, just thought you should know that Tyler's in the hospital. Some guys jumped him and beat him up pretty bad. Chapter 35. My gaze jerked to Shelby's face, and my voice came out in a whisper. Do you think it was Baldy? Her shoulders lifted in a shrug, but her eyes were wide with terror. I pictured Tyler walking along, completely oblivious to any danger, and then wham! Baldy and his buddies taking him down, hard, all because of me. I have to go see him. I have to know he's okay. Let me ask Mitch, Shelby said. She typed in a message, then tapped her thumbnail against the screen of her phone as she waited for a reply. A moment later, her phone chimed a message. She read it, then turned her phone around for me to see. From Shelby. Is he okay? From Mitch.
I don't know. He's unconscious right now. My eyes widened. Unconscious? What's going on? Katie asked as she walked up behind Shelby. My friend Tyler is in the hospital. Oh no, Katie said. What happened? I glanced at Shelby, then looked at Katie. Someone beat him up. Saying the words out loud made it seem more real, more serious. I turned back to Shelby. Let's go. She nodded. Thanks for letting me use your bathroom, I said to Katie, who looked slightly confused about why we'd come all the way to her place just to use the bathroom. I hope your friend's okay, she said. Thanks. Shelby and I hurried out the door. I have to go to work, Shelby said as we climbed into her car. With Tyler in the hospital, unconscious, work seemed so very unimportant. Who cares about work? I said. Shelby's lips pressed into a straight line as she turned on her engine and began backing out of the parking space. An audible sigh fell from my lips. We can't worry about work right now, Shelby. We need to focus on Tyler. And who beat him up? Shelby said as she pulled into traffic. I didn't want to think about that part, but despite my desire to forget about Baldy, questions insisted on being asked. Had Baldy done it? Was it because of me? Had he found out I'd gone to the police station? Was this a warning? Would I be next? As the questions multiplied, my heart fluttered painfully in my chest. I looked at Shelby. Will you come to the hospital with me? I can't, she said. I have to go to work. I couldn't believe work was more important to her than coming with me to see Tyler. Can't you call in sick? She glanced at me. Look, I don't want to go to the hospital, okay? Why not? Don't you want to know if Tyler's okay? Of course, she said, but the smell's there. She frowned, then shook her head. The hospital creeps me out. This was news to me, but I didn't want to argue about it. My first priority was seeing if Tyler was okay. Fine, can you take me to my car then? Yeah. Her voice was soft, and I got the feeling she felt guilty for abandoning me. She'd been such a support, I didn't want her to feel bad about this. It's okay. I was quiet a moment. Holy crap, Shelby, I just thought of something. What? What if Baldy did this to lure me out? If he's been watching me, then he knows I've been dating Tyler. Maybe he put him in the hospital because he knew I would come to see him. That idea thoroughly freaked me out. That would be sick, Courtney. Sick was something I was certain was part of Baldy's DNA. Yeah, my voice nearly shook. Are you still going to go? She asked. I looked at her and the worry written in the wrinkles of her forehead, then thought of Mom and how I'd blithely told her, I've got this. My lips turned down in a frown. I so didn't have this. But I couldn't abandon Tyler, not after what had happened to him. Maybe this has nothing to do with you, Shelby said. Maybe Tyler pissed somebody off. Yeah, I said, maybe. But it was too coincidental. The same day Baldy had warned me to keep quiet, had basically told me when he'd gotten out of my car that someone was going to get hurt. That was the day the man I was dating got jumped. Misery settled over me like a damp fog, and we drove the rest of the way to my car in silence. There it is, Shelby said as she drew alongside my car. I scrutinized it and the area around it. Seems okay, I said. Unless Baldy planted a bomb underneath it or something. I held back hysterical laughter. You've watched too many movies, baby girl, I thought. I turned to Shelby. Now what? I mean, I don't think we want to spend the night at my house tonight, do you? Her head shook briskly from side to side. No way. Then where will we sleep? The skin around her eyes seemed to tighten as she stared at me. I don't know. What time are you off work? 11. I checked the time. That's not for 5.5 hours, Shelby. Why don't you text me when you're off, and we'll figure it out then? Yeah, okay. I reached for the doorknob. Courtney? I turned to her. Yeah? Be careful, okay? I nodded. You too. A small smile curved her lips, then I opened the door and stepped onto the pavement. I'll wait until you get in your car, she said. Okay, thanks. With trepidation, I approached my car. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I cupped my hand against the glass and made sure no one was hiding inside. Then I knelt on the ground near the gas tank and peered underneath. You have no clue what to look for, I thought. You wouldn't know if he'd planted a bomb or cut your gas line or anything. Frustrated at my helplessness, I stood and walked to the driver's door.
He'd been busy beating Tyler. He probably had no idea my car was here. Feeling a mix of relief and horror, I unlocked the door, then after a brief hesitation, slid behind the wheel. I waved to Shelby, then closed and locked the door. A moment later, she drove off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and my worries. Chapter 36. On the drive to the hospital, I stayed vigilant, and I arrived 30 minutes after I left the mall. I parked, then sent Mom a text letting her know I was okay and that I would check in with her in an hour. The sun still shone brightly, so it was easy to see what was going on around me, and nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, my heart raced as I thought about Baldy sitting in one of the parked cars, a pair of binoculars pressed to his face as he waited for me to arrive. I climbed out of my car and looked around, then thought, now he knows where you're parked. With a barely suppressed shudder, I locked my car and began walking to the entrance. Once I'd made it safely inside, I texted Mitch and asked him where Tyler was. A moment later, he replied, and I headed for the elevator. "Mitch," I said, when I got off the elevator and saw him in the foyer on the 3rd floor. "How is he?" I didn't know Mitch well, but anyone could see the worry on his face. "They just moved him up from the emergency room, but he hasn't woken up yet." Alarm that he would never wake up sent a jolt of terrified energy zinging along my nerves. "Can I see him?" He grimaced. "He looks pretty gnarly." "I don't care," I said. "I need to see him." I needed to see what Baldy had done, what my fear had led to see what could happen to me. I couldn't suppress the shudder that time. "If you really want to," Mitch said. I guess that would be okay." I nodded as we stood in the foyer. Then I thought about Tyler's family. Would they be able to read the guilt on my face? Would they blame me as they should? "What about his parents?" I said. "Are they in there?" "No. The police contacted them and they're on their way, but they won't be here for a few hours. They're the ones who called me." The police? I'd forgotten that they would get involved. "What did the police say?" Mitch frowned. "They don't know much. Just that someone found him on the ground all beat up. The guy who found him said Tyler told him some guys jumped him, then he passed out." Mitch shook his head. "He just needs to wake up." The fear that he wouldn't was clear in Mitch's eyes, which pushed my worry up several notches. "Can you take me to him?" He nodded. "Follow me." We passed the nurse's station, where one nurse sat behind the counter. "Hold on there," she called after us. I stopped, then turned to look at her. "You need to sign in." She stood and pointed to an open binder sitting on the counter. "Oh, right," I said. I walked to the counter and picked up the pen. What if Baldy saw this? He would know I was here. Then I saw the names of the other visitors who had signed in had been covered, for privacy. Good. I signed my name, then held out my arm so she could place a green paper wristband around my wrist. "You're all set," she said with a smile. "Thank you." Mitch and I walked down the corridor, and he stopped just before we reached an open door. "He's in there." He studied my face. "Are you sure you want to go in?" No, I thought, but I said, "Yes." With a nod, he turned and led the way in. When I saw Tyler, I gasped, loudly. I couldn't help it. His face was battered and swollen. Tubes snaked from his nose and mouth, and one arm was wrapped in gauze. I was sure there was even more damage hidden under the blankets, cracked ribs, broken bones, internal bleeding. "It's okay, Courtney," Mitch said as he patted my back. It was then I realized tears were streaming down my face. This is all my fault, I thought. My fault. My fault. The words echoed in my head in a never-ending loop, tormenting me, torturing me, haunting me, and I thought, I have to talk to Detective Turner. I have to tell the truth. My body stiffened as abject fear coursed through me. What would happen if I did? Would Baldy kill me? What about Mom and Shelby? My gaze slid to Mitch. Was anyone safe? As I imagined myself the cursed girl, anyone who knew me would be in danger. Anyone. My heart stuttered.
I wiped the tears from my face. You have to do it, Court, I told myself. You did nothing wrong, and look what he did to Tyler. How will keeping quiet help? An image of Dylan filled my mind. In all my worries over Baldy, I had hardly thought about Dylan. He was the one I'd actually seen stabbing Jeremy Owens, but I wasn't even afraid of him. Then again, he was in jail, so he couldn't harm me. Besides, he could have hurt me the night he'd murdered Jeremy Owens, but he hadn't. I remembered the day he'd been waiting beside my car and his warning to keep quiet. He'd said he didn't want to see anything happen to me, but that others were in charge. Baldy. Baldy was a real person to fear, which I'd sensed the moment I'd met him. The steady blip, blip, blip of Tyler's heartbeat showed on a screen near the head of his bed, steadying my erratic pulse. He was alive. He was here. They would take good care of him. He would be okay. He had to be. A knock sounded on the open door to Tyler's room. I turned to see who it was and saw a uniformed police officer, an officer who looked familiar, because I'd been in the same room with him less than 2 hours earlier. Officer Bowen. Chapter 37. When his eyes met mine, his head tilted. Courtney, right? I nodded. He walked into the room and stopped beside me. Do you know him? He gestured to Tyler, helpless and wounded on the bed. Instinctively, I wanted to deny it, but the answer was obvious. After all, I stood beside his bed. Yeah. Bowen glanced at Mitch, then looked at me. I'd like to chat with you in the hall, please. My worry meter kicked on, but I couldn't exactly refuse. If I had nothing to hide, why would I? Sure. I followed him out, and after stepping to the side, he turned to face me. I came to check on Tyler Cartwright, but I have to admit... A sigh of surprise slid from his lips. I didn't expect to see you here. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked on mine. How do you know him? We've dated a few times. Uh-huh. He nodded as he spoke. What do you know about what happened to him? Cut right to the chase, why don't you? I thought. Desperate to tell him my suspicions, I realized that's all they were. I had no proof that Baldy had anything to do with this. Torn between the almost overwhelming desire to unburden myself and the equally compelling need to keep my mouth firmly closed, I hesitated. I'll ask again, he said. Well, crap, I thought. I'd hesitated too long, and now he was going to factor that into anything I said. His eyes bored into mine. What do you know? This guy was worse than Turner. Of course, Turner had no reason to think I was lying. I know someone beat him up. His eyebrows rose in a statement that said, Really? Thanks for the news flash. And? I don't know anything else. His gaze remained steady, as if he was trying to peer into my mind and extract every last bit of information I stored there. Finally, he drew back a fraction of an inch. Okay. Controlling myself to keep from exhaling a breath of relief, I smiled. With a last scrutinization of my face, he turned and walked down the hall, away from Tyler's room. I watched him go, then went back to Tyler's bedside. What was that all about? Mitch asked. I shrugged. He just asked if I knew anything. Why would you? I nodded, all the while feeling more miserable than ever. An hour later, after I'd sat unmoving beside Tyler's bed, Mitch offered to get me something to eat. What about you? I asked. You've been here longer than me. He half smiled. I'll get us both something. I shrugged. My appetite was non-existent, but I could tell Mitch needed something to do. Sure, a sandwich or something would be great. His smile grew. Okay, I'll be back in a while. I turned my attention back to Tyler. He looked exactly the same as when I'd walked in. Nurses had come and gone, but Tyler remained unchanged. As I stared at him, sorrow at what he was going through nearly crushed me. I placed my hand on his arm and leaned close. I'm so sorry, Tyler, I whispered. You didn't deserve this. I thought about hiking with him, dancing with him, spending time with him as tears filled my eyes. They overflowed my lashes and slid down my cheeks as all-consuming regret descended upon me. My phone chimed a message.
I brushed my hands across my face before unlocking my phone. From Mom. It's been more than an hour and I haven't heard from you. My shoulders slid downward. I'd completely forgotten my promise to my mom. I typed a reply. From Courtney. Sorry, Mom. I got busy and forgot. I'm still perfectly fine. She replied immediately. From Mom. I'm going to call you. I glanced toward the hallway. No one was in sight. My phone rang. Hi, Mom. Are you really safe? Where are you? Though tempted to pretend everything was A-OK, I couldn't bring myself to lie to her. I'm visiting a friend at the hospital. What? Now? Yes. Couldn't that wait? My gaze slid to Tyler, helpless, alone, beaten to within an inch of his life. I swallowed over the tightness in my throat. No, it couldn't. Why not? She sighed, the sigh I'd heard hundreds of times in my life, the sigh that said she'd about had it. What's going on, Courtney? I gnawed on my lower lip, debating how much to tell her. I was so tired of trying to hide the truth. You remember Tyler? I said. The guy I've been dating? Yes. Her voice sounded wary. He got hurt and he's in the hospital. Oh. She waited a beat. What happened to him? He got in a fight. Way to not hide the truth, Court, I thought. Mom was silent. Why? I don't know what it was about. Which was true. I suspected it was Baldy and his minions, but I didn't know that for sure. For all I knew, he'd gotten into some stupid argument with a group of thugs. But in the moments after he'd been discovered, he'd said he'd been jumped. That didn't sound like he'd had anything to do with it. How serious are his injuries? Mom asked. I pictured her in her nurse's uniform, her nurse's instincts turned on high. He's unconscious. Unconscious? Yes. Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me something? Because you know me too well, I thought. I glanced behind me to make sure Mitch hadn't returned, then decided to give full disclosure. Mom, I think it might have been the guys who threatened me earlier. A loud gasp came across the line. Oh no, Courtney! Her voice shook. You have to talk to the police and then get out of town, immediately. I agreed, at least about getting out of town. Maybe that's what Shelby and I should do. Just grab what we could and go, or don't even get our stuff. The idea of taking nothing with me upset me, but when I looked at Tyler lying on the bed, I knew my stuff wasn't worth getting if this could be my fate. Okay, Mom. You'll leave? She asked. Right away? Yes. Oh, thank goodness. She paused before adding, I'll transfer some money to your account, to help cover the cost of gas and a hotel for tonight. I felt bad that she would have to pay my way. Mom, I don't think you need to do that. Don't argue with me. My mouth snapped shut at the fury in her voice. Let me do this, she said in her don't you dare argue with me voice. I have to know you'll be okay. This is something I can do now, so let me. Okay, I said. Thank you. She softly sighed. You call or text, okay? Keep me informed. I heard footsteps approaching and turned to see if Mitch had returned with our food. But it wasn't Mitch. It was Detective Turner, and he didn't look happy. Mom, I've got to go. Okay, baby, I love you. I love you too. I disconnected the call, then stood to face the detective. Chapter 38. Courtney, good evening. Detective Turner walked toward me and stopped beside me. Hello. Officer Bowen told me you were here. I thought it would be best for us to speak face to face. Speak to me? About what? Of course, I knew exactly what he wanted to speak to me about, but I was trying to buy time. Time to decide what I should say. Was I finally ready to tell the truth? All of it? You're leaving town now, I reminded myself, so there's no reason to hide what you know. About what happened to this young man, he said as he nodded in Tyler's direction. Then he met my eyes. Among other things. With a small nod, I said, Right. He pointed to the chair I'd been sitting in. I sat, and he settled in the chair beside it. Now, why don't you tell me what you know? I wanted to, so bad, so very, very bad. I stared at him, battled with myself, thought of the consequences, looked at Tyler, decided. I'm gonna do it, I thought. What do I have to lose? If Shelby and I leave town, then we'll be safe. They've already beaten Tyler. Mom's out of their reach. I faced Detective Turner and imagined the liberation I would feel to let him figure it out. Yes, I thought, it's time. I drew in a deep breath, slowly released it, then I began talking. I told him exactly what had happened on the night of the murder, leaving out nothing.
So you know Dylan? He asked. Did you see him in the lineup earlier?
Ashamed that I'd lied, I nodded. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you the truth, but they threatened me and those I love. To emphasize my point, I glanced at Tyler.
Who threatened you?
His lips pressed together as his gaze went to Tyler.
Dylan's in jail, so he couldn't have done this.
He looked at me again.
Who did this, do you know?
Mitch walked in, carrying food.
Who are you? Turner asked.
I explained who he was, then Turner asked him to come back later. Mitch looked at me, and I nodded to let him know it was okay.
You were about to tell me more?
Turner prompted after Mitch left. Yeah, I said. Then I told him about Dylan's warning in the parking lot, meeting him at the park, Baldy and his friends showing up, then Baldy's words earlier that day.
I'd like you to come to the station and ID this Baldy. We have photos of known gang members, and I'd wager he's among them.
What will happen if I ID him?
We'll arrest him for witness tampering.
That would infuriate him. As much as I wanted Baldy off the streets, I didn't want to be the reason for that happening. I didn't want to be the target of his revenge.
Will you do that? Turner asked.
I guess.
Good. Let's go.
My eyes widened. Now? You want me to go now? He sighed, and I could tell he was beginning to lose his patience.
The people who did this to your friend need to be arrested. His jaw tightened. If you'd come to me earlier, we could have prevented this.
His flat accusation sliced right to my core, and my gaze slid to my lap. It's my fault, I thought. I knew it was, and now he's confirmed it. All my fault. He stood, and I could feel his eyes on me. I lifted my head and met his stare. His expression seemed to soften.
Courtney, you can't blame yourself.
But you're right, I said. I should have told you the truth from the beginning. I turned to Tyler, and tears filled my eyes. My voice wavered as I spoke. If he doesn't get better, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
I don't blame you for being afraid.
Though I was glad to hear that, it didn't change anything. Tyler was still unconscious, and Baldy would still be more than happy to hurt me. But now that I told the truth, all of it, I could at least do my part to make things right. I stood, and together we walked out of the hospital.
I'll walk you to your car, he said,
which I appreciated since the sun had gone down.
Then you can follow me to the station.
Okay. When we reached my car, he made sure no one was in it, then he waited while I got inside and locked the doors. A few moments later, he pulled up behind my parked car, then I began following him as we headed out of the hospital parking lot. 5 minutes later, Turner pulled to the curb and I stopped behind him. He climbed out of his car and walked back to mine, where I rolled down my window.
There's an emergency I need to deal with, he said. Can you meet me at the station?
Yeah, sure.
He tapped my open window frame. Great. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Okay. I rolled up my window as I watched him walk back to his car. He made a U-turn, then drove off with a wave. I waved back, then pulled back onto the road. There wasn't a lot of traffic at this time of the evening on this particular street, and as I noticed the nearly empty streets, a sense of foreboding swept over me. I'm in my car, I thought. Nothing can happen. I'll drive to the police station, ID Baldy, then get Shelby, and we'll get the heck out of Dodge. I thought about Mom and how glad she would be once I told her I'd confessed all to Detective Turner and that I was leaving. My mind wandered as I pictured her face and remembered how simple life had been only a few weeks before I'd met Dylan.
Wham!
My head snapped back, and it took me a second to realize that someone had pulled out in front of me, then slammed on their brakes, and I'd run into them. Chapter 39. Stunned, it took me several beats to notice that the driver of the car I'd run into had jumped out of his car and was running toward me, waving his hands as if he was angry with me. I didn't understand why he was so upset. The accident had totally been his fault. As he got closer, I squinted. It was hard to see well in the dark, But as he reached the hood of my car, I realized that something about him seemed familiar. Too familiar. It was one of Baldy's minions. Alarm bells began a harsh chorus in my head, and my heart jackhammered in response. "Get out of here, Courtney, now!" I threw my car into reverse and mashed my foot on the gas, but ran into some sort of obstacle. My eyes jumped to my rearview mirror, and I saw another car jammed up against the rear of mine. I was blocked in. "They've found me," my mind screamed. "Baldy's found me." An image of Tyler, beaten senseless, filled my mind, and I imagined myself lying in the room next to his, unconscious, near death, ruined. Absolute panic took over, and I heard a high-pitched wail, then realized it was coming from me. I slapped my hand over my mouth, but the wailing continued. "Shut up," I thought. "Shut up! Shut up!" My chest rose and fell in unnaturally fast breaths as I began to hyperventilate, but I managed to stop my screams. "The police," I thought. "Call the police." I turned my head to find my phone, which was on the passenger seat, and when I swiveled back to face the front, my phone in my hand, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone approaching my window. Terrified to look and desperate to get help, I focused on the phone and dialed 911. "What is your emergency?" a calm voice asked. I knew I needed to be just as calm, or the woman would never understand what I was saying. I gulped in a breath of air, released it, then squeaked out, "I'm in my car and I'm about to be attacked." The words ricocheted inside my head. Attacked, attacked, attacked. And it was all I could do to keep the building hysteria from taking over. "Where are you, ma'am?" "I don't know," I thought. Eyes wild with fear, I looked out the passenger window, but I didn't know the area and I couldn't see any landmarks. Determined not to look at whomever stood on the other side of the thin pane of glass, I stared at my lap. Pounding on my window made me jump, and I screamed in terror. "Ma'am?" the woman on the phone said. Without moving my head, my eyes slid to my left, and I saw a hulking figure standing beside my car. I just came from the hospital. I was on my way to the police station." The pitch of my voice rose. "Call Detective Turner. Tell him it's Courtney. He knows where I am." "Okay, ma'am. Please stay on the line." The deafening crash of the window imploding filled my world. Petrified beyond belief, my hands stiffened and my phone slid to the floorboards. "You talked to the cops, didn't you?" Baldy said as he reached through the window. Both hands were clothed in black gloves, the same gloves he'd been wearing earlier that day, and in one hand he held a gun. On instinct, I jerked away from him, and his hand brushed against my shoulder. Desperate to get away from him, I tried to scramble into the passenger side, but my seatbelt held me in place. Crap! With shaking hands, and while still leaning to the right, I punched at the seatbelt release, and after a frantic moment, I was free. "I warned you not to talk," Baldy said through clenched teeth as he made another grab for me, "and now you're gonna pay." He pointed the gun right at me. "But first I want to have a little chat with you, find out exactly what you told them." The words Shelby had said when I'd suggested we leave the dressing room came back to me. "You're the one he's going to kill," she'd said. "He'll probably do it slowly, too. You know, torture you first to see what you told the police." She was right, I thought. He is going to torture me. Pure hysteria flooded me, and I knew I couldn't let him get me. "Leave me alone!" I screamed as loud as I could and launched myself into the passenger seat. I landed on my purse, which I'd set on the seat when I'd gotten in the car. Something hard pressed into my back. The pepper spray, I thought. That cute Pete canister. Get it! I yanked my purse out from behind me, and as I frantically thrust my hand into my purse, my gaze shifted to Baldy, and I saw him reaching through the broken window to unlock the door. Oh no, oh no, oh no! With a mania I'd never experienced before, I raked my fingers through my purse, and a moment later I felt it. A cold, hard cylinder. Yes, I thought. Yes, yes, yes! Tears of joy pooled in my eyes as I yanked out my only means of defense. The driver's side door swung open, and Baldy filled the opening as he bent forward, ready to come for me again. With a canister gripped in my hand, I swung it up, aimed it at his face, put my finger on the trigger, and squeezed. The moment I saw the spray hit its target, I closed my eyes. Baldy shouted a string of obscenities, and I blindly reached for the door handle behind me. My fingers found the smooth handle and I pulled. The door opened and I released the trigger on the pepper spray. Terrified that one of Baldy's lackeys would be there to grab me, I forced myself to keep my eyes closed so that I wouldn't get pepper spray in them, then swung my legs to the pavement. "Get her!" someone yelled. "Help me!" I screamed as loudly as I could. The sound of sirens filled the air. I heard another string of obscenities followed by, "Let's get out of here." I scrambled out of the car on the passenger side and cracked my eyes open. They stung, but after several moments, I opened them fully and was able to see what was going on. Baldy stood on the other side of my car, his two buddies on either side of him helping him to his feet. Tears streamed from his eyes, but he glared at me with deadly hatred. Then he lifted the gun in my direction. "I'm gonna kill you," he said to me, his voice carrying loud and clear over the sirens. I ducked beside the front passenger wheel, the metal of the car shielding me from his aim. At least I hoped it would. "We gotta get out of here," one of his buddies said. "Kill her!" Baldy screamed, his voice filled with fury. "Kill her now!" The sirens sounded like they were about to arrive, and I huddled next to the wheel, terrified I was about to die. I don't want to die, I thought. I'm not ready to die. Please let me live. Chapter 40. Car doors slammed. Engines started up. Tires squealed. They're leaving, I thought. They didn't kill me. They're leaving. Exhilaration surged through me, but that ended moments later when a gunshot rang out and the ground next to me exploded in a burst of rocks and dirt. Something sharp pierced my arm, and I screamed in horror as blood trickled down my skin. I leapt behind the open door, the passenger seat right beside me. Then I heard a loud bang as a bullet hit the outside of the open passenger door. They were shooting at me. I needed to move. I launched myself back into my car and curled up on the floor in front of the passenger seat, desperate for the police to get there and make it stop. Bracing myself for another bullet to hit, this time certain to find its way deep into my flesh, I tried to shrink into invisibility. The magnificent sound of sirens grew closer, ever closer, until they were right beside me. The sound cut off, and I heard doors thrown open and then my name called out. Afraid to believe I might actually be safe, I slowly uncurled myself, then peered over the dash to see 3 police cars surrounding my car. Sweet relief flowed over me in waves. "I'm here!" I cried out. "In my car!" A uniformed officer came to my side and helped me out. Once on the sidewalk, I saw one of the other officers checking the area and another on his radio. The officer who'd helped me out of the car asked, "Are you hurt?" I held up my arm and showed him where a sharp rock had sliced open my skin. Just a little cut. Then the reality of being shot at crashed over me, and my voice shook as I spoke. "They tried to kill me." "But they didn't hit you?" "No." He helped me sit on the curb, then he went to the officer who had been on the radio and spoke to him. A few minutes later he came back. "Detective Turner will be here soon, and an ambulance is on the way." "I don't need an ambulance," I said. He smiled. "They can look at your arm." Exhausted and scared, but glad I wasn't alone, I nodded. "Okay." A short time later, an ambulance pulled up and the EMTs helped me to the back where they tended to my cut. "Courtney," Detective Turner said as he walked toward me several minutes later. "How are you?" Badly shaken, but feeling safe, I smiled. "I'm okay." The EMT finished what he was doing, then walked away. Turner frowned. "I should never have left you alone." "Do you think they followed me from the hospital?" "Most likely." Turner glanced in the direction of my car, then met my eyes. "We'll take prints and see if we can make a match." "He wore gloves." Turner nodded. "If you're up to it, I'd like you to come look at some pictures." The thought of being in a police station, surrounded by people who would protect me, sounded like just the place I wanted to be at that moment. "Okay." "You'll need to leave your car for evidence collection." My window had been shattered, so I needed to get it fixed as soon as possible, especially since I was still planning on getting out of town. "When will I get it back?" Something in my voice must have hinted at my anxiety because he said, "Do you need it right away?" "Well, yeah." He tilted his head. "Are you planning on going somewhere?" It occurred to me that Detective Turner might not be happy to learn that my objective was to leave town for good. I considered keeping that information to myself, but then decided I was done lying to the police. So far, it hadn't led to good things, so it seemed better to tell the truth. I'm leaving.
Oh? Where are you going? His eyes narrowed. When are you leaving?
I'm not sure where I'm going, but I want to leave right away.
Uh-huh.
What did that mean? I had to know his intentions. Are you going to try to stop me? Turner walked over to the EMT and asked if he was done with me.
Yes, he said, she's all set.
Turner nodded, then looked at me and gestured in the direction of his car.
Let's talk over there.
I climbed out of the ambulance and followed him.
I know you're scared, Courtney, he began.
I didn't let him finish his thought. Baldy shot at me, I said. I'd seen plenty of movies where the good guys and bad guys had been in a shootout, but it had been so very different when someone, a very bad guy, had been trying to take me out. Maybe for you it's no big deal to be shot at, I said, but for me it's a new experience, and not one I want to have again, ever.
I understand, he said, and believe me, it is a big deal when I'm shot at.
Good, I thought. Maybe he gets it.
Courtney, I may be able to help you.
What do you mean?
If you'll commit to testifying against both Dylan and this Baldy, I can help you relocate to a safe place.
That sounded serious. What do you mean?
I mean, I can arrange for you to move somewhere else, somewhere no one will know you. You would need to keep your location a secret, of course.
Are you talking about the witness protection program? The idea that I would have to hide for the rest of my life freaked me out in a whole new way.
It's different from the federal program. This program is a relocation and assistance program the state offers for people who testify against gang members. We'll facilitate your moving someplace else and protect you when you come to town to testify.
A new location? I said. The thought of actually moving somewhere else both terrified and excited me.
Yes.
He stared at me.
These services will last until the perpetrators are put into prison.
I didn't love the idea that I would have to basically be in hiding, but wasn't that what I'd been planning on doing already, just on my own? What happens after they go to prison? I asked.
Then you can resume your normal life, although you might not want to move back to the same neighborhood where you currently live.
I imagine Baldy and how angry he would be if he went to prison. Won't they want revenge?
We've found that once they're in prison, they usually don't want to compound things by going after the witness.
Usually, I thought. With my luck, I would be the exception. What other options do I have? I asked. Impressed with how calm I sounded as I discussed critical decisions about my very life, I pushed down the hysteria that lay just below the surface.
What do you mean? He asked. Like, if you don't agree to testify?
I shrugged. I didn't know what I meant, and I felt ill-equipped to decide my future so casually.
He frowned. If you choose not to testify, then I would suggest leaving town.
You won't help me? His frown deepened.
It's not that I don't want to, but I won't be given approval to allocate resources to assist you unless you commit to testifying.
I see, I said. But what did I see? That Baldy would hunt me down and kill me, and enjoy it? The hysteria I'd managed to keep hidden began to crawl up my body like a swarm of particularly angry red ants, and I wanted to scream until my voice gave out.
What do you want to do, Courtney?
Turner asked the question as if the decision was so glaringly obvious that he didn't even know why we were having this discussion. Chapter 41. I stared at Detective Turner, my thoughts going in several directions at once. I need to talk to my mom. Mom? What about my mom? Will she be safe? And my friend Shelby? What about her? The pitch of my voice rose. What about Tyler? What if they want to finish him off? You know, to send me a message.
We'll make sure Tyler's safe.
How?
We're in the process of stationing an officer outside his room.
And my mom?
Where is your mother? Does she live in the area?
I told him where she lived, 1,000 miles away.
She's so far away that it wouldn't make sense to relocate her.
I glanced at my car with a shattered window and saw a man dusting for fingerprints. Would I be able to talk to her? I asked. If I have to keep my location a secret, I mean.
Yes. You'll just need to make sure she doesn't tell your location to anyone else, particularly on social media.
He smiled.
Which obviously would go for you, too.
Okay. That didn't sound too bad. What about Shelby?
Turner tilted his head. Who's Shelby?
My roommate.
Why do you believe she's in danger?
I explained how she'd been at the park with me and how I feared that Baldy had been watching our house. If he was willing to hurt Tyler, I said, he might hurt Shelby.
I should be able to include her in the relocation program.
There was no way I would leave Shelby behind. Imagining her in Baldy's hands made me sick. I wouldn't chance that. I won't go without her, I said.
I understand.
His eyebrows rose.
So you'll testify?
Had I already made my decision? It sure sounded like it. You don't have a choice, Courtney, I thought. Yes, I said. I'll testify.
Turner smiled. Very good.
I didn't know about that, but I did feel a sense of relief that I'd made a decision. I just hoped it was the right one. Now what?
Now we'll go to the station as we'd originally planned, and we'll see if you can ID this Baldy person.
Okay. An hour and a half later, I'd picked out the photo of Baldy and given a statement about what had happened.
How certain are you that this is him? Detective Turner asked.
I stared at the picture and shuddered, then looked at Turner. I'm absolutely positive. There was no way I would forget that face.
His name is Aaron Bellingham, but he goes by Big Dog.
It was strange to realize he had an actual name. In my mind, he'd always been Baldy, and he probably always would be. Why Big Dog?
He's not the leader of the gang, but he's high up in the hierarchy.
Great. What's going to happen now?
Now, we'll put out an APB for Mr. Bellingham and get him off the streets ASAP.
That sounded good to me. Very good.
Then, Turner said, we'll put you in a hotel while you find a new place to live.
So I get to decide where I live?
He smiled. Of course. The state will cover your first and last month's rent, as well as a security deposit, but it's up to you where you want to go.
I liked that idea. They would help me get started, but I had more control over the process than I'd realized. Of course, I would still have to face Dylan and Baldy in court, but I would be safe. Okay, I said, feeling a little better about the whole thing. I want to call my mom. She's probably freaking out by now since I haven't talked to her in a couple of hours.
I'll leave you alone then.
I watched Turner leave, then I called Mom's cell. How are you, Courtney? Are you in a safe place? I told her what had happened. But I'm safe now, Mom, and since I agreed to testify, Detective Turner's going to help me relocate so that Baldy won't be able to find me. Oh, honey, Mom's voice hitched. Oh, baby. I waited while she gathered herself, her reaction making everything seem so much more serious. Up until that moment, I'd been focused on the mechanics of it, how the program worked, what I would have to do. But hearing the emotion in her voice, the fear and the worry, made the gravity of my situation slam down on me like a pallet loaded with sheets of steel. What had I agreed to? Trying to clear my thoughts, I shook my head. I had no choice. The other option was to live in fear of Baldy coming after me. That was no way to live. I proved that over the last few weeks. Courtney, Mom said as if she could read my mind, we'll get through this. I tried to imagine how she must be feeling. Her only child shot at by a known gang member, a man who now wanted her dead. Yeah, that would be pretty horrific, especially from so far away. I swallowed hard, wanting to reassure her, even if I didn't totally believe the words myself. It's okay, Mom. I'll be safe. No one will know where I am. All I can think about is you huddling next to the car with bullets flying all around you. Maybe I shouldn't have told her all the details, I thought. There were only 2 bullets, actually. I've seen gunshot victims, Courtney. Her voice had become stern. It only takes one to do serious damage, or to... Her voice hitched again. Or to kill you. I didn't need the reminder of how close I'd come to being shot. I'd lived it. I know. I can't think about that anymore. She dragged in a breath. What's going to happen now? The police are going to find the bad guy and arrest him. What about you, honey? What's going to happen to you? Tears filled her voice. Can you just come here and live with me? I knew that was an option, but it wasn't my first choice. That felt too much like leading Baldy and his buddies right to Mom's doorstep. Where I'm going to live is still up in the air, I said. But they're going to keep you safe? They're going to put you somewhere the bad guys won't find you? Yes, I said. They do this all the time. Will I be able to talk to you when you're, in hiding? Yes, we just have to keep my location a secret.
Of course, she said. Mom, I need to call Shelby. She's going to come with me. If she agreed, that is, which she had better. You won't be alone in your new location? Mom asked. That makes me feel better. Good. I love you, sweetheart. Call me when you can, okay? I will. I love you too, Mom. We disconnected and I stared at my phone. As the reality of my situation fully seeped into my consciousness, I became overwhelmed and I wanted to run out of the police station and hide. But hide where? I knew I would be less safe on my own than I would be if I let the police help me. Calm down, Court, I thought. Everything will be okay. Everything will work out. I had no idea if that was true, and I knew I was deluding myself by thinking it. It could all go wrong, so very wrong. I had to be vigilant, on my guard, constantly aware of my surroundings. My life had gone from vague terror to waking nightmare. Until Baldy was caught, he and his gang would be a threat to me, to my very life. He had tried to kill me only hours earlier. He wanted me dead. At the deep realization, a tremor began in my head and spread throughout my body. Would I ever be safe? Chapter 42. I texted Shelby and told her to call me the moment she could. My phone rang minutes later. What's going on? Shelby asked. How's Tyler? I wondered if he'd gained consciousness yet. He's in bad shape. Oh no. There's more. More? Like what? I told her everything that had happened since she dropped me off at my car, ending with the police showing up. I can't believe he tried to kill you, Courtney. She sighed. No, I can believe it. That guy is just plain evil. What are we going to do? Do you think he'll try again? I've worked something out with a detective, I said, to keep us safe. What do you mean? I glanced around the small room where I sat alone. I don't want to talk about it over the phone. Okay. You should leave work now and come to the police station. I thought about being ambushed by Baldy and his friends. On second thought, let me see if the police can escort you here. Escort me? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Do you think Baldy would try to attack me too? I had no idea, but I didn't want to take the chance. We should just take precautions. That's fine for tonight, she said. But what about tomorrow? And the day after that? The police can't follow us around for the rest of our lives. They won't have to, Shelby. Why not? I shook my head, not about to tell her my secret plans over the phone. I need to talk to you face to face. She laughed nervously. Maybe we should meet in that dressing room. Despite myself, I smiled. Let me see if Detective Turner will send someone to escort you here. Okay, that sounds good. After we disconnected, I stared at the wall as my thoughts raced. I'm here, Shelby announced when she walked into the room where I'd been waiting. Detective Turner had agreed to have an officer escort her to the police station, much to my relief, and he had brought her right to me. I jumped up from my seat and pulled her into a hug. I'm so glad you're okay. I'll leave you alone to talk, Turner said with a smile. Then he left the room. Shelby and I sat across the table from each other, and she looked at me with concern. What's going on? Why were you so hush-hush on the phone? Now that she was sitting there in front of me, I hesitated to tell her that she was about to be uprooted and sworn to secrecy. Her eyes narrowed, and she leaned toward me. What is it, Courtney? I'm going to testify against Dylan and Baldy. A grimace formed on her mouth. Oh. You don't seem surprised to know Dylan is a murderer. Her head tilted in a way that said, Come on, Courtney. You practically said his name earlier today, she said, and when I called you on it, you didn't deny it. Yeah, okay. But why do you want to testify? Won't that just make them come after you harder? This was where it got dicey. Agreeing to testify was the only way I could get into their witness relocation program. Her eyes widened. Witness relocation program? Her voice held a note of alarm. Are you going to disappear forever? I shook my head. It's a program where they'll move me someplace far away from here, just until the trial's over. Her eyebrows rose. Move? Away? Yes, to keep Baldy and his gang from finding me. Wow. I stared at her. You can come too. Several emotions chased each other across Shelby's face. Confusion,
fear, dawning understanding, worry. "Wait a second," she said. "You want me to move away from here?" "You don't have to, of course," I said. "But after what happened to Tyler, well, I'm scared they'll come after you next." "Come after me? But why? I don't have anything to do with this." I could see she was barreling down Denial Drive, and I would need to drag her back to Reality Road. "Do you think Tyler had something to do with it, Shell? He knew a lot less than you did. I'd barely told him about the murder I witnessed, and he wasn't the one who saw Baldy talking to me at the park." Bleak reality filled her eyes, and her body seemed to sink deeper into the chair. "What about my family?" she said. "What will I tell them?" Distress radiated off of her in waves. "Will I ever be able to see them again?" "Of course you will," I said. "It's not like we'll be cut off from them. You'll just have to make sure they don't tell anyone where you are. And once the bad guys are in prison, we can go back to our lives." "Oh!" Her face brightened, and I knew exactly how she felt. I'd felt the same thing when my worries had been alleviated. "That doesn't seem so bad, then." She straightened in her chair. "Where would we go?" "I don't know. I haven't gotten that far." "You know, this might actually be fun, Court." "Fun?" I said. "How so?" I didn't see how being in hiding from men who wanted me dead had any element of fun, but I was willing to listen. "You know," she said, "it will be an adventure." "An adventure?" I asked. Just like I'd suggested earlier, but now it seemed more real than just an idea I'd impulsively come up with while hiding in a dressing room. "Sure," she said. "We can reinvent ourselves." "Yeah, I guess so." "Where would we live?" "That's completely up to us, but we should get started on finding our place right away." I stared at her. "You're taking this really well." She burst into tears. "I don't know if I can do this, Courtney. I've always lived in L.A." Her distress was contagious. Tears filled my eyes, and my voice shook. "I know, but if we go together, it won't be so bad." I tried not to think about the other half of this, testifying. "We'll go somewhere completely new." I paused as I got my emotions under control. "It will be great." My enthusiasm sounded forced, even to me. Shelby studied me as she wiped away her tears. "Do you really think so?" I guess I was more convincing than I thought. I put on a bright smile. "Sure, we'll pick some place with a university, some place warm, some place not too far away." My smile grew, and this time it was almost genuine. "We can go wherever we want." Her despair seemed to slowly evaporate. "Yeah, okay. Where should we go? Any suggestions?" We tossed around ideas of places to live until Detective Turner came back. "She said she would come with me," I said the moment he entered the room. It wasn't until Shelby had agreed that I'd realized how relieved I was that she was coming with me. Going to some unknown place all by myself would have made the whole thing 10 times worse. "Okay," he said. "Good." "Now what?" Shelby asked. "I'm going to escort you to the hotel where you'll stay while you decide where to live." "How long do we have?" I asked as I stood. "Up to 30 days. I didn't want to take that long, but it was good to know I had a little bit of time. "What about our things?" "In the morning, we'll escort you to your house so you can pick up what you need. After that, we'll have a moving company load up the rest of your belongings and bring them to wherever you decide to go." "Okay." Shelby and I followed him from the room as I thought about the crazy way my day was ending. Chapter 43. That night at the hotel, after I touched base with Mom, Shelby and I stayed up late discussing where we should go. "There has to be a college or university," I said, as we used our phones to look at different locations. "I wouldn't mind being closer to my mom," I said, "although I don't want to live in the snow." "What about St. George, Utah?" Shelby asked, as she held out her phone to show me a map of where it was. "I went camping around there once. It's really pretty with red rocks and stuff, plus there's a university there." We looked up more information about St. George, and after further discussion we decided it was a strong possibility. "Let's sleep on it," I said. "It's not like we have to decide right this second." The next morning, we woke to a text from Mitch telling us that Tyler had regained consciousness during the night. "That's great news," I said when Shelby told me. "I wonder how he's doing. Do you think we can find out?" "I don't think the hospital will tell anyone outside the family anything," she said. but maybe Detective Turner can find out for us. Good idea. I called Turner and left a message. He called back a while later and let me know that Tyler was on the mend and that he'd personally talked to him about what had happened. From what Tyler told me, Turner said, it seems highly likely the people behind the attack belong to the same gang Aaron Bellingham does. When Tyler's up to it, I'll have him look at a photo array just like you did, and we'll see if we can make a positive ID. I was just glad to know he was going to be okay, and I hoped he didn't hold me responsible for what had happened, although if he did, I couldn't blame him. Did you tell him what's going on? I asked. About me and Shelby moving and everything? I couldn't tell him very much about the investigation as it's ongoing, but I gave him enough information to explain why he was targeted. And I did tell him you'll be gone for a while, and for him not to expect to hear from you, at least for now. Sadness swept over me. I really liked Tyler, and I knew he liked me. Was our relationship over before it ever had a chance to blossom into anything more? Okay, I said. Have you caught Baldy? Aaron Bellingham yet? Not yet. I'll let you know when we do. All right, thanks. I disconnected the call, then filled Shelby in on what Turner had told me. I hope they catch Baldy soon, she said. I know. I hate the idea that he's still out there. She nodded. I'm sorry about Tyler, Courtney. Maybe after the trial's over you can reconnect with him. The idea of moving away and leaving my life behind, all because I'd been at the wrong place at the wrong time, angered and upset me. I went to the window and stared at the street below, watching the cars drive by, wondering what my future held. You know what we need to do? Shelby asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. I turned and looked at her. What? We need to call our bosses and let them know we won't be coming back. My head tipped back as I stared at the ceiling and released a sigh. Then I looked at Shelby. I totally forgot about work. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Might as well get it over with. Over the next few days, Shelby and I talked to our families and decided we would move to St. George, Utah. When Shelby told her parents what had been going on, they were upset she hadn't told them sooner, although she made it clear her involvement was minimal, and she was probably not in any actual danger. Regardless, they were glad she was moving to a safer location. Mom was supportive of our decision, but mostly happy that I would be far, far away from Baldy, who had yet to be caught. When Detective Turner brought my car to the hotel, with the window repaired, we told him our decision as well. I've been to St. George, he said. It gets pretty hot there in the summer, and the pace is a lot slower than Los Angeles, but I think you'll like it. I was glad to hear his endorsement, since I'd never been there before. Let me know once you find an apartment, he said. We'll cover the first and last month's rent, as well as the security deposit. Then we can get you moved there. We'd been in the hotel for just a few days, but now that we decided where we were going to live, I was ready to get started on my new life. Sounds good. Though we hadn't found an apartment yet, the next day we decided to head to St. George. We figured it would be easier to find a place to live if we were actually there. Detective Turner approved the idea and arranged for an unmarked car to accompany us as we made the 6-hour drive from Los Angeles to St. George. Shelby and I drove our own cars, and when we arrived at the hotel where Turner had booked our room, the officer who'd accompanied us bid us goodbye and we were on our own. Is it just me, I asked as I dragged my suitcase into the hotel room, or does it feel weird to be completely on our own? No, Shelby said as she closed and locked the door. It's not just you, but I feel safe here. In complete agreement, I nodded. Yeah, me too. I paused. Ready to begin our adventure? Her face brightened. Ready as I'll ever be. I smiled, glad to have my best friend with me as I began my new life. This has been Witness, Book 1 in the Witness Duet, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2015 by Christine Kersey. Courtney's story concludes in retribution. Thanks for listening.